Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101. Evenly Matched. Return to the arena. First, you are second to last. I guess it won't be much better this time. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's face suddenly darkened. Zhang Tianyu pretended not to see it and said to himself, this martial arts competition is different from before. Only 2 sects can enter the second round of competition. The remaining 6 will all be eliminated. What? Do you think your Spirit Sword sect has the ability to surpass other sects and become the top 2? Stop talking nonsense. As soon as Zhang Tianyu's voice fell, a figure glowing with blood rushed over from the forest in the distance, and then fell into the arena. When the blood light dissipated, the figure of the young man in blood was revealed. It's the young master in blood clothes from the Blood Sword Hall. Well, it's not an accident that they came out on top, Zhang Tianyu said, and then asked in confusion, but why is there only the young master in blood clothes left? The other 2 disciples from the Blood Sword Hall woolen cloth. In doubt, 3 more figures rushed out of the forest and rushed towards the arena. They're from our Spirit Sword sect. Xiao Ming and the others are here. After sensing the familiar auras of the 3 figures, Li Changfeng instantly became excited. He stood up directly on the spot and waved his arms vigorously. Seeing this, Zhang Tianyu was happy. What the hell, could that be someone from your Spirit Sword sect? Zhang Tianyu sneered, if your Spirit Sword sect can also break into the top 2, wouldn't my famous sword villa be about to take off? Old Li, I think you are going crazy because you want to be famous. After saying that, Zhang Tianyu laughed to himself. But soon, he stopped laughing. Xiao Ming and the others were seen returning to the arena despite the time limit, revealing the sect logo on their robes. On the chest of the robe, there are 3 small words Spirit Sword Sect embroidered on it. On to the second round. The Sword Intention Inheritance in the Lotus Pod. Second round. The Sword Intention Inheritance in the Lotus Pod. He's really a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. Zhang Tianyu lost his voice. Like a little snake whose tail was stepped on, he instantly jumped up from his seat. Zhang Tianyu never expected that Xiao Ming and others from the Spirit Sword sect could rush over in such a short time. But then, he laughed again. Li Changfeng, don't be complacent, Zhang Tianyu said with a smile. Whether you can enter the second round of competition mainly depends on how many nameplates each disciple collects. You disciples of the Spirit Sword sect came back very quickly, but the number of nameplates collected is definitely not as large as others. Shut up! Li Changfeng turned around and shouted dissatisfied, my personal disciple Xiao Ming is extraordinary. He must have gained a lot of nameplates. Entering the second round of competition is a sure thing. Hey, you are quite confident, Zhang Tianyu chuckled, confidence is a good thing, but I am afraid that your disciples are not that strong. In my opinion, your Spirit Sword sect is the same as my Mingjian villa. This martial arts competition I guess it's still at the bottom. Hearing this, Li Changfeng was very angry. He wanted to refute, but he had no good words. After all, Zhang Tianyu was right. Whether he can advance to the second round depends on how many nameplates Xiao Ming and the others collect. In case there are disciples from other branches and sects coming. At this time. Dang! Another bell rang. Lu Xiang, the head of the Qingyunke sword sect, stood up and said loudly, the time has expired. I announced that the ones entering the second round of the competition are the Blood Sword Hall and the Spirit Sword sect. The remaining 6 branch sects will all be eliminated. After saying this, Lu Xiang himself felt very strange. The Spirit Sword sect just entered the second round of competition? Why does it feel weird? And after his voice spread, the arena was in an uproar. What's the situation? How could a weak sect like the Spirit Sword sect enter the second round of competition? What do the other 6 sect disciples do for food? They can't even compare to the Spirit Sword sect. This moment, The heads of several branch sects had angry looks on their faces. Angry at his own disciples, he hates iron but cannot turn it into steel. It's just that he can't compare to the always powerful blood sword hall. Everyone has nothing to say, but now he can't even compare to the spirit sword sect. If this were spread, it would make people laugh out loud. Zhang Tianyu, who had originally made sarcastic remarks, was stunned again. The spirit sword sect is about to enter the second round of competition. This shouldn't be. The disciples of the spirit sword sect have always been weak. They are only a little better than my Mingjian villa. I didn't expect that they could achieve such a feat. Zhang Tianyu's heart was racing. He looked at the excited Li Chongfeng next to him, his face was extremely complicated, and he murmured to himself. This time the 8 sects compete in martial arts, the Lingjian Sect will become famous. Li Chongfeng noticed something strange about Zhang Tianyu, turned around and laughed wildly. How about it, old man Zhang, are you still not convinced? I have long said that our spirit sword sect is different from the past, and this martial arts competition will definitely be a blockbuster. Say it. Li Chongfeng laughed proudly again. In contrast, Zhang Tianyu fell silent. In the past 8 sect martial arts competitions, the rankings of Lingjian Sect and Mingjian Villa were always similar, and they were both at the bottom of the rankings. This made Zhang Tianyu feel a sympathy for Li Changfeng's spirit sword sect. But now the spirit sword sect has soared into the sky, reaching the top 2, and can participate in the second round of competition. This result made Zhang Tianyu instantly ecstatic. Uncomfortable. My heart seemed to be blocked and I felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Seeing the arrogant and proud Li Chongfeng spitting out his past humiliation, Zhang Tianyu was even more sad than if his own family had been exterminated. It wasn't just Zhang Tianyu who was shocked. The heads of other branch sects, and even the senior officials of the Qingyunke sword sect, were extremely shocked after seeing Xiao Ming and others break out of the encirclement, with deep doubts showing on their faces. The disciples of the spirit sword sect can actually surpass other sects and enter the second round of the competition unharmed. This is so surprising. Who says it isn't? My giant sword sect can't compare to the spirit sword sect. I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. I don't know what the other sect disciples do for food. They all move slowly, and as a result, the spirit sword sect takes advantage of the loophole. As everyone was talking, they suddenly felt something was wrong. Time has passed, why haven't you seen disciples from other sects rushing out? Even if you can't make it to the second round of competition, it's time to show up, right? After a while, there was still no sect team showing up. Now, everyone couldn't sit still. Lu Xiang, the head of the Qingyunke sword sect, frowned, then turned to an elder in the realm transformation realm and ordered, "Go to the monster forest in person and see what's going on inside." "Yes, master." After saying that, the elder stood up from the ground and flew into the forest in a moment. It didn't take long for the elder to fly back with a serious look on his face. "How is it?" Lu Xiang asked. "The situation is very bad." The elder said solemnly, "I found out that the remaining 6 sect teams were all killed." "What?" Upon hearing this, the heads of the many branch sects present could not sit still, and flew towards the forest in a hurry. In the arena, Xiao Ming looked surprised, and subconsciously looked at the young man in blood, and he happened to meet the gaze of the young man in blood. After the two glanced at each other, they both looked away. "I only destroyed 3 sect teams of the Jinwu sword sect, the Giant sword sect, and the Annihilation sword sect. The remaining 3 must be the work of the young master in blood clothes." Xiao Ming made an instant judgment. The guys from the spirit sword sect are extraordinary. They actually killed 3 sect teams. The blood-clothed young master also thought to himself, it seems that the spirit sword sect is not as weak as imagined. While thinking about it, the heads of those branch sects all flew back, but their faces were ashen and so gloomy that they could drop water. His ugly face looked like he had eaten shit and had his teeth stuffed. They all discovered the mutilated body of their disciple, each one looking more miserable than the last. The disciples who could be sent to participate in the martial arts competition of the 8 sects were all the elites among the elite disciples of each sect. Unexpectedly, all of them were killed one by one and the entire army was wiped out. In this martial arts competition, various sects suffered great losses. Especially the face of Zhou Tianquan, the leader of the Jinwu sword sect, was extremely ugly. Because he originally thought that his disciple Shen Bingqing would show off his power and enter the next round strongly, and at the same time give the spirit sword sect a lesson to regain its place. However, they never expected that Shen Bingqing and the other 3 people would all be killed. However, Xiao Ming and the other 2 members of the Lingjian Sect were full of energy and vigor. This strong contrast made Zhou Tianquan so angry that he almost ran away. The cruelty of this 8 sect martial arts competition far exceeded my expectations, Lu Ziang sighed, and then said loudly. Although only 2 sect disciples survived and returned to the arena safely, the number of nameplates collected is meaningless. But the nameplates collected by Blood Sword Hall and Spirit Sword Sect still need to be taken out and looked at for subsequent assessment. As he said that, Lu Ziang's eyes swept over the young master in blood, Xiao Ming, and others in turn. The blood-clothed young man hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 storage bags and poured out all the nameplates inside. Lu Ziang glanced at it and determined the number of nameplates. He nodded slightly and said, Blood Sword Hall has collected a lot of nameplates, more than 900. Where is your Spirit Sword Sect? Lu Ziang looked at Xiao Ming and the others. Xiao Ming smiled slightly and poured out all the nameplates in the space ring. Lin Feng and Wang Hao also took out the collected nameplates. Wow! There was a loud crashing sound, and the nameplates taken out by Xiao Ming and the others were piled into a small iron pile. With just one glance, it was possible to determine that the number of nameplates collected by Xiao Ming and others was more than 3 times that of the blood-clothed young master. Seeing this situation, everyone was shocked. Even Lu Ziang's eyes widened. There are so many nameplates, probably more than 3,000, Lu Ziang said in surprise. I didn't expect that the Spirit Sword Sect would have such strength. It's really impressive. At this time, Zhou Tianquan, who had always been against the Lingjian Sect, stood up and said angrily, there is no way the Lingjian Sect could have collected so many nameplates in half a day. They must have killed other sect disciples to obtain them. So much. Please head Lu investigate this matter strictly and give our sects justice. As soon as these words came out, the heads of all the branch sects all looked at Lu Ziang. However, Lu Ziang remained expressionless and said calmly, Master Zhou, you said that Lingjian Sect massacred disciples from other sects. Do you have any evidence? This, I have no evidence. Zhou Tianquan said sarcastically. If there is no evidence, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ziang said dissatisfied, what's more, I have said before that during the martial arts competition, regardless of the means, only the results are important. If you are not satisfied with your disciple being killed, then you can only blame your Jinwu sword sect for being too weak. Say it. Lu Ziang looked at Xiao Ming and others in the arena again, and asked with a gentle face, I would like to ask you, which of your disciples has obtained the Qingling Lotus? Disciple got it. Xiao Ming took a step forward and stood up. Then he took out a fist-sized cyan lotus pod from the space ring. Okay. That's great. Lu Ziang clapped his hands and smiled, I said before that all disciples who get the Qingling Lotus powder will be rewarded. And the reward is the inheritance inside the Qingling Lotus pendant. After saying that, Lu Ziang made a series of secrets with his hands, and shot out a stream of spiritual light at the Qingling Lotus in Xiao Ming's hand. After absorbing many spiritual arts, the Qingling Lotus suddenly shone brightly, and then, a terrifying sword intent suddenly surged out from it. The sword intent soared to the sky, shaking the vitality of heaven and earth to roar. At the same time, a huge blue lotus shadow formed in the sky above Xiao Ming's head. The phantom in the sky actually exudes terrifying power comparable to that of a strong person in the transformation realm. Fight against the blood-clothed young man. The powerful lotus shadow immediately attracted everyone's attention. Later, in the eyes of people who were either stunned or shocked, Lu Xiang slowly explained, the Qingling lotus is not a spiritual creature generated by heaven and earth, but a special magical weapon refined by our sect, with the incomplete Qinglian sealed inside. Sword intention. And now, the seal is lifted, and this sword intention belongs to this disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. Lu Xiang said with a gentle tone, looking at Xiao Ming with a smile. Qinglian sword intention. Xiao Ming suddenly realized that this result was not beyond his expectation. But after hearing Lu Xiang's explanation, everyone in the arena was boiling. Especially the disciples of the Qingyunke sword sect who were watching the battle, their expressions changed wildly, as if they had heard something unbelievable. It turns out to be Qinglian sword intent. A senior disciple of Qingyunke sword sect was shocked and subconsciously stood up from his seat. Qinglian sword intent is Master Qinglian's unique skill, and now it is given to a disciple of a branch sect. Don't be so excited. The master just said that the Qinglian sword intent is only incomplete. Even the incomplete sword intention has great power. You have all seen that the power of the lotus shadow is comparable to that of a strong man in the realm transformation realm. Yes, Master Qinglian back then was a tyrannical being who had only half-stepped into the tribulation stage. Even if his inheritance of sword intention was incomplete, it was still extremely powerful. Damn it, this boy from the Spirit Sword sect is so lucky that he actually got the green lotus sword intention that we dream of. A disciple of the Qingyunke sword sect said angrily. In the arena, a series of comments sounded like the croaking of frogs. And the heads of those branch sects also fell into sluggishness one by one. Everyone was stunned by the powerful Master Qinglian. In fact, many branch heads have grown up little by little having heard the legendary stories of Master Qinglian since childhood. And now, Master Qinglian's sword intention inheritance has been obtained by Xiao Ming of the Spirit Sword sect. Even if it is just an incomplete sword intention, its power has reached the realm of transformation. This moment, all the branch heads' eyes were red with jealousy, and they wanted to rush forward immediately and snatch the lotus pod from Xiao Ming's hand. His gaze turned to Li Chongfeng. Zhang Tianyu next to him swallowed uncontrollably, his eyes filled with shock. Li Chongfeng was so excited that his whole body shivered, and his eyes were filled with shock and extreme joy. I knew it, I knew Xiao Ming was extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Li Chongfeng laughed proudly. After hearing this laughter, Zhang Tianyu's mood became even lower. When Zhou Tianquan in the distance heard this, he felt as if his father had died. At this time, the lotus shadow in the arena slowly dissipated, and the powerful sword intent returned, all entering the Qingling lotus pod. Under the envious gazes of Lin Feng and Wang Hao, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and threw the Qingling lotus into the space ring. Now is not the time to practice sword intent. Wait until the martial arts competition is over and then take the time to practice. Lu Xiang looked around and said loudly, this is the end of the nameplate competition. Now, I am announcing that the next round of competition will begin. There are no rules during the competition. Only by completely defeating the other party can you truly win. The winning party will receive a large amount of rewards from this section. In addition, branch disciples who perform well will have the opportunity to join our Qingyunke sword sect and practice more advanced techniques and martial arts. Now, the competition begins. At the same time as the voice fell, Xiao Ming and the other three instantly locked onto young master in blood clothes, and young master in blood clothes pulled out his heavenly grade sword, Weeping Blood Sword. Lin Feng and Wang Hao, you are not strong enough, just step aside and watch. Xiao Ming held the Tiangang sword in a sword flower and whispered. I can deal with this bloody-robed young man on my own. Deputy leader, be careful. Lin Feng and Wang Hao said at the same time, and then retreated hundreds of meters away like lightning. Opposite. The blood-clothed young man looked at Xiao Ming with a solemn expression. Xiao Ming was clearly in the Dan Lake realm, but it put great pressure on him. Boy, you didn't have a good fight in the forest just now. You will definitely be defeated today. The blood-clothed young man sneered, even if you are not an ordinary Danhuds Okchen, you are definitely not my opponent. My blood-clothed young master is so powerful that you can't imagine it. Hearing this, Xiao Ming grinned. The blood-clothed young man started talking nonsense again. Is it because Lin Feng's wisdom-reducing halo has taken effect again? But that's fine. The blood-clothed young man is gibbering and Luo Liba is garrulous, which just allows him to look for flaws. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Ming raised the Tiangang sword and slashed hard. In an instant, a dark golden sword shadow with a length of 200 meters was formed out of thin air, and then it slashed straight with terrifying sword power that could cut mountains and seas. And go! Well done, let me show you how powerful my blood-clothed young master is. The blood-clothed young master let out a long roar, and also cut out an illusory sea of blood, and then shot out a 200-meter-long bloody sword energy from the blood sea. Then, it collided violently with Xiao Ming's dark golden sword shadow. This kind of sword fighting scene is exactly the same as a fight in the forest. But the difference was that after slashing out the dark gold sword shadow, Xiao Ming twisted his body and disappeared on the spot. Earth-level body technique, wind spirit step. Fight with me in body fighting? Why should I, the blood-clothed young master, be afraid? The blood-clothed young master continued to spew nonsense, and at the same time, he turned into an invisible blood shadow and rushed towards Xiao Ming. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. That was the result of the heavy collision between the dark gold sword shadow and the bloody sword energy. Bang bang bang! In the arena, there was another burst of low, muffled explosions. This was the sound caused by the head-on confrontation between Xiao Ming and the young master in blood clothes after they used their physical skills. There was nothing in the center of the arena, only a gust of wind and a shadow of blood entangled with each other, sometimes on the ground and sometimes in the sky. As they intertwined with each other, shocking shock waves erupted. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle showed doubts almost at the same time, and some even frowned. Young master in blood clothes is at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, while the boy from the Spirit Sword sect is only at the great perfection of the Dan Lake realm. There is a huge gap in strength between these two people. How can they actually fight like this? An elder of the Qingyunke Sword sect said in shock. I'm afraid that boy from the Lingjian Sect is extraordinary. Lu Ziang said meaningfully. Far away. Zhang Tianyu and other branch heads looked at the battle in surprise, with confusion and shock on their faces. The great perfection of the Dan Lake realm can actually harden the strong men in the early stages of the Divine Sea realm? This is wrong. While everyone was surprised, a figure was suddenly blown away, revealing his figure. Everyone looked around quickly. The person who was sent flying was surprisingly Xiao Ming from the Spirit Sword sect. Xiao Ming fell into a disadvantage and was repulsed by the young man in blood. The blood-clothed young man begs for mercy and admits defeat. Call. Seeing Xiao Ming being repelled, countless people watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How can the great perfection of Dan Lake be the opponent of a powerful person in the Divine Sea realm? That's right, even if it's a cross-level challenge, it's not like this. There is a big gap between the two people, and the difference in strength is not even a little bit. The boy from the Spirit Sword sect can face off against the young master in blood for so many moves. To be honest, it's pretty good. But that's the end of the matter. The young master in blood will definitely have the last laugh. Nonsense, don't look at how strong the blood-clothed young master is. If he can't defeat Danhu perfection, then the blood-clothed young master can just find a piece of tofu and hit him to death. Chaotic discussions started one after another. Without exception, they all looked up to the young man in blood and shook their heads at Xiao Ming. In the arena, the blood-clothed young man also revealed his figure. His eyes were emitting a purple-red light, and he looked quite evil. Xiao Ming shook his shoulders unhappily to get rid of the force of the shock he had just received. He was not injured, but his head felt dizzy, as if he had been hit head-on with a heavy hammer. The main reason why the young man in blood was slashed away with a sword just now was because he was mentally attacked. The attack came very suddenly, making Xiao Ming unable to guard against it, and he was at a disadvantage. No need to think about it, the purple-red eyes of the young man in blood are the key to his spiritual attack. Those eyes should be the so-called evil blood pupils. Opposite. The blood-clothed young man looked at Xiao Ming with contempt and said mockingly, "I told you, you don't even know how powerful the Divine Sea Realm is." The so-called Divine Sea Realm means, firstly, that the lake in Danshan expands into an ocean, and secondly, divine consciousness is born, which can carry out spiritual attacks. Boy, with your Dan Lake realm, it is absolutely impossible to block my spiritual attack. Only the Divine Sea Realm can deal with the Divine Sea Realm. What nonsense! Xiao Ming cursed secretly, and immediately raised the Tiangang sword in his hand, and at the same time summoned the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Wow! At this moment, the golden spiritual power of gold, the green spiritual power of wood, the blue spiritual power of water, the red spiritual power of fire, and the yellow spiritual power of earth all swarmed towards Xiao Ming. With the blessing of the 5 elements' spiritual power, a 200-meter-long colorful sword shadow was quickly formed. The colorful sword shadow exudes a terrifying aura, and its sword power far exceeds Xiao Ming's own realm, reaching the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle was shocked. Even the well-informed Liu Xiang sat up straight in an instant. What an amazing sword power! Liu Xiang praised in admiration, this kid from the Spirit Sword Sect is clearly only at the great perfection realm of the Dan Lake realm, but he can display a sword shadow that is equivalent to the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. This kid must be. What a genius! After the martial arts competition is over, I, Lingjian Sword Sect, will definitely take this son into my sect. At the same time, the blood-clothed young man in the field was also shocked. He never expected that the 5-color sword shadow cast by Xiao Ming would be so powerful, reaching the power of the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. The power of this level of colorful sword shadow is not inferior to his blood god's wrath. But after being shocked, the blood-clothed young man sneered again. Is this your trump card? Although it is amazing enough, it is not enough to defeat my bloody-robed young master. Finished! The blood-clothed young man shouted low, and the next moment, a huge 5-meter-high blood shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The blood shadow solidified quickly, and he was holding a thick blood-colored giant sword in his hand. Young man from the Spirit Sword Sect, today I will show you the true strength of my blood-clothed young master, the wrath of the blood god. The words just fell. The huge blood shadow swung down suddenly, and the bloody giant sword struck hard with majestic force like a collapsed beam. Xiao Ming was not affected by the halo of subdued wisdom. Without saying a word, he controlled the 5-colored sword shadow and slashed straight down. Boom! The bloody giant sword and the colorful sword shadow collided suddenly. The two of them erupted into a terrifying aura like a storm, and the aura swept away and shook the earth to pieces. For a time, rocks were flying on the ground and smoke and dust were everywhere. Just as the smoke and dust surged up, Xiao Ming's head suddenly hurt, as if a steel needle had pierced into his skull. It was the young man in blood who launched a spiritual attack. Next moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind Xiao Ming. Young man from the Spirit Sword Sect, you can go and die. Xiao Ming was secretly frightened, and subconsciously wanted to use the wind spirit step to leave the place. However, just as he made a move, he felt a sharp sword hit his back hard. There was a bang sound. A huge force came, and Xiao Ming was knocked away again, flying until he was more than 10 meters away before he barely stopped. While removing the strength from his body, Xiao Ming looked angrily and saw that the young master in blood had arrived at his original place without knowing when. The sword strike just now was a sneak attack by the young man in blood. Hey! You were hit by my sword and you didn't die on the spot. You didn't even get any injuries. Seeing the unharmed Xiao Ming, the blood-clothed young man was startled, with a look of astonishment on his face. Xiao Ming didn't bother to explain, he stamped his feet heavily on the ground, and then like a cannonball, he counterattacked towards the young man in blood. Bang bang bang! The low muffled explosions sounded again. Xiao Ming's eyes were full of anger, and he launched a crazy attack on the blood-clothed young master. 100 Shadows Crazy Slash, Shattering Moon Slash, Broken Yuan Sword Gang and Sword Shadow Slash Qingyunke poured out as if they were free of money. The sword skills were like a violent storm, and the blood-clothed young man was beaten back again and again. The young man in blood-clothed clothes was obviously still in a sluggish state. He scrambled to resist and shouted in fear, "You were attacked secretly by me, and how come nothing happened to you? What kind of body training techniques have you practiced?" Xiao Ming was silent, and the only response to the blood-clothed young master was an even more violent attack. Stab sound. The blood-clothed young man's long sword struck Xiao Ming. Apart from cutting Xiao Ming's clothes, it only left a very faint white mark on Xiao Ming's body. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Xiao Ming's Tiangang sword struck the blood-clothed young master's chest. The powerful force not only sent the blood-clothed young master staggering, but also cut a bloody and ferocious sword mark on the blood-clothed young master's chest. The sword mark was so deep that through the flesh and blood, you could even see the bones inside. The strength of the blood-clothed young master lies in his ability to perform spiritual attacks, while Xiao Ming's advantage lies in possessing the best five-element holy body. In a head-to-head confrontation, the blood-clothed young man couldn't even cut through his skin. Under Xiao Ming's series of violent attacks, the injuries on the blood-clothed young master became more and more serious, and in the end, he could no longer hold on. Cut! Xiao Ming shouted suddenly. Once again, he cut out the colorful sword shadow. The blood-clothed young master is no longer able to resist. Now he is severely injured. Not only can he not be able to use the blood god's wrath, he can't even use his body skills. He could only watch Xiao Ming's colorful sword shadow falling from the sky. Boom! The sword shadow drowned the blood-clothed young man, and the powerful sword shadow slashed down, creating a large ditch in the solid square. In the deepest part of the ditch, the blood-clothed young man was lying straight in it. Blood spurted from his mouth and his body was a bloody mess. He seemed to be unable to believe that he had been defeated. But, although he looked extremely embarrassed, he did not die. In fact, the flesh and blood were squirming rapidly, actively helping him recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's eyes became fierce, and he raised the Tiangang sword, intending to give him a final blow. Wait a minute! The blood-clothed young man suddenly shouted as if he had regained consciousness, "I give up, I give up." After the sound spread, Xiao Ming pretended not to hear. He raised the sharp Tiangang sword and stabbed the blood-clothed young man in the head hard. Join the Qingtian Sword Sect. The first sect. Where is the leader of the Spirit Sword Sect, Li Chongfeng? Lu Xiang looked around and shouted softly. Li is here. Li Chongfeng was in high spirits and flew into the arena in a moment. Li Chongfeng, you have made great achievements in educating your disciples. This sect leader will give your Spirit Sword Sect a big reward. Lu Xiang said with a smile, I will give you 54,000-year-old middle-grade elixirs and 200 earth-level elixirs. Bottle, plus 1 million middle-grade Yuan stones. When the show ends, go and collect the reward. Hearing this, the other sect leaders suddenly showed jealousy. Such a large amount of cultivation resources are enough to allow the Spirit Sword Sect to take off and reach a new level. Li Chongfeng is so lucky to be able to train such a powerful disciple as Xiao Ming and bring great glory to the Spirit Sword Sect. But having said that, who would have thought that Xiao Ming, who was the only one in the great perfection of Dan Lake, could actually defeat the blood-clothed young master in the Divine Sea realm? And the five-colored sword shadow that Xiao Ming displayed in the battle could actually reach the level of the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. Such powerful strength is truly astonishing. Although the leaders felt that it was strange for the Lingjian Sect to win the first place in the martial arts, they had to accept it. In the arena. Thank you, Master Lu, for giving me the reward. After hearing that Lingjian Sect became the number one among the 8 sects, Li Chongfeng was so excited that he quickly clasped his fists and thanked him. The reason why he is so excited is not because he has received many rewards, but because he has vented his past grievances and made the Spirit Sword Sect surpass other branches and sects, becoming famous far and wide. How many years? How many years have you been looked down upon and despised by other branches of the sect? Who knows how Li Chongfeng spent all these years? And now, the Spirit Sword Sect is no longer a weak and despised sect, but the most powerful existence. The first of the 8 factions. Let's see who has the nerve to mock the Spirit Sword Sect from now on. And all of this was brought about by Xiao Ming. Li Chongfeng turned to look at Xiao Ming, his eyes filled with passion. This excitement was like an old man who had been single for decades and met a beautiful woman taking a bath. Xiao Ming noticed Li Chongfeng's fiery gaze, twisted uneasily, and took several steps back. Master, please don't look at me like that, I'm a little scared. At this time, Lu Xiang spoke again. Xiao Ming of the Spirit Sword Sect and Mr. Sui have performed very well. This sect leader announced that both of them can join the Qingyunke Sword Sect and become inner disciples. Xiao Ming, are you willing to join our Qingyunke Sword Sect and practice further? Lu Xiang looked at Xiao Ming and asked expectantly. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists in Li Chongfeng's somewhat complicated eyes and said, "Disciple is willing. What about you, young master in blood clothes? Are you willing?" Lu Xiang looked at young master in blood clothes again. At this time, the blood-clothed young man was playing with his intestines. Because his belly was blasted open by Xiao Ming, the intestines kept sliding out uncontrollably. "Disciple is also willing," the young man in blood said with his fists clasped. But when he held his fist like this, the intestines in his stomach flowed out again, and they flowed all over the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. It must be said that the blood-clothed young man's vitality is quite strong, probably because he has refined the middle-grade holy body, the evil blood demon body. Lu Xiang was extremely satisfied after taking in Xiao Ming and the young master in blood. Just as he was about to speak, a female elder behind him suddenly stood up. "Elder Hongxiu." The female elder named Hongxiu immediately said, "Sir, I have something to say." "Say it." Elder Hongxiu pointed at Lin Feng and said, "I can sense that this boy is destined to me. I would like to ask the master to take this person into his section." "Oh? There are not many disciples who can be favored by Elder Hongxiu." Lu Xiang glanced at Lin Feng unexpectedly and said, "I can accept this little guy, but what is his status in the sect? That's up to him." "Junior, what's your name?" Lu Xiang looked at Lin Feng and asked. "The disciple's name is Lin Feng." "Lin Feng, are you willing to join our Qingyunke Sword Sect?" After hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng hesitated. He still can't let go of Sujin from the Spirit Sword Sect. Perhaps seeing Lin Feng's concerns, the Hongxiu elder took the initiative and said, "Joining the Qingyunke Sword Sect does not mean that you are imprisoned. You still have a lot of freedom, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Lin Feng sighed and said, "In that case, this disciple is willing to join the Qingyunke Sword Sect." Only then did the elder Hongxiu laugh. Lu Xiang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, okay, our Qingyunke Sword Sect has accepted 3 outstanding disciples in a row. Such a grand scene has never happened before. As he spoke, Lu Xiang's voice became weaker. Because he was surprised to find that Wang Hao was no ordinary person. This guy's body seems to contain very strong star power. Lu Xiang looked at Wang Hao in surprise. With so much star power, this guy must be a genius. Luck test, the stone tablet explodes. First, overwhelm all sects. At this point, Li Chongfeng sighed, as if he had not fully accepted this reality. There was a pause. Li Chongfeng said with a complex expression, "You three are all core disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect. To be honest, I am very reluctant to let you all join the Qingyunke Sword Sect." Xiao Ming opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Chongfeng. Li Chongfeng continued, "Of course, this is a good thing. After joining the Qingyunke Sword Sect, you will be able to obtain more powerful martial arts and sword skills, and you will also be able to see a wider landscape. After all, the Spirit Sword Sect is too small to raise a real dragon. Although I can't bear to leave you, I won't delay your future," Li Chongfeng said quietly, "it's just this farewell, I don't know when we will see each other again." Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to be so sentimental. This is not a separation of life and death. We only joined the Qingyunke Sword Sect to take a further step. The Spirit Sword Sect is still our home." "Yes. Spirit Sword Sect is still our home." Lin Feng and Wang Hao also said at the same time. "Okay, I hope you can prosper in the Qingyunke Sword Sect," Li Chongfeng said. "I'll just tell you, as long as you want to come back and visit, you are welcome at any time at the Spirit Sword Sect." After saying some more words, Li Chongfeng summoned the iron-winged goshawk and then left through the air. Seeing Li Chongfeng's leaving figure, Xiao Ming and others were filled with sadness. Li Chongfeng is right, after we say goodbye today, I don't know when we will see each other again. However, this feeling of separation was quickly replaced by the novelty of joining the Qingyunke Sword Sect. This feeling is like the novelty of Xiao Ming's transition from elementary school to junior high school in his previous life. It was unfamiliar, nervous, but mostly full of anticipation. Xiao Ming looked at Lin Feng and Wang Hao and said, let's go to the Zongmen Square now. Many people from Qingyunke Sword Sect are still waiting for our talent test. The deputy leader is right, let's go there quickly. Don't use the title of deputy leader anymore. I'm just an inner disciple of Qingyunke Sword Sect now. The three of them said that and sped away in the direction of Zongmen Square. As for Yunxi, after the martial arts competition ended, she followed Xiao Ming, never leaving. It didn't take long for Xiao Ming and others to arrive at Zongmen Square. Looking around, he saw Lu Xiang personally presiding over the ceremony to test the luck talent, and there were also many sect elders and a large number of disciples surrounding him. In front of them, there was a black stone tablet standing. And the young man in blood has already arrived here in advance. Xiao Ming squinted his eyes as he looked at the man in blood, and saw that this guy's injuries had healed a lot. The flesh and blood on his body was no longer blurry, and his breath was restored again. Even the blasted belly had scars. The resilience of the middle-grade holy body, the evil blood demon body, is evident. Seeing Xiao Ming and the others coming, Lu Xiang said, we are all here, let's start the talent test. The so-called cultivation talent actually refers to luck. In the Xianwu Continent, everyone, even a mortal who cannot practice, has his own luck, and will be affected by his luck throughout his life. Have you seen the stone tablet in front of you? This is a stone tablet specially designed to test the level of luck. You only need to place your palms on the stone tablet for a while. Attention, luck is extremely important to warriors. It not only determines your future achievements, but also affects your status within the sect. So, if your luck is relatively low, then don't blame the sect for treating you badly, because there is nothing you can do about it. Finished in one breath. Lu Xiang looked at Xiao Ming and others and asked, which one of you will come first? I'll go first. The blood-clothed young man was the first to stand up. He stretched out the palm of his right hand and pressed it on the stone tablet. Next moment, brush! A dazzling blood light suddenly burst out from the stone tablet. The blood light was as majestic as the ocean waves, and it instantly filled the area for several miles. At the same time, the stone tablet also revealed information about the young man in blood. Liu Xiang glanced at it and said in surprise, "You actually have purple luck. This level of luck is the same as mine, which is rare even in Qingyunke sword sect. You have also cultivated a middle-grade holy body and an evil blood demon body." The test stone clearly shows the physical condition of the young master in blood. Although the evil-blooded demon body belongs to the evil path, the difference between good and evil has always been determined by the state of mind, so it is not a problem. Liu Xiang looked at the blood-clothed young man and encouraged. Practice hard. With your luck level, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to cultivate to the stage of transcending tribulation. It is not impossible to even cultivate to the Dharma realm. After some encouragement, Liu Xiang continued, "Who will test next?" Wang Hao stood up. He stretched out his palm and pressed it on the test stone tablet as well. Next moment, the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, and then there was a bang sound. The test stone tablet exploded, and rubble flew all over the ground. Liu Xiang and others were shocked. Although the exploding stone tablet did not cause any harm to them, there were huge waves in their hearts. The test stone tablet actually exploded. This has never happened before in Qingyunke sword sect. An elder immediately said, "The test stone tablet will not explode for no reason. It must be under the influence of Wang Hao." Liu Xiang showed an expression of surprise and joy. He said in a deep voice, "Our test stone tablet can only detect purple luck at best. Now that the stone tablet explodes, it proves that Wang Hao's luck level exceeds purple." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Qingyunke sword sect looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's luck level is higher than purple. Doesn't this mean that Wang Hao's luck is at least golden? Oh my god! Golden luck! This is a very rare piece of great luck. A warrior with golden luck can cultivate to the Dharma realm with the lowest achievement. If the opportunity is abundant, he can even cultivate to the level of immortal martial saint. A golden luck warrior placed in any superpower would be a super genius who is carefully served by countless people. But now, only the Qingyunke sword sect of the Samsung sect can possess such a genius. God bless Qingyunke sword sect. Now, the sect has gained a treasure. Disappoint others? Xiao Ming and number 039, S blue luck. This moment, everyone, including Liu Xiang, looked at Wang Hao with great changes. Wang Hao, who was originally ordinary, instantly rose up in their hearts. This is a super genius with golden luck. If cultivated properly, the Qingyunke sword sect in the future will be able to gain an additional Dharma realm power, and there is even a high possibility of obtaining an immortal martial saint. And whether it is Dharma realm or immortal martial saint, it can bring great benefits to Qingyunke sword sect. Liu Xiang's face instantly became amiable, and he said gently, "Wang Hao, your luck is amazing. This sect leader announced that you have been promoted to an inner sect disciple with an exception. Are they just inner disciples?" At this time, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "The inner disciples have been promoted beyond the norm," Liu Xiang explained patiently. "Wang Hao's realm is only in the middle stage of the Danhu realm. Logically speaking, he can only be an outer disciple at this level. Although Wang Hao's luck is most likely golden, this is just a guess. Being promoted to the inner sect is already an extra benefit. I can't directly accept Wang Hao as a true disciple. According to the sect's rules, if you want to become a true disciple, you must at least cultivate to the Qi control realm, and you must also fulfill corresponding obligations. If I forcibly promote Wang Hao to a true disciple, then he will have to follow the sect's instructions and go out to do business. By then, Wang Hao may fall into a dangerous situation, which is not good. Hearing this, Lin Feng was silent. Lu Xiang continued, the food must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. You have just entered the sect, and there is still a long road ahead. As long as you are good enough, why worry about your status? What the leader said is true, and I have no objection. Wang Hao said cheerfully. Xiao Ming on the side also nodded. Lu Xiang was right, the so-called inner disciple status is only temporary for them. As long as they grow up, let alone become the true disciples of Qingyunke sword sect. Even if he establishes his own sect, or defeats the entire sword sect with one punch, it is not impossible. Lu Xiang looked at an elder next to him and ordered, go and bring another test stone tablet. Yes. Not long after, a brand new test stone was brought over. Whose turn is it now? Lu Xiang asked. Let me do it. Lin Feng stood up and pressed his palm on the test stone tablet. After a while, bang! There was another explosion. The test stone tablet could not withstand Lin Feng's luck and exploded automatically. I knew it. I'm no worse than Wang Hao. Lin Feng roared in his heart and waved his fist vigorously. Lu Xiang and others were shocked again. The test stone tablet exploded again. It actually exploded again. This shows that Lin Feng's luck level exceeds that of purple, at least it is golden luck. What a big fuck! Qingyunke sword sect actually accepted 2 super geniuses in one fell swoop. This is the time to take off. At this moment, the eyes of Lu Xiang and others looking at Lin Feng also changed greatly, especially the eyes of the elder Hengxiu, whose eyes almost burst out with fire. Lin Feng, your luck is amazing. I announce that you have also been promoted to an inner disciple. Lu Xiang finished excitedly. Then he looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. During the 8th sect martial arts competition, Xiao Ming's performance was the most astonishing. Compared with Xiao Ming, both Wang Hao, Lin Feng, and the blood-clothed young master were much inferior. And now, Wang Hao and Lin Feng, who performed averagely, both had at least golden luck, so wouldn't Xiao Ming, who performed extremely well, be even more powerful? Maybe he has the same golden luck as Lin Feng and Wang Hao, or even stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Xiang couldn't wait to say, hurry up and move a stone tablet. I want to see Xiao Ming's luck level. Yes. The elder just now left in a hurry. The atmosphere at the scene was inexplicably heated up. Wang Hao and Lin Feng looked at Xiao Ming at the same time, secretly guessing what level Xiao Ming's luck was and whether he could make the test stone explode. The blood-clothed young man looked nervous and fearful. He kept taking deep breaths to suppress the irritability in his heart. He is worried and afraid. After the martial arts competition, he and Xiao Ming were already in a fight to the death. The conflict between the two was so deep that it was almost impossible to reconcile. If Xiao Ming's luck is also golden, then in this life, he, the bloody-robed young master, will never have a chance to make a comeback. He will only be suppressed by Xiao Ming and will never get ahead. When he thought of this, the young man in blood felt that the future was dark and bleak. There was even a hint of despair in the blood-clothed young man's heart. But Xiao Ming, who was being watched expectantly by countless people, had an expressionless face. Quickly, another brand new stone tablet was moved over. Subsequently, under the expectant eyes, Xiao Ming walked over, stretched out his palm and pressed it on the stone tablet. What kind of luck does brother Xiao have? It should also make the stone tablet explode. Lin Feng and Wang Hao thought at the same time. Come on! Let the stone tablet crack again. Lu Xiang also became nervous and murmured, testing the stone tablet has never been valuable. If Xiao Ming can also get more luck than the purple, then Qingyunke sword the pie took off completely, ha ha ha. This guy must not have golden luck. I hope he is just like me, just with purple luck. The young man in blood clenched his fists nervously, and the sharp nails even pierced into his palms. in the eyes of expectant or nervous eyes. Brush. On the stone tablet, a large blue light lit up. The moment the blue light came on, everyone was stunned, and then they all burst out in disbelief. It's just blue luck. How is this possible? How is this possible? Blue luck, this is not even as good as the purple of the blood-clothed young master. Amid the exclamations, the blood-clothed young man was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! It's just blue luck, I was shocked. The blood-clothed young man laughed wildly, as if to vent the tension and worry in his heart, and his whole body trembled with joy. Blue luck! This kind of luck can't even compare to mine. It's so ordinary, ha ha ha! The blood-clothed young man was laughing. Lin Feng and Wang Hao looked shocked at the same time, as if they didn't believe that Xiao Ming, who was extremely powerful, only had such a good luck level. Liu Xiang and others all looked disappointed. To be honest, the level of blue luck is not low, because most of the inner disciples of Lingjian Sect also have this kind of luck. Only everyone's expectations for Xiao Ming are too high. I originally thought that Xiao Ming, who performed extremely well during the martial arts competition, would at least have golden luck that was not inferior to that of Lin Feng and Wang Hao. No matter how bad he is, he can't be worse than the young man in blood. Who would have expected it in the end? Xiao Ming just had blue luck. With Wang Hao and Lin Fengjiu in front of him, Xiao Ming suddenly seemed ordinary. Just when everyone was disappointed. Suddenly, the test stone tablet lit up with light again. This time the light was extremely dazzling, and it also showed a variety of colors. The 5-color aura swept out and spread overwhelmingly to all sides. Absorb the Qingyunke sword intent. As soon as the 5-color aura appeared, everyone quickly looked around. I saw a row of writing on the stone tablet, which showed Xiao Ming's physique. After Liu Xiang glanced at it, he said with some astonishment, Xiao Ming has mastered the 5 elements holy body? It's actually the 5 elements holy body? This is the famous and top-grade holy body in Xianwu Continent. After finishing speaking, Liu Xiang became confused again. Xiao Ming just has blue luck. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have the ultimate holy body like the 5 elements holy body. What exactly is going on? Could it be that Xiao Ming's luck was overdrawn in advance and that's why he gained such a physique? But in this way, Xiao Ming will have no other opportunities in the future. Liu Xiang thought quickly. It turns out that you have refined the 5 elements holy body. I'm going to tell you how you can mobilize the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth and cut out the 5-color sword shadow. The young man in blood suddenly realized it and looked at Xiao Ming and said. But what if you have the 5 elements holy body? Your luck is just blue, and your achievements in this life are just like that, nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, the blood-clothed young man laughed wildly again. At this time, the tension and fear in his heart were swept away, replaced by an indescribable feeling of pleasure all over his body. He doesn't have to worry about being suppressed by Xiao Ming, but can suppress Xiao Ming. Because luck is extremely important to a warrior and can almost determine the upper limit of a warrior's practice. Shut up! Senior brother Xiao is not as unbearable as you say, Wang Hao said angrily. Senior brother Xiao is practicing extremely fast. He can suppress you now and deal with you in the future. Don't be too proud. Oh? Really? The face of the blood-clothed young man was full of smiles, and he mocked. A guy with only blue luck still wants to suppress me? Just dream. I am a being with purple luck. In the future I will be able to practice at least to the stage of transcending tribulation, and even be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma realm. And what about your senior brother Xiao? How far can he cultivate? The Divine Sea realm? The Qi control realm? At most, it's just a realm transformation. In terms of qualifications, he's not even qualified to carry my shoes. You! Wang Hao was furious. He was about to refute, but was stopped by Xiao Ming. Senior brother Xiao, this guy is too arrogant and doesn't take you seriously at all. Wang Hao said angrily. It doesn't matter, I'm not angry, and you don't need to get excited, Xiao Ming said calmly, although luck is extremely important to a warrior, I, Xiao Ming, do not accept my fate. There is no point in having a war of words with him. Let's look at the future. Xiao Ming had already anticipated the results of the luck test, and he had even guessed everyone's disappointed reactions in advance. But so what? Xiao Ming's blue luck is only temporary. As long as I am given time to grow, my luck will continue to advance and grow. One day, I will be surrounded by 9 colors. With the addition of the system, you will surely reach the top. Well, let's look at the future. The blood-clothed young man continued to sneer, now that the facts are before our eyes, you are still so stubborn. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Okay, stop talking, Liu Xiang waved his hand and said, this is the end of the luck test. You are all inner disciples of the sect. Now go and collect your respective items. After that, Liu Xiang left hastily with a group of elders and disciples. The blood-clothed young man glanced disdainfully at Xiao Ming, and then left the place with his head held high, like a victorious rooster. Xiao Ming took a deep look at the young master in blood clothes and left with Wang Hao and Lin Feng. On the other hand, Hu Yunxi's beautiful eyes were full of anger. After glaring at the young man in blood, he looked at the leaving figures of Liu Xiang and others. Her eyes flickered, not knowing what she was thinking. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming, Lin Feng, and Wang Hao each received their own things, mainly the inner disciples' identity plates, clothing, and various items such as the monthly elixirs. Also, the 3 of them also each received an independent small courtyard, which is also the residence that every inner disciple of the Qingyunke sword sect will receive. After parting ways with Lin Feng and Wang Hao, Xiao Ming took Hu Yunxi to his residence. Enter the room. After Xiao Ming closed the door, he let out a sullen breath. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It feels really unpleasant to be looked down upon by others. Fortunately, Xiao Ming had a premonition of what had happened just now, so he was not too badly hit. After calming down, Xiao Ming opened the space ring and took out the Qingling Lotus. Now he has enough time to absorb the incomplete sword seed and inherit the Qinglian sword intention inside. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the Qingling Lotus. Immediately, a majestic sword intent surged out from it, and the sword intent flew into the air, and then formed a huge cyan lotus. Xiao Ming turned around and majored in the Emperor's shocking technique, and began to absorb bit by bit the majestic sword intent emanating from this lotus flower. As time goes by, more and more sword intent was absorbed by Xiao Ming, while the blue lotus became lighter and lighter, and its connection with Xiao Ming became deeper and deeper. Almost blended into one. The sun changes and the stars move. Time passes little by little. Xiao Ming stayed in the room for 2 full days and still showed no sign of coming out. Hu Yunxi in the small courtyard looked up at the sky from time to time, with determination and anger on her beautiful face. The means laid out in advance in the previous life are gradually awakening one by one. Those opportunities are waiting for me. Hu Yunxi whispered to himself, it seems that I have to leave the young master. But before I leave, I have to do one thing. While saying this, Hu Yunxi became angry again, and she turned to look at the top of the mountain. That is the core of Qingyunke sword sect, and the leader Liu Xiang lives on the top of the mountain. With a flash of his body, Hu Yunxi disappeared directly on the spot without causing even a breeze. The top of the mountain. The place where Liu Xiang lives. At this time, Liu Xiang was squinting his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he sensed something inexplicably and suddenly opened his eyes. Then I saw a graceful figure in front of me. This figure is none other than Hu Yunxi. Are you, the maid who followed Xiao Ming? Liu Xiang said in surprise, and then immediately became alert. How did you come here? Who are you? He clearly felt that Hu Yunxi was special. He was able to arrive at his residence quietly. If he hadn't suddenly sensed it, he might have been attacked by now. It has been more than 10 breaths since I came to you, and now you have reacted. It seems that your half-step to escape the tribulation is nothing more than this, Hu Yunxi said lightly. As for why I'm here, hey, I want to beat you up to vent your anger on the young master. Beat up Lu Xiang. The second move has passed, and you still have one last chance. Lu Xiang did not dare to take action again, because the Hu Yunxi in front of him was too weird, definitely not an ordinary realm transformation realm Dzogchen, and he no longer had the confidence to win. Where are the elders? Come and help me. Lu Xiang raised his head and shouted. The sound was rolling, but it didn't spread. It only vibrated back and forth around him. It's useless, this space has been blocked by me, and any of your requests for help cannot be spread, Hu Yunxi said lightly, even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. Seeing this, Lu Xiang became even more frightened. This beautiful woman in front of him can even block his cry for help? Is this something that the Huayu realm can do? Thinking of this, Lu Xiang woke up suddenly. He had just sensed that something was wrong with the space around him. It turned out to be blocked. Looking at the tables, chairs, and other objects in the room, I saw that those things were clearly close at hand, but they seemed to be far away and untouchable. And after the 2 attacks just now, the room did not suffer any damage. Those things seemed to be excluded from some kind of space. Even if he and Hu Yunxi fought to pieces, the outside world would not be affected in any way. After realizing how powerful Hu Yunxi was, Lu Xiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "I just said that I will give you a good beating to vent your anger on the young master." Hu Yunxi's voice was still Gujing Wubo, and she said softly, "Lu, you have one last chance to take action. After one move, I will blow your head off. You've gone too far to bully me. I'll fight you." Lu Xiang roared and immediately took out a heaven-level sword from the storage space. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, activated all the true energy in his body, and slashed hard at Hu Yunxi. Boom! A terrifying sword beam emitting monstrous purple light suddenly shot out from the sword. Wherever the sword beam passed, vitality roared and the heaven and earth shook. Even the void space was cut with a clear white seal by this sword. This is Lu Xiang's strongest move with all his strength. Lu Xiang asked himself, even if he faced a move, he could only temporarily avoid the attack, but he would never dare to face it head-on. Such a terrifying purple sword strikes, does Xiao Ming's beautiful maid in front of her dare to accept it? Can she handle it? Under Lu Xiang's nervous gaze, the purple sword, carrying a terrifying power, hit Hu Yunxi's body heavily. However, there was no sound. The moment Qingyunke came into contact with Hu Yunxi, a piece of 9-colored divine light suddenly lit up in the void in front of Hu Yunxi. The divine light flashed away, and along with it, Qingyunke was taken away out of thin air. Everything is like nothing happened. Lu Xiang was stunned. That was his strongest blow. The terrifying Qingyunke, who even he feared like a tiger, had disappeared so inexplicably. Moreover, during this process, Hu Yunxi did not even move or even blink an eyelid. Didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Xiang stepped back in fear, feeling that he had encountered a monster, an invincible monster. At this time, Hu Yunxi spoke, "3 moves have been passed. I gave you the chance but you didn't use it. Lu Xiang, stick out your neck and prepare to be beaten." The words have not yet fallen. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from Hu Yunxi's body. As the aura surged out, water flows of 3 colors were generated out of thin air, and instantly turned into monstrous waves. The water waves were turbulent, like the sea pouring in, rolling up in an instant. "Take it out on Xiao Ming," warned Lu Xiang. He immediately took out a set of robes and hung them on his body, looking at Hu Yunxi with fear like a little lamb looking at a tiger. He was attacked by the three lights divine water, and he knew that everything just now was not an illusion. Three lights divine water. Xiao Ming's personal maid was able to display the unique domain of the three lights divine water. This is a very famous and powerful great magical power. The three lights divine waters are the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. Among them, the sunlight divine water is specifically used to consume the essence, blood, bones and flesh, the moonlight divine water can corrode the soul, and the starlight divine water can devour the spiritual consciousness and thoughts. Any of the divine waters is a powerful killer. However, when the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water are combined into one, they will become the world's #1 healing holy medicine. The fused three lights divine water can cure all injuries and diseases, and can also remove any kind of deadly poison. Even it can also turn bones into flesh and revive the dead. What is flesh and bones? It means that after a skeleton is nourished by the three lights divine water, it can quickly grow blood and flesh, and become a normal living human again. What is a living dead? It means that a dead body can be resurrected instantly after being affected by the three lights divine water. It can be said that as long as you have the three lights divine water, you will have the ability to be immortal and can constantly resurrect yourself and others, which is extremely magical. And now, the three lights divine water, a great magical power that has both extremely strong lethality and healing abilities, has been mastered by Xiao Ming's personal maid. In front of Hu Yunxi, the proud Lvziang was tortured and had no temper at all. Just now, his body was worn away, his soul was corroded, and his own consciousness was devoured, and he was about to fall into a situation of complete extinction. Then, the three streams of divine water merged into one again, allowing him to be resurrected and reappear in the world. After this set of operations, Lvziang was completely convinced. You can't refuse to accept it. Whether he lives or dies is completely in the hands of Hu Yunxi. Senior, who are you? How did I offend you? Lvziang said with a complicated look and a trembling voice. You are not qualified to know my origins, Hu Yunxi sneered. As for offending, you didn't offend me, but you offended my son. The reason why I spared your life is to teach you a lesson and let you know how powerful I am. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded. Hu Yunxi raised his hand and slapped him. Suddenly, a palm shadow whizzed past and hit Lvziang's old face. This slap is to punish you for daring to look down on my son. Pa! Another crisp slap sounded. Blue luck, right? Despise my son, right? Let you laugh at my son. Hey! The third palm was affected, and it hit Lvziang's face again without mercy. This palm is to warn you that my son cannot be wronged in the Qingyunke sword sect. After 3 palms, Lvziang finally grasped the core of the problem. The reason why this super strong man in front of him dealt with him was for Xiao Ming, so as long as Xiao Ming's problem was solved, today's matter could be perfectly resolved. Thinking of this, Lvziang hurriedly asked, May I ask what you want me to do, senior? As long as I, Lvziang, can do it, I will do my best. Unconsciously, he had used the honorific senior, and he was really scared by Hu Yunxi. I won't make it difficult for you. I have only one request, that is, my son cannot be wronged in any way, Hu Yunxi said with a cold face. If you dare to bully my son, I will destroy your Qingyunke sword sect. At this point, Hu Yunxi said in a serious tone, I am not joking. If I say I will destroy your sect, I will destroy your sect. Hearing this, Lvziang subconsciously shuddered. He believed that Hu Yunxi could do it. Hu Yunxi is so powerful that even he, who is half a step away from the tribulation, is no match for him. Who else in the entire Qingyunke sword sect can stop Hu Yunxi? He can't stop him at all. Don't worry, senior. I, Lvziang, swear to heaven that I will never let Xiao Ming suffer any grievances. Liu Xiang said hurriedly, if you break your oath, heaven and earth will destroy you. If you break your oath, I can kill you with one hand without heaven and earth destroying you. Hu Yunxi sneered, I've finished my words, you can do whatever you want. After that, Hu Yunxi's body shook and disappeared directly on the spot. At the same time, the three-light divine water that filled the sky and the inexplicable power that cut off the surrounding space also dissipated out of thin air. Everything returned to normal. Liu Xiang looked around and saw that his room was still the same as before, and the tables, chairs, beds and other things were not affected at all. And the outside world was calm and no one noticed the abnormality here. The series of battles just now did not attract anyone's attention, and even the vitality between heaven and earth did not have any slight fluctuations. After seeing this situation, Lv Xiang's heart was filled with extreme fear. Xiao Ming's maid was too powerful, so powerful that it made people despair. The only thing to be thankful for was that Xiao Ming's maid had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he, the head of Lingjian Sect, would disappear inexplicably, and no one would know why he disappeared. After being frightened, Liu Xiang became aggrieved and angry again. What he was angry about was not Hu Yunxi, but the young man in blood who kept mocking Xiao Ming at the test site today. He did not underestimate Xiao Ming, at most he was just disappointed. Although blue luck is not as surprising as golden luck, it is definitely not weak, because most of the inner disciples of Lingjian Sect have this kind of luck. Liu Xiang dared to swear that he definitely did not underestimate Xiao Ming. It was only because of the blood-clothed young master's non-stop spouting nonsense and arrogant remarks that Xiao Ming's maid came to the door. But for Liu Xiang, this was an unreasonable disaster. The person who mocked Xiao Ming was the young man in blood, and he was beaten violently for no reason. Young master in blood clothes, you are the cause of all this. If I don't deal with you, I am not stable. Liu Xiang was furious. However, he did not lose his mind. Liu Xiang first found a set of tight-fitting black robes and put them on to cover his body shape and face, then quietly left the top of the mountain and went straight to the residence of the bloody-robed young master. Hu Yunxi has left, Zhudian is waiting for you. 6th level, Heavenly level. Movement, Wind Spirit Step, Earth level. Weapon, Tiangang Sword, the best of the heavens. Martial skills, 100 Shadows Crazy Slash, Moon Shattering Slash, Sword Controlling, Yuan Shattering Sword Gang, World Slashing, Dachan. Special Martial Arts. Transformation Realm Green Lotus Sword Intent, incomplete. Storage Weapon, Mo Kong Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has changed one after another, and it has begun to communicate with heaven and earth. At the same time, the future life direction has changed greatly. It's like a fog, elusive. The first opportunity in the near future, I will go to Lingjian Cave in a few days and obtain a large amount of training resources, which will hopefully lead to promotion to the Divine Sea Realm. After reading his message, Xiao Ming sighed. I don't know if it's because of Hu Yunxi's departure, but he only has one opportunity left in the near future. But being able to completely refine and absorb the Qinglian sword intent is an encouraging and happy event. Although his Qinglian sword intention is only in an incomplete state, it has reached the terrifying realm of transformation. And Xiao Ming's current state is only the Danhu state of perfection. Above the Dan Lake realm is the Divine Sea realm, after the Divine Sea is the Qi controlling realm, and after the Qi controlling realm is the transformation realm. In other words, Xiao Ming can use the realm of Danhu realm to display the terrifying skills of realm transformation realm. This is definitely a very powerful killing weapon. Only the Green Lotus sword intent in the transformation realm is too terrifying and requires a lot of true energy to be used. With Xiao Ming's current state, even with the blessing of the 5 elements holy body, half of his life will be lost after using the sword intent. So, Qinglian sword intent is his last killer move. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. After sorting out the sword intention matter, Xiao Ming looked serious and walked out of the room, intending to look for Hu Yunxi. Hu Yunxi has a very good relationship with him, so he shouldn't leave without any reason. After living with Hu Yunxi for such a long time, Xiao Ming no longer had the strong utilitarianism he originally had, and his feelings for Hu Yunxi were inevitably mixed with other feelings. This may not be the so-called love, but it definitely has the friendship of companions who hold each other together for warmth. Therefore, he must find out what happened when Hu Yunxi left. While thinking about it, suddenly, Xiao Ming saw a farewell letter lying quietly on the table in the living room. When he opened it, Hu Yunxi's handwriting appeared one by one. "Sir, I sensed many hidden opportunities. They were my back UPS arranged in advance. In order to become stronger faster, I can only leave you. During my absence, you have to eat well and practice well. Although your luck level is only blue, I believe you will definitely become famous in the mainland. You have to work hard. Parting is too painful, so I won't see you. Sir, I'm waiting for you at the top of the Xianwu Continent. I have an intuition that the time when we meet will not be too far away. Read it in one sitting." Xiao Ming was stunned. It turned out that Hu Yunxi left him because he sensed his opportunity. If this is the case, Xiao Ming has no regrets, and is even happy that Hu Yunxi can sense the fate of her own arrangement. Looking at the envelope again, Xiao Ming's eyes stayed on the last paragraph. "Sir, I'm waiting for you at the top of the Xianwu Continent. I have an intuition that the time when we meet will not be too far away. The pinnacle of the Xianwu Continent. Hu Yunxi is waiting for me there." Xiao Ming clenched his fists and whispered to himself, "I also believe that the time when we meet will not be too far away. Xiao Yunxi, I will not let you down. Let's meet at the top. Head to Lingjian Cave." After some impassioned talk, Xiao Ming calmed down and walked out of his residence. He planned to visit Lin Feng and Wang Hao to see if they could pick up some wool. After searching around, Xiao Ming could not find these two people. The reason was that Wang Hao had accepted a sect mission and was out on business. As for Lin Feng, Xiao Ming found out that Lin Feng was summoned by Elder Hengziu after testing his luck. It is said that two people are going to do double cultivation. Both men and women practice together. It's exciting just thinking about it. After hearing this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but lament that Lin Feng's popularity with women was unparalleled, and he could even win over the elder Hengziu who had been single for many years. He also heard something. It's about the bloody man. It is said that not long ago, the bloody-robed young man was severely beaten by a strong man wearing black clothes and covering his face. He was beaten until he cried for his father and his mother, and wailed in his mouth. After the blood-clothed young man was beaten, he went to the boss angrily and demanded justice. However, the leader doesn't know much about this matter. Although he has issued an order to investigate the matter thoroughly, it is estimated that it will be ignored in the end. Young master in blood clothes actually got beaten up for no reason? This is a strange thing. Xiao Ming was also quite surprised. Logically speaking, young master in blood clothes just joined the Qingyunke sword sect, so he shouldn't have any enemies. Forget it, he got beaten up, and I just happened to be watching. Shaked his head. Xiao Ming walked towards the sect's main hall, intending to ask about Qinglian sword intent. He now only has incomplete sword intention. Although this sword intention is powerful enough, Xiao Ming still wants to obtain the subsequent inheritance of sword intention. Even if you can't get it, it's still necessary to ask some relevant questions. Arrive at the sect's main hall. Xiao Ming found an elder named Wu and told his problem. Do you want to get the subsequent inheritance of sword intention? Elder Wu was a little surprised, and then said, the subsequent inheritance of sword intention has been placed in the sword tower. You can only enter the sword tower to challenge the afterimages left by the strong men and reach a certain level before you are eligible to receive the inheritance. Sword tower. Hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. He did see a majestic tower in the sect that was as tall as a cloud and as sharp as a sword piercing the sky. Could it be that the tower was the sword tower the elder mentioned? That's right, it's the sword tower. Elder Wu nodded and said, the sword tower is a special trial base of our Qingyunke sword sect. There are 100 floors in it, and each floor has a trace of the power of a strong man. Shadow. Some of those phantoms are left by the powerful men of the past generations of the inner sect, and some are left by extremely outstanding disciples. Disciples who enter the sword tower need to face challenges one by one to hone their martial arts. Once they win, they will not only leave their own afterimages but also gain different opportunities. And the sword intention inheritance you are asking about is in the sword tower. If you want to get the inheritance, you must defeat the afterimage left by Master Qinglian on that level. So that's it. Xiao Ming nodded. Then I became worried again. Master Qinglian is an extremely powerful being. It is said that he is even more powerful than Liu Xiang, who was halfway through the tribulation. The shadow of the strong man he left behind is naturally also extremely powerful. How difficult it is to defeat. On the other hand, if Xiao Ming had the strength to defeat Master Qinglian's residual image, he wouldn't need Qinglian's sword intent. Thinking about it this way, it was almost a dead end. Seemingly seeing what Xiao Ming was thinking, Elder Wu smiled and said, if you want to obtain the subsequent inheritance of sword intention, you don't have to defeat Master Qinglian. You can also obtain sword intention by gaining his approval. You probably don't know yet. The more powerful a warrior is, the more flexible the shadow he leaves behind will be. For a powerful being like Master Qinglian, his shadow even possesses a hint of intelligence. If you are lucky, you can get the inheritance after a good communication with him. I understand. Xiao Ming exhaled a breath and said, I'm going to the sword tower now to try my luck. However, Elder Wu shook his head. You are currently in the Dan Lake realm of great perfection, and are not yet qualified to challenge the sword tower. According to the sect's rules, you must at least reach the Divine Sea realm before you can step into the sword tower. The reason why there is this rule is mainly because those who can leave their names in the sword tower are all powerful warriors. This is also a kind of protection for warriors like you in the Dan Lake realm. After a pause, Elder Wu added, I know you, your name is Xiao Ming, and you have been quite popular recently. Although your realm is only the Dan Lake perfection, you can still display the strength of the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. However, even so, I don't recommend that you step into the sword tower now. Because you are not the only one who can challenge the higher level. Those warriors who can leave their names in the sword tower can also do this. So, you'd better improve your realm first. Realm is the foundation of a warrior. Only by raising your realm can you have the ability to maneuver in the sword tower with ease. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded silently. Elder Wu was a good person. Not only did he patiently explain many things, he also considered him considerately. He is a rare caring elder. Thank you, Elder Wu, for giving me the guidance. I will remember this, Junior. Xiao Ming bowed his hand seriously. After the two talked for a while, Xiao Ming said goodbye and left. Walking on the road of the sect, Xiao Ming thought about the next action. Now Lin Feng and Wang Hao can't see him, so he can't get the wool from him. After being beaten up by the nameless strong man, the blood-clothed young master's injuries broke out, and he stayed in the room to heal his injuries. Although Xiao Ming wanted to kill him to eliminate the trouble, there was no suitable opportunity for a while. In terms of sword intent, he could not enter the sword tower for the time being to seek the subsequent sword intent inheritance. As for accepting sect tasks and going out to do things, now that Lingjian Cave is about to open, there is not enough time to toss back and forth, and he has no mind to do any tasks. After some thinking, his next action can only focus on Lingjian Cave. Calculating the time, there are still 10 days before the full moon day, I can prepare in advance, Xiao Ming thought secretly, especially my own realm, I can increase the concentration of true essence in my body by swallowing a lot of cultivation resources. Even if there is no possibility of breakthrough, it is also good to compress the true essence and lay a good foundation. Xiao Ming is a decisive person. After making the next plan, he returned to his residence and locked himself in the room to practice hard. He turned a deaf ear to the outside world and devoted himself to practice. Practice without counting years. Soon, 7 or 8 days passed. On this day, Xiao Ming finished his practice and walked out of his room. Although Lingjian Cave would not be opened for several days, he decided to go to the location first and find out the surrounding situation before taking the next step. It is always good to plan ahead. Summoning the Tiangang sword, Xiao Ming jumped up, and then stepped on the sword to break through the air. Whoosh! A sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded. Xiao Ming was extremely fast, and in a moment he drilled into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. Join the expedition team. Lingjian Cave is not far from the headquarters of Lingjian Sect, only a few hundred miles away. It didn't take Xiao Ming long to reach the mountains near Lingjian Cave. But, looking up, I saw that the mountains at my feet were extremely desolate. Not only did they lack rich aura, these mountains were also bare. There are not even many flowers, plants, and trees. It's simply a rundown wasteland where birds don't poop. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming suddenly realized. I just said that Lingjian Cave is not far from the sect. Why didn't the sect send strong men to occupy this resource point? It turns out that this place is too deserted and remote, and no one noticed it. That's right, unless a warrior is too lazy to wander around here. As he spoke, Xiao Ming took out a map and started looking for the location of Lingjian Cave according to the marks on the map. Quickly, he locked onto a majestic mountain. This mountain peak is quite huge. The mountain is entirely composed of yellow soil and rocks, with few flowers, plants, and trees on it. Compared with the surrounding mountains, there is nothing special except that it is larger. But the map clearly shows that this mountain is Lingjian Cave. It should be hollowed out and there is a cave inside. Also, Xiao Ming also saw from a distance that there was a dilapidated temple on the top of the mountain. With a flash of his body, Xiao Ming stepped on his flying sword and shot towards the ruined temple. Call out! The wind blows and then returns to normal. Xiao Ming fell in front of the ruined temple. Looking around, I saw that the ruined temple was already in a semi-collapsed state. Both the inside and the outside were covered with dense white spider webs. Xiao Ming thought for a moment and did not go in to check. Instead, he found a relatively clean place at the door and sat on the floor. There are still 4 days until the full moon, and he just needs to wait quietly. By the way, you can also swallow some elixirs and pills to enhance your true energy. Sunset and moonrise. Then the night recedes and the sun shines brightly. This happens again and again. There is only half a day left before Lingjian Cave opens. Xiao Ming, who was refining the medicinal power in his body, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. I saw the clouds in the sky being forcibly torn apart by the breath, and then several figures were revealed. There were 5 people in total. These 5 people were a skinny old man who took the lead, a plump woman, 2 great monks, and a young man with a cold face. Except for the old man who was in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm, the remaining 4 people were all in the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Just when Xiao Ming discovered them, they also discovered Xiao Ming. There's actually someone else. The skinny old man who took the lead was surprised, and then he quickly led the people behind him down and landed in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's face was cautious, he had already stood up from the ground, and at the same time clenched the Tiangang sword in his hand. He didn't expect that someone would actually find this place. No need to think about it, they must all be here for Lingjian Cave. Boy, who are you and why are you here? The skinny old man asked with a frown, holding a ghost-headed crutch. Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, and then said, why are you here to ask? Of course you are here to hide it. So you also want to enter Lingyun Cave. It seems that you also have a treasure map. The skinny old man asked unhappily. Xiao Ming snorted as an answer. The skinny old man looked Xiao Ming up and down, and after sensing Xiao Ming's realm, he suddenly sneered and said, "It turns out that your realm is just a mere Dan Lake perfection. Haha, you dare to come here to hunt for treasures with such a weak strength. You are really looking for death." The words have not yet fallen. He then raised the ghost-headed crutch in his hand and smashed it at Xiao Ming from afar. In an instant, the crutch erupted into a thick black mist, and out of the black mist jumped out a ferocious evil ghost in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, attacking Xiao Ming with its fangs and claws. Xiao Ming was not afraid, he raised the Tiangang sword and slashed hard. Next moment, a 200-meter-long dark golden sword shadow formed out of thin air, and then slashed down with a powerful sword power. Boom! The sword shadow slashed down, easily blasting the ferocious evil ghost, and then continued downwards, slashing hard at the skinny old man's body. The sudden situation shocked the old man. He never expected that Xiao Ming, a small Dan Lake realm perfectionist, would kill the powerful evil ghost he had raised for many years with one sword. That evil ghost is in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. Even warriors of the same realm would be in a hurry when facing an evil spirit, and they were not even a match for the evil spirit. But Xiao Ming on the opposite side easily defeated him, and even the dark golden sword shadow that was slashed out still had enough power to attack him. In the flash of lightning, the skinny old man had no time to think and immediately threw the ghost-headed crutch in his hand. The ghost-headed crutch emitted more black mist and transformed into a dark skull the size of a house, biting Xiao Ming's sword shadow. There was a bang sound. The dark golden sword shadow was bitten into pieces by the skull, but the skull was also shaken back and forth, growling incessantly. What a domineering sword shadow! The skinny old man took back his skull and turned into a ghost-headed walking stick again, with a look of shock on his face. The remaining 4 people also looked surprised. At this time, a monk spoke, although this fellow deist is only at the Dan Lake realm, his burst of strength has reached the Divine Sea realm, and is even stronger than the average early stage of the Divine Sea realm. In my opinion, there is no need for us to fight each other and waste our strength here. We can even form a small team and explore Lingyun Cave together. Finished. He turned to look at the skinny old man and asked with a smile, "Mr. Wang, what do you think?" The skinny old man known as Mr. Wang snorted coldly and said, "This kid is indeed a bit powerful and a good helper." He tacitly agreed that Xiao Ming could join the team. Xiao Ming sneered in his heart. If he hadn't shown great strength, he might have been silenced long ago. The world of cultivation is so cruel, everything depends on strength. As for team formation, Xiao Ming didn't want to waste his strength here, so there was no harm in teaming up with them. He just had to be careful to avoid being attacked by surprise. For many expedition teams, the biggest threat is not the monsters in the secret, but from their own teammates. But it's just a sneak attack. You can turn your back in an instant, and I can also secretly plot against you. It depends on who is more capable. After the atmosphere calmed down, the monk asked with a smile, "Since we are all on the same boat, we naturally need to understand each other. I dare to ask, brother, what do you call me?" "Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming slowly spit out 2 words. At this time, he was not wearing the unique disciple clothing of the Qingyunke sword sect, and looked like a wandering casual cultivator. "It turns out to be Tongdao Xiao," the monk chuckled. "The poor monk's name is Ji Kong. The person next to him is my junior brother, named Gai. You already know me, Mr. Wang, so I won't introduce you. The plump woman next to me is Mrs. Bai, and the last colleague is named Han Qingfeng." Xiao Ming nodded one by one, as if they knew each other. At the same time, he opened the system's viewing function, and immediately, the information about these people appeared one by one. Kill the engine. 9 colors Han Qingfeng. Name, Zhaikeng. Realm, early stage of Shenhai realm. Fate, full of luck, green, bloody disaster, about to die. Main practice, bloodthirsty evil skill, Xian level. Weapon, bloodthirsty hammer, Xian level top grade. Life scenario, a traitor and rebel of Taifu Temple. After accidentally obtaining the bloodthirsty evil skill, he assassinated his mentor in order to practice it, slaughtered his parents and brothers, fled all the way, and finally died. Recent opportunities. Originally, he would not die so quickly, but after being affected by some kind of power, even with good luck, he died unexpectedly during the exploration of Lingyun Cave. Name, Zhaichen. Realm, early stage of Shenhai realm. Fate, full of luck, green, bloody disaster, about to die. Main practice, black evil skill, Xian level. Weapon, black evil knife, Xian level top grade. Life scenario, a traitor and rebel of Taifu Temple. Following his senior brother Zhaikeng to rebel against the sect, fled all the way, and finally died. Recent chance, after being affected by some kind of power, they died during the exploration of Lingyun Cave. Name, Mrs. Bai. After reading the information of the first 4 people, Xiao Ming was secretly shocked. The luck level of these 4 people is not too high, they are all just blue, but in addition to blue, they also have an upcoming blood disaster. In other words, the 2 monks, the woman and the old man surnamed Wang in front of them will all die in Lingyun Cave. And the reason why they have such an ending is that they were affected by some kind of power. The influence of some kind of power. Xiao Ming immediately became alert, he sensed something was wrong. Let's look at the last young man named Han Qingfeng. His information is as follows. Name, Han Qingfeng. Realm, early stage of Shenhai realm. Fate, Son of Luck, 9 colors, Group Destruction Engine, 9 colors, Turn Danger into Safety, 9 colors, Change Fate against Heaven, 9 colors. Main Cultivation Technique, Qingyun Sword Art, Earth level. Physique, Qingmu King Body, Heaven level. Martial Arts, Qingyuan Rejuvenation Technique, Sword Transformation into Long Rainbow, Qingyu Mysterious Lightning Shield, Fengyuan Tyrant Finger, Spiritual Thunder Technique. Magic Weapon, Qingdi Supreme Cauldron, Immortal Treasure, Great Dao Instrument. Weapon, Qingyun Sword, Earth level. Life Script, an ordinary mountain village boy with extremely low cultivation aptitude, but after obtaining the immortal treasure, he finally reached the top of the immortal world. Note, Qingdi Supreme Cauldron is suspected to be a great Dao instrument. Recent opportunity 1, when searching for treasures in Lingyun Cave, I found a lot of blood amber, and my realm skyrocketed. Recent opportunity 2, in the deepest part of Lingyun Cave, a dead skeleton was found, and then on one of the ribs of the dead skeleton, a golden book and jade page were found. Recent opportunity 3, a large number of natural treasures were found, and after putting them into the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron, a large number of excellent quality pills were obtained. Recent opportunity 4, after the death of teammates, a large number of treasures and cultivation resources were obtained. Recent opportunity 5. Opportunity 6. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After reading them one by one, Xiao Ming was stunned. Damn, you are the rumored group destroying engine? At this moment, Xiao Ming even had the urge to leave this place, for no other reason, Han Qingfeng's group destroying aura was too scary. Even Xiao Ming couldn't stand it. But Xiao Ming was unwilling to leave. There are many opportunities in Lingyun Cave, especially the blood amber and the golden book and jade page. One can improve his realm, and the other can improve his combat power. Xiao Ming doesn't want to give up. Hesitantly, Xiao Ming looked at Han Qingfeng again, especially at his 9-color luck of the group annihilation engine. Suddenly, the description of this luck appeared. Group annihilation engine, 9 colors Han Qingfeng can automatically transfer his own bad luck and danger to others. All warriors who team up with Han Qingfeng for adventure will basically perish and die. Even if they don't perish, they will be seriously injured. To fight against the group annihilation aura, you must have great luck, and only 9 colors can fight against 9 colors. After reading it, Xiao Ming became more EO. He is only blue luck now, and can't fight against the group annihilation aura. In desperation, Xiao Ming summoned the system and asked, "System, will there be danger after I enter Lingyun Cave?" "There is a certain danger, but I won't be seriously injured, let alone perish." The system's answer was concise. With the system's guarantee, Xiao Ming was relieved. It would be good to be able to fight against Han Qingfeng's group annihilation aura. Speaking of it, he has a system, and the system itself is a great fortune. It is probably because of the system that he will not be affected by the aura of group annihilation. At this time, Han Qingfeng, who has an ordinary face, also noticed Xiao Ming and frowned. "Brother Xiao, why do you keep looking at me?" "Nothing, I see that you have a strong aura and are also a good warrior." Xiao Ming smiled and did not show any abnormality. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's prepare in advance," said the leading old man Wang. "Calculate the time, it will be the full moon day in half a day. I have to remind you that Lingyun Cave has 4 floors, each one is more dangerous than the other. I hope you won't hold me back after entering. If you hold me back, then blame me for being ruthless." There was a hint of threat in Mr. Wang's tone. Hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Xiao Ming was equally cautious, not that he cared about Mr. Wang's threat. However, Han Qingfeng had a group annihilating halo, so he didn't dare to be careless. In addition, Lingyun Grotto actually has 4 floors? This is unexpected good news. It seems that joining the expedition team is the right choice, because you can get a lot of information about it. Time passes little by little. Soon, half a day passed. The sun hadn't completely set yet, but at dusk, a big round moon appeared in the sky. The big moon exudes a soft clear glow, which is quite bright and reflects the sunset sunlight. Wait until the sun completely sets. Looking around, the entire mountain range is in a silvery state, and the bright moonlight pours on the earth, as if it is covered with a thin layer of frost. And this time, the originally ordinary ruined temple suddenly began to absorb the moonlight from the sky. After enough moonlight was absorbed, complex patterns appeared on the walls of the ruined temple. With the appearance of the array pattern, the scene inside the ruined temple also changed dramatically. Click, click, click. On the originally dusty ground, the bricks and the surrounding land moved slowly, as if a mechanism had been opened, revealing a huge passage leading directly into the mountain. This passage is not small, it is as big as half a room, and there are layers of steps inside, leading to the deepest part. The entrance to Lingyun Cave appeared automatically. On the first floor of Lingyun Cave, a group of grey flame lizards. The first level, a group of grey flame lizards. And as the entrance appeared, a pungent and strange aura suddenly surged out from inside. Upon seeing this, Mr. Wang and others were immediately overjoyed. Han Qingfeng frowned and took a small step back. When Xiao Ming saw this, he also stepped back. Although he didn't feel any danger in the cave entrance, since Han Qingfeng had retreated, he was naturally ready to run away at any time. Killing the halo is no joke, no matter how cautious you are. "Let's go in quickly," Mr. Wang said in a deep voice. "The entrance will only be open for 1 night. When dawn, the entrance to the agency will automatically close. If you want to open it again, you have to wait until the next full moon." While saying this, Mr. Wang was the first to fly towards the entrance of the ruined temple. The other people looked good and quickly followed, for fear that the contents inside would be taken away by others. Han Qingfeng did not move, but asked cautiously, "What will happen if we are trapped inside?" "After you are trapped, you will be attacked by countless monsters inside. Mr. Wang's voice came faintly, although our strength is strong, we can't stop the waves of attacks from those monsters. And even if we work together, we can't break the entrance to the mechanism, so hurry up. As soon as the words fell, Mr. Wang and others had already entered the hole and disappeared. Hear the words. Han King Feng's expression changed, and he looked uncertain. Old God Xiao Ming was still there, but he didn't make any move. After a while, Han Qing Feng finally made a decision. He stood up and flew towards the hole in the ruined temple. See this! Xiao Ming also quickly followed. He secretly decided in his heart that he would follow Han Qing Feng closely during the expedition. Han Qing Feng didn't move, and neither did he. Moreover, he had to hide behind Han Qing Feng so that he could run away at any time. After entering the cave entrance, a strong spicy smell rushed towards them, and the air was still filled with a sour smell, while Mr. Wang and others in front had already lit the torches prepared in advance. The torches gave off a warm glow, dispersing the surrounding darkness. At the same time, Mr. Wang and others also released their spiritual consciousness and explored the situation before and after again and again. Divine consciousness is born in the brain, which is one of the iconic abilities of a strong person in the Divine Sea realm. After cautiously advancing for several miles, suddenly, the front suddenly became brighter. At the end of the passage, a huge hollow cave appeared. The cave was extremely huge, covering an area of hundreds of acres. There are also deep passages on the walls of the cave. These passages are connected to unknown places, making it impossible for people to see what is going on inside. The entrance that everyone walked through just now is just one of the many passages in the cave. Eyes pulled back. I saw dozens of guard corpses scattered in the center of the cave. These guards were all wearing suits of armor and had long since lost their vitality. What's strange is that these guards are not flesh and blood, but puppets. No need to think. They must have been placed here deliberately by some important person to protect Lingyun Cave and prevent outsiders from entering. It's just that for some unknown reason, these guard puppets are all lifeless. Also, next to the guard puppet, there are a lot of various weapons, including swords, axes, sticks, steel forks and other items. Although the shapes are different, each weapon exudes a dazzling light. Judging from the quality, it is at least the Xian level. Maybe, there are also estate-level weapons. After seeing a lot of weapons, Mr. Wang and others suddenly became excited. With so many weapons, there must be what we and others need. Even if we don't use them, we can sell them for a lot of money. Mrs. Bai said excitedly, and was the first to rush forward. Be careful, Lingyun Cave is unusual. There may be many monsters living there, so don't be reckless. Mr. Wang reminded quickly. Really? As he finished speaking, chirping sounds suddenly sounded one after another in the surrounding passages. Quack quack quack. Lonely and lonely. These sounds were very much like the croaking of frogs, and one after another, it was deafening, like thousands of frogs croaking at the same time. After the sound rang, from each passage, grey lizards emerged one after another. These lizards were densely packed, extremely numerous, and quite large in size. Like a big crocodile in the water. Their bodies are covered with thick hard scales, like armor, and the aura they emit is quite strong. The weakest ones are in the Dan Lake realm. There are even some large lizards from the Divine Sea realm. It's the grey flame lizard. Mr. Wang said in a deep voice, my guess is good. There is indeed a monster guarding here. Everyone, be ready for battle. It's just a little lizard, what's there to be afraid of? Madame Bai sneered, and then pulled out a long whip emitting white light from her waist. She shook hard, and suddenly, the long white whip swept out like a python. Bang bang bang! Wherever the long whip passed, all the grey flame lizards exploded to pieces. Only the big lizards in the Divine Sea realm could withstand one or two. Xiao Ming glanced away. I saw about a dozen big lizards from the Divine Sea Realm in the cave, and they were all in the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm, not even the middle stage. Such strength cannot stop them. As Madame Bai made her move, blood flashed in the eyes of the surrounding grey flame lizards. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and spit out grey flames one after another. In an instant, the huge cave turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire was surging, and the heat was rolling. Xiao Ming and others drew their weapons at the same time and rushed towards the surrounding lizard monsters. Among them, Old Wang shouted, and the ghost-headed crutch in his hand once again spit out thick black smoke and turned into a skull the size of a house. Under the control of Old Wang, the skull was powerful and fought several large lizards in the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm alone, and evenly won. Ji Kong, Han Qingfeng and others also locked onto a large lizard in the Divine Sea Realm, and each displayed a powerful martial art, making the monster scream. As for Xiao Ming retained his strength and fought a small lizard in the Dan Lake realm alone, and fought back and forth, and for a while they were evenly matched. Xiao Ming naturally controlled his own strength. He did not even mobilize the true energy in his body. He relied entirely on the sharpness of the Tiangang sword to fight the lizard monster. As for the grey flames spit out by the lizard monster, Xiao Ming did not take it seriously at all. He could easily extinguish it with a casual wave of his hand. Suddenly, with a bang sound, the extremely sharp Tiangang sword chopped off the small lizard in front of Xiao Ming and cut off half of its head. Xiao Ming! He slipped and killed the grey flame lizard in front of him. Speechlessly sniffing, Xiao Ming chose the next target and continued to pretend to fight. About a quarter of an hour later, all the grey flame lizards in the cave were wiped out, and the ground was full of lizard monster corpses. After getting rid of the annoying monster, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And Mrs. Bai was the first to attack the weapons pile, wanting to check the situation of the weapons. However, just as she excitedly approached the weapons pile and was about to reach out to check, suddenly something strange happened. Mrs. Bai is dead. The first one rushed towards the big lizard. The others also acted in a similar manner and launched a frantic attack on the big lizard. Under this level of attack, an ordinary big lizard in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm could not resist at all, and was instantly at a disadvantage. According to this trend, it won't take long for this lizard monster to be killed by everyone. Only, there was not much joy on Han Qingfeng's face, but his frown deepened. Because he knew the relationship between Mr. Wang and Mrs. Bai. The two were not only expedition teammates, but also lovers. However, after seeing his lover die unexpectedly, Mr. Wang not only did not feel angry at all, he even became excited because there was one less person and he could share more valuable things. This situation made Han Qingfeng more aware of the ugliness of human nature. At the same time, they are becoming more cautious and indifferent. Xiao Ming, not far away, has been observing Han Qingfeng. Although he didn't know what Han Qingfeng was thinking, he could clearly see that the expression on the face of the destined son was getting colder. About 10 minutes later, the big lizard, which was beaten all over with bruises, screamed and died completely. After getting rid of the big lizard, Mr. Wang and others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then looked at the pile of weapons in the distance. Although those weapons are very tempting, no one dares to pass by easily now. After all, no one knows the weapons pile. Mr. Wang, now it's up to you to see your skull. At this time, Zhe Yikeng turned his head and said. Mr. Wang nodded, then controlled the skull to fly away, and arrived next to the weapons pile in a moment. The dark skull opened its mouth and blew fiercely at the pile of weapons. Wow! A gust of black wind blew up out of thin air, and all the valuable weapons were blown aside, exposing the flat ground. This time, there was no hidden danger. However, on the wall behind the weapons pile, a door-shaped hole as tall as a person appeared. The hole was wrapped in a light curtain and was emitting a faint light. The light curtain of this door was blocked by a pile of weapons just now, so no one noticed it. This door light curtain must be connected to the next floor, Zhe Yikeng said in a deep voice. As long as you pass through the light curtain, you can enter the second floor. We'll talk about the second level later. Let's divide the weapons first. Mr. Wang said, rushing over impatiently. After some counting, there were more than 40 weapons on site, most of which were of Xian level quality, and only a few reached the earth level. Because Xiao Ming was at the lowest level and did not contribute much, he was only assigned 5 swords of Xian level quality. He doesn't care either. Because the value of these things is relatively limited, compared with other opportunities in Lingyun Cave, they are simply in the sky and on the ground. What's more, Wang Lao and others are destined to die. No matter how much they share, they can't take it out. After dividing the weapons, Mr. Wang looked around and said in a deep voice, everyone has seen what happened to Madame Bai just now. Lingyun Cave is not a kind place. Everyone must be careful. The second level will definitely be more dangerous. After the battle with the lizards just now, everyone has consumed a lot of their true energy. I suggest that you first swallow the elixir to replenish the lost true energy, adjust your condition to the best, and then enter the next level of adventure. What do you think? That makes sense. Zhe Yikeng nodded. What Mr. Wang said is right. I think so too. No one had an opinion. Afterwards, Mr. Wang and others sat cross-legged directly on the spot and began to swallow some elixirs and medicinal materials to restore the true energy. But Han Qingfeng looked here and there. It seems that he still wants to discover something. He came to the guard puppet and inspected it carefully. After finding nothing, he sighed and shifted his gaze. After a while, he walked to an ordinary passage and emitted his spiritual consciousness, seeming to be sensing something. Xiao Ming has been staring at him secretly. Because Han Qingfeng has the opportunity of blood amber. After Han Qingfeng sensed the entrance of this passage for a moment, he found nothing, and then started to sense the next passage. The next one was not found. Han Qingfeng was not discouraged, and patiently sensed each one. Suddenly, he found something at a certain passageway, and he raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he raised his steps and wanted to walk into the passage. At this time, there was a sound of wind, and Xiao Ming moved. Xiao Ming, who had been prepared for a long time, took the lead and rushed into the passage first. Brother Xiao, this is... Han Qingfeng was stunned. He just sensed something was wrong with this passage, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. When he was about to enter for inspection, Xiao Ming got in first. There may or may not be something in this passage, but Brother Xiao has already entered. Han Qingfeng stood there and hesitated for a moment, and finally rushed in. The second level of Lingyun Cave, the place of evil spirits. The second level, the land of evil spirits. Call. With the wind howling in his ears, Xiao Ming used the speed of Feng Lingbu to the limit. He almost turned into a blue line and rushed to the end of the passage in one breath. This passage is a dead end. At the end, there was a simple nest. There were more than a dozen fist-sized lizard eggs in the nest. These lizard eggs were ordinary and not worthy of attention. But in lizard eggs, these round blood-colored crystals were emitting a faint blood light at this time, as if a large ball of blood had condensed into a solid substance. No need to think, this must be blood amber. Without saying a word, Xiao Ming immediately put away all the blood amber. As soon as he stuffed it into the space ring, there was a sound of breaking wind behind him. Xiao Ming looked back and saw Han Qingfeng rushing over. Brother Xiao, what did you find? Han Qingfeng asked. Besides these lizard eggs, there is nothing else. Xiao Ming shook his head. He said with a disappointed look on his face. Hearing this, Han Qingfeng stepped forward and glanced at the white lizard eggs in the nest one by one. Indeed, there is nothing else but lizard eggs, Han Qingfeng said slowly after looking at them carefully. There was a pause. He added, these lizard eggs must be produced by grey flame lizards. If they are well maintained, they may not be able to give birth to powerful lizards. Brother Xiao, how do you plan to divide it? Half for each person. Xiao Ming said calmly. He was actually not interested in these lizard eggs, because he had already obtained the most valuable blood ember in advance. But the lizard egg is in front. If Xiao Ming doesn't want it, Han Qingfeng will definitely become suspicious. Hence, the language of dividing lizard eggs. Han Qingfeng nodded, then took away half of the lizard eggs, and gave the remaining half to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming accepted them one by one. After a quick glance, he and Han Qingfeng both got 7 lizard eggs. While putting away the white eggs, Han Qingfeng asked seemingly unintentionally, "Brother Xiao moved so fast just now. You rushed in before I could react. You don't sense that there is any good treasure here, do you?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming was slightly startled. Han Qingfeng was becoming suspicious. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming replied, "Brother Han is over-worrying. I just sensed a faint fishy smell here, well, it's like the smell coming from a chicken coop, so I rushed in to take a look." "Oh? Really?" Han Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, and then said pointedly, "Brother Xiao is not simple. Take the battle with the lizards just now. Everyone was trying their best, but Xiao brother seems to be hiding something. I actually fought with a low-strength grey flame lizard for a long time. If I didn't know your background, I would really think that you are an ordinary Dan Lake Realm Dzogchen." Xiao Ming was secretly surprised when he heard this. He thought that Han Qingfeng was really unusual. He could even see his little movements clearly. You know, Mr. Wang and others had never noticed anything strange about him. This guy is so meticulous. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming said, "There is nothing we can do about this. Although I have the strength to fight in the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm, that is my last trump card and I dare not use it easily. Brother Han, you are all strong men in the Divine Sea Realm, and Lingjian Cave is so dangerous, so it's not too much for me, a small Danhu realm, to keep my trump card, right?" Han Qingfeng tilted his head and thought for a moment, then nodded. It is understandable to keep a trump card during the expedition. After all, Han Qingfeng did the same thing. "Let's go back to the cave. If we stay here all the time, Mr. Wang and the others will definitely become suspicious," Han Qingfeng said. After that, he straightened up and flew along the passage towards the hollow cave. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and then followed. After what happened just now, he had figured out Han Qingfeng's character. Han Qingfeng is extremely cautious, not only meticulous, but also very good at thinking. Compared with Lin Feng and Wang Hao, who is also the son of destiny, Han Qingfeng is much more stable, and he is just like an old guy with a lot of wealth. This is certainly due to Han Qingfeng's older age, but more importantly, it is Han Qingfeng's mature character. This kind of person is best able to survive in the cruel world of cultivation. Moreover, it is very difficult to deal with. After Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng returned to the cave, the recovery of Mr. Wang and others had come to an end. After a while, Mr. Wang and others stood up from where they were, all in high spirits. After practicing just now, they have returned to their peak state. As for Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng, Xiao Ming has always maintained his peak condition, and Han Qingfeng is probably about the same, and the true energy in his body should not have been consumed much. After Mr. Wang and others finished practicing, those eyes all fell on the light curtain leading to the second floor. Looking at the light curtain emitting a faint light, Mr. Wang walked over carefully with a ghost-headed crutch. He gently touched the light curtain with the other end of the crutch. Suddenly, the light curtain was like water, making ripples. The other end of the ghost-headed crutch entered the second level without any resistance, leaving only half of it on the first level. This light curtain has no blocking power, we can easily enter the second level. Mr. Wang said in surprise, then plunged into the light curtain and disappeared in an instant. After a while, Mr. Wang's voice came from behind the light curtain, "It's okay inside, you all can come in." Hearing this, Xiao Ming and others breathed a sigh of relief and filed in one by one. There was a flash of light. Everyone crossed the light curtain, and the scene in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. I saw that the second floor was also a cave with a huge area, but it was grey inside, as if it had entered a smog area. There was thick grey fog everywhere. Also, in the middle of the second floor, there is a large area of spiritual flowers and spiritual grass growing, but these flowers and grass are all grey-black in color, and exude a strong evil aura. You can tell at a glance that it is evil. Ghost face flower, evil bone grass, blood-eating fruit. Mr. Wang glanced at the spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs one by one, and said excitedly, "These are the elixirs I have dreamed of, now I am rich." Ji Kong and Gai on the side were also full of excitement. They and Mr. Wang both belong to the evil ways. It can be seen that the flowers and plants in the distance are very useful to them. And this time, Han Qingfeng frowned and shouted softly, "Don't be confused by the medicinal materials. I can sense that there are many evil ghosts living on this second level." Hearing this, Mr. Wang and others trembled and woke up instantly. Looking up and looking around, I saw eyes filled with will-o'-the-wisps suddenly appearing in the grey mist. Kill the evil ghosts. Like the grey flame lizards on the first level, most of them are in the Dan Lake realm, and only a few evil ghosts have reached the Divine Sea realm. Moreover, they are still in the early stages of the Divine Sea realm. Han Qingfeng frowned and slashed forward with the Qingyunke sword in his hand. Suddenly, a thick green sword energy shot out and hit the group of evil ghosts in the distance. "Call out!" The majestic blue sword energy cut through the space and penetrated dozens of evil ghosts in a row before finally slashing heavily on the cave wall behind. The powerful sword energy blasted out a deep sword mark on the hard and thick wall. Suddenly, earth and rocks fell, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. But the evil ghosts who were hit did not suffer much damage. Because they have no entity, Han Qingfeng's sword energy is an energy-based attack, but it has no obvious effect against evil ghosts. Seeing this, Han Qingfeng's brows furrowed even deeper. But the group of evil ghosts in the distance was stimulated, and like a swarm of bees, they rushed towards the direction of Xiao Ming and others. "Little friend Han, these evil ghosts have special shapes, and ordinary martial arts have no effect on them," Mr. Wang said with a smile, "just stand there and watch the show, and see how I deal with them." The words fell. The ghost-headed crutch in Mr. Wang's hand once again transformed into a black skull the size of a house. Under the control of Mr. Wang, the skull sneered and took the initiative to shoot away at the attacking group of evil ghosts. This time, it was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. The skull of Mr. Wang is so ferocious that he can eat more than a dozen ordinary Dan Lake realm evil ghosts with just one opening of his mouth. After eating the evil ghost, the skull's momentum surged and its color became darker and brighter. Just as the skulls were killing people, abstinence from anger has also taken action. He pulled out the black evil sword from his waist and rushed into the group of evil ghosts, slashing out black sword energy one after another. The black sword energy is very special. It is an energy-based attack and has a different kind of aura attached to it. After killing the evil ghost, it can actually cause great damage. Ordinary Dan Lake realm evil ghosts are no match for Gai. A child was blasted on the spot by Gai with a knife. And after killing the evil ghost, Gai's black evil sword was able to absorb the remaining evil spirit of the evil ghost. To a certain extent, Gai's black evil sword was devouring the evil ghost. After devouring the evil ghost, Ji Hui's long sword suddenly shone brightly, and the sword energy from the sword became even more powerful. "See this?" Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng narrowed their eyes at the same time. Jia Yikeng on the side explained, "This junior brother of mine has practiced some special skills, which are quite effective in dealing with evil ghosts. It seems that after this battle, the junior brother's strength has been greatly enhanced." Han Qingfeng suddenly realized. Xiao Ming nodded. The reason why Gai is so brave must be because he has practiced the black evil kung fu. But Mr. Wang was not happy. Because the evil ghosts in front of him are the food of the skull, they can also enhance the strength of his skull. However, after such troubles like Gai, his skull will eat less evil ghosts. With a cold snort, Mr. Wang controlled the black skull and launched an even more fierce attack. Subsequently, the skull opened its mouth and spit out a roaring storm containing a strong ghost energy. The storm swept away, and all the evil ghosts caught in it were instantly torn into pieces. Even the evil ghosts in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm are no exception. After crushing the evil ghost, the skull took another breath and sucked all the evil ghost fragments into his mouth. After casting the ghost energy storm, the skull's efficiency in killing evil ghosts obviously increased several times. The number of evil ghosts on this second level disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng both looked satisfied. But Gai, who had been attacking evil ghosts, suddenly became anxious. At this time, he and Mr. Wang were in a competitive relationship. Both wanted to kill more evil ghosts in order to increase their own strength. While Wang Lao's skull is eating evil ghosts, the evil spirit of evil ghosts that Gai can absorb will inevitably decrease. But anyway, under the different attacks of the two of them, the evil ghosts on the second floor were quickly cleared. It wasn't until the last evil ghost was killed that Wang Lao and Gai stopped attacking. Monk Jiang, your performance is very good. I think you have killed at least hundreds of evil ghosts. Mr. Wang said with a strange air as he took back the skull. That's not as good as you. Ji said in a depressed tone. The ones he killed were all ordinary Dan Lake realm imps, and most of the evil ghosts on the second level were eaten by Mr. Wang's skull. After devouring so many evil ghosts, Mr. Wang's skull had the power of a late-stage Shenhai realm. Even the aura of Mr. Wang himself was much more powerful than before. Okay, enough gossip, let's start dividing the spiritual flowers and spiritual grass. Han Qingfeng said lightly. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the center of the second floor. There is a large area of flowers and plants with evil attributes growing there. Quickly, everyone has finished dividing it up. At this time, Mr. Wang came to Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng and said, "You two little friends, you are not practicing evil techniques, right?" Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng nodded at the same time. In this case, the spiritual flowers and herbs here are of no use to you, Mr. Wang said with a smile. How about selling the medicinal materials to me? Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price. Hearing this, Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng exchanged glances. Okay, it doesn't matter if you sell it to Mr. Wang. Xiao Ming said with a slight smile. Han Qingfeng also nodded. Afterwards, both of them took out the flowers, plants, and other things they were assigned. After some transactions, Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng both got a lot of yuan stone, and Mr. Wang also got a lot of evil flowers and plants. We have cleared the second floor, now everyone is looking for the entrance to the third floor, Mr. Wang said excitedly. I have an intuition that the things on the third floor will definitely be more rich and precious. Everyone took action. After a while, Xiao Ming touched an unexpected stone on the cave wall and pressed it lightly. Ka tap tap. The originally ordinary stone wall of the cave suddenly trembled, and then the mechanism was turned on, and the stone wall moved sideways, revealing a door-like entrance. The entrance to the third floor appears. Shadow. Nethercat. After the third floor, Xiao Ming looked around and saw that the entire third floor was completely dark. There was no light here, and he couldn't even see his fingers. Xiao Ming became vigilant subconsciously, and at the same time secretly circulated the 5 elements holy body. Suddenly, a series of colorful holy patterns appeared quietly on his clothes. Thus, even if he encounters danger and he fails to react in time, the powerful 5 elements holy body can ensure that he is not harmed. Hey, the environment here is very special, it can actually interfere with my consciousness. Suddenly, Han Qingfeng made a surprised and suspicious voice. Yes, I also feel that my consciousness is limited, and I can only sense a few steps in a radius. Me too. It's very weird here, everyone, be careful. Mr. Wang said in a deep voice. Xiao Ming was silent. Han Qingfeng and others are all warriors in the Divine Sea realm, and have already given birth to divine consciousness, but he is still in the Danhu realm and has no divine consciousness to release. Therefore, I have no sense of the so-called limitation of spiritual consciousness. At this time, Mr. Wang and others once again lit the torches they had prepared in advance. However, the torches could only illuminate a radius of about 1 meter, and nothing could be seen further away. Just like this third layer of environment can swallow up light. After discovering this situation, everyone's vigilance became even more intense. Several people held torches and cautiously explored forward. As they walked, Xiao Ming suddenly sensed something was wrong. At this time, he and Han Qingfeng walked at the back of the crowd. The warm torches illuminated the front, but long shadows were drawn behind Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng. There's something wrong with this shadow. Xiao Ming faintly noticed that his shadow was expanding, as if there was something hidden in it. While thinking about it, call out. An afterimage suddenly shot out from Xiao Ming's shadow and struck Xiao Ming's back chest like lightning. There was a bang sound. Xiao Ming was struck by lightning and instantly flew 100 meters away, swallowed up by the dark environment. Be careful! Han Qingfeng shouted loudly. At the same time as he screamed, Han Qingfeng released a cyan energy shield. The shield was quite thick, with phantoms of feathers flying on it. This is his defensive martial skill, Qingyunke shield. At the same time that Han Qingfeng released the shield, Mr. Wang and others all started to move. Wang Lao immediately controlled the skull to protect himself. Ji Kong took out a hammer that exuded a faint blood light, and Gai instantly pulled out his black evil sword. All three of them looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. However, when they looked around, there was nothing strange around them, as if nothing had happened just now. However, Xiao Ming disappeared. Xiao Ming was blasted out of the team by a strange force and was overwhelmed by the surrounding darkness. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. What happened just now? Mr. Wang asked in a deep voice. Brother Xiao was attacked and flew out, Han Qingfeng said solemnly. Moreover, we didn't even see clearly who attacked Brother Xiao. Could it be that Brother Xiao fell and left the team? Gai touched his bald head and asked doubtfully. How is that possible? Brother Xiao must have been attacked by something, maybe he has died. Han Qingfeng shook his head and said. This thing comes and goes without a trace, everyone must be careful. At the same time, in the dark environment 100 meters away, Xiao Ming looked coldly at Han Qingfeng and others who were holding torches not far away. He had indeed been attacked just now, and he didn't even see who was attacking him. He just felt a huge force coming from behind, and he was blown away here. However, due to the 5 elements holy body, he was not injured. At this time, Xiao Ming was in the dark. He coldly observed Han Qingfeng and others who were shrouded in firelight, trying to find out the clues. Quickly, Xiao Ming noticed something strange. I saw that the shadows under the feet of Han Qingfeng and others were expanding rapidly, and there was indeed something inside. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was slightly shocked. This thing is so weird, it can actually hide in people's shadows. In this way, sudden attacks will be hard to guard against. This is how he was blown away just now. As for Han Qingfeng and others, they only glanced around and didn't notice anything happened to the shadows under their feet. Xiao Ming didn't intend to remind them. He was now hiding in the dark, just in time to see what the strange thing was, and also to observe the reaction abilities of Han Qingfeng and others. Just thinking about it, an afterimage suddenly flashed from the shadow of Gai, and the afterimage shot out suddenly, hitting Gai's chest again at lightning speed. There was a bang sound. The monk was caught off guard, and a big bloody hole was dug out of his chest. He didn't even let out a scream, but fell limply to the ground. He had no breath, and the rich blood stained the ground red. A warrior who was in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm died inexplicably. After Jihui died, the afterimage disappeared again. Junior brother. It wasn't until this moment that Zhao reacted. He screamed in grief, threw himself on Gai's body, and then started groping for a while. He took off the black evil sword of Jihui, his storage bag, and all kinds of valuables, and then threw them into his own storage bag. Junior brother, you died so miserably. Zhao touched the non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I will avenge you, ah." Zhao also let out a scream. At the same time as the screams sounded, Han Qingfeng and Mr. Wang looked at the same time, and saw an afterimage shooting out from nowhere and flashing past Monk Ji Kong's neck. The afterimage disappears again. A large amount of blood spurted out from Zhao neck, and his throat was cut off by the afterimage. Giggle, I am not willing. Ji Kong covered his neck with both hands, as if trying to block the wound in his throat, but a large amount of blood still spurted out. His eyes quickly became distracted, and his life was rapidly passing away. In just a few breaths, Zhao was completely lifeless, and his body fell to the ground. So far, the two brothers, Ji Kong and Ji Hui, were all killed. And I don't even know who killed him. What was that flashed by just now? Brother Han, did you see clearly? Mr. Wang was shocked and angry. He turned to look at Han Qingfeng and asked. I didn't see it clearly, but I'm sure that thing has the ability to kill the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, and it can kill instantly. Han Qingfeng said with a solemn expression. After the conversation, Mr. Wang and Han Qingfeng were extremely vigilant. They went back to back and looked around fearfully. However, Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the darkness, made a new discovery. As an outsider, he could clearly see the appearance of the afterimage. That's an extremely fast ghost cat. Nether cat, die. The fourth level of space. If there is really a sealing circle inside, then the question is, who sealed it? Xiao Ming's mind was racing and he was thinking quickly about countermeasures. If the seal is a decent person, you don't have to worry too much, but if the seal is an evil person, then you will be in big trouble. If the person who sealed it is really a person from the evil sect, then they are destroying the seal along the way, thereby giving the evil person a chance to see the light of day again. Xiao Ming thought of the situation on the first floor. In addition to the grey flame lizards, there are also a bunch of corpses of guard puppets scattered in the cave on the first level. Those guard puppets were probably the same as the nether cats. Their mission was to prevent outsiders from entering, but for some unknown reason, all the guard puppets collapsed. It is estimated that the problem occurred because the guard puppet had been active for too long and had no power source. Thinking of the evil ghosts on the second floor, Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. This Lingyun cave is not an ordinary secret place. It seems that you need to be extremely careful with your next actions. While Xiao Ming was thinking secretly, not far away, Han Qingfeng and Mr. Wang were already fighting with the nether cat. The nether cat took the initiative and turned into afterimages and shot back and forth. However, every attack was blocked by Han Qingfeng and Wang Lao. Han Qingfeng possesses the energy-enhanced Qingyu Xianguang shield, and Mr. Wang can mobilize the skull. Although the nether cat appears and disappears, there is still nothing he can do about these two people. As the battle continued, the nether cat gradually became anxious. However, the faces of Mr. Wang and Han Qingfeng showed joy. Because they were surprised to find that although the nether cat is extremely fast, its attack power is limited, and its body is extremely weak, and it can be broken with just one click. Little thing, come and die. Mr. Wang suddenly shouted loudly, and as the sound came out, his skull suddenly sprayed out a lot of black fog. The thick fog rolled in and instantly drowned the nether cat. The nether cat wanted to escape, but was entangled by the skull and trapped in the thick fog, unable to break out. Seeing this, Han Qingfeng and Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xiao Ming in the distance also sighed secretly. This nether cat is bound to die. Because what the nether cat is best at is speed, it is so elusive that even if it cannot kill with one hit, it can still escape at lightning speed. But now that the nether cat is trapped, its maximum speed advantage cannot be used, and it is only a matter of time before it is killed. Really? After only 7 or 8 breaths, there was movement in the thick fog. Meow! The nether cat let out a shrill scream. Then, the thick fog dispersed, and the skull biting the body of the nether cat emerged. The nether cat is not big, just like a newly grown puppy, but its claws are extremely sharp, and each nail is like a curved dagger with a cold light shining on it. In addition, its whole body is covered in dark color. Even if it is dead, its fur still exudes dark light. It turns out to be a little wildcat. After seeing the nether cat's body, Mr. Wang spat in anger. It was this nether cat that scared him so much just now, and even killed Ji Kong and Gai. But fortunately, this netherworld cat had been killed by him and Han Qingfeng together. Little friend Han, this nether cat is in the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm, and its fur and claws are valuable. Why don't we share it? Elder Wang suggested. Good. Let's also divide the things on Ji Kong and Gai. Both of them are casual cultivators and do not have the support of the sect's cultivation resources, so they have an attitude of collecting anything of value as long as they can. Therefore, even the fur and claws of the nether cat were not given up. After the two of them distributed various resources, Mr. Wang sighed and said, I didn't expect Lingjian Cave to be so dangerous. We lost several of our companions just after entering the 3rd floor. Mrs. Bai, Brother Ji Kong Gai, and Xiao Ming are all dead. Little friend Han, what are your next ideas? Do you want to continue the adventure? While saying this, Mr. Wang's eyes changed significantly. His aura was slightly higher and he was ready to fight. The adventure must continue, but we still have to be careful. If there are other cat monsters on the 3rd floor, we may suffer a big loss. Han Qingfeng held the Qingyunke sword in his hand. Which means a lot. Hearing this, Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes and his aura softened a lot. Han Qingfeng is right. Now is not the time for internal strife. After all, Lingjian Cave is so dangerous. One more helper will increase the possibility of survival. Thinking of this, Mr. Wang temporarily suppressed his thoughts of killing Han Qingfeng. After rummaging around for a while, the two found an entrance on a certain stone wall. When they were about to go in, suddenly, there was a movement not far away. Who? Mr. Wang and Han Qingfeng turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. While holding on to their respective weapons, they also threw the torches over. As the firelight shone, Xiao Ming's figure was revealed. Xiao Ming? You're not dead. Mr. Wang was shocked. Brother Xiao is indeed an extraordinary person. He was secretly attacked by a cat-like monster and yet he still looked so alive. Han Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and said unexpectedly. No matter where I am, I almost fainted just now. Xiao Ming walked over and waved his hand and said, if I hadn't had a piece of personal defensive soft armor, I would have become just like Ji Kong Gai. The body lying on the ground. The so-called close-fitting soft armor was naturally something Xiao Ming was talking about, just to find an excuse to pass it off. As for whether Mr. Wang and Han Qingfeng believe it, whether they believe it or not. So, Xiaowu is really lucky. Mr. Wang snorted, as if he didn't believe Xiao Ming's words. Xiao Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the entrance to the 4th floor. Through the entrance, you can see that the 4th floor is a space full of light, where the golden light shines and the aura is amazing. The rich spiritual energy spurted out through the entrance like sea water. The fourth floor, old and withered bones. Looking at the golden entrance, Mr. Wang took back the house-sized skull, turned it into a ghost-headed walking stick again, and then strode in. Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng exchanged glances and entered the fourth floor warily. Looking around, I saw that the fourth floor was not big, only the size of a room. After sweeping his eyes, the situation inside was clearly visible, and there was no visible danger. Instead, the room was filled with soft golden light, causing the entire room to feel warm, like entering a hot spring. More importantly, there are so many yuan stones scattered on the ground. The yuan stones were densely packed, one after another. Even the land on the fourth floor was covered with layer after layer of yuan stones. And these primeval stones all exude amazing spiritual energy, and you can tell at a glance that they are of excellent quality. The spiritual energy leaking that was sensed at the entrance just now was emanated from these yuan stones. Wang Lao had already squatted down, holding the yuan stones on the ground and playing with them. After a moment, he said in surprise, "These yuan stones are all of top quality. They are developed. Now they are developed. Ha 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 ha." Mr. Wang let out a proud laugh, and at the same time, his hands kept frantically digging out the yuan stones on the ground one by one, and then stuffed them into his storage bag. Han Qingfeng was surprised. Xiao Ming also looked stunned. The primeval stones in the room are all of top quality. This is a very rare elemental stone. According to the exchange rate between yuan stones, one high-grade yuan stone can be worth 100 middle-grade yuan stones, or 10,000 low-grade yuan stones. The number of primeval stones in the room is at least 1,000. The wealth resources contained in this fourth layer are truly amazing. But neither Xiao Ming nor Han Qingfeng collected the yuan stone immediately, but looked at the center of the room at the same time. There was a dim, half-meter-high platform that looked like an altar. There is nothing in the sky on the high platform and it looks ordinary. However, all the golden light and spiritual energy in the room are rotating around the high platform. Obviously, this high platform is the centerpiece of the room. Without thinking, Xiao Ming activated the viewing function, and immediately, information about this high platform emerged one by one. Name: Lingjian Sealing Array. Attributes: Sealed Special Items. Explanation: 300 years ago, decent people fought against the evil strongman Old Bone Crossing, and beat Old Bone Crossing's body to pieces, leaving only a soul. The decent people could not wear away the soul of the old man who had the bone rot, so he sealed it in Lingyun Cave, hoping to use the magic circle in a long time to wear away the soul of the old man bit by bit. After reading Jiao Tai's information, Xiao Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. It turns out that this high platform is the sealing circle. And there is also a powerful evil man named Bone Crossing Old Man Sealed. So, what happened to those high-grade yuan stones on the ground? Could it be the power source of the sealing array? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly lost his composure, because Mr. Wang, a dead old man, was frantically collecting yuan stones on the ground. He's breaking the seal. Xiao Ming deliberately stepped forward to stop him, but saw that Mr. Wang had arrived beside the high platform at some point. He stood up in confusion and lowered his head to observe the ceiling high platform. "Mr. Wang, I sense something is wrong with this high platform. Come back quickly." Before Xiao Ming could speak, Han Qingfeng suddenly frowned and said. He also sensed something was wrong with the high platform. "What's wrong? You don't know, right? This high platform is made of a single piece of Lingjian crystal," Mr. Wang turned around and said proudly. "The value of the Lingjian crystal is much greater than that of the yuan stone. If we can move this high platform out, we will make a fortune." Said. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Mr. Wang stretched out his hands greedily and kept stroking the high-level magic circle. His expression was more comfortable than touching his lover's body. "See this? Han Qingfeng frowned and quietly stepped back. Xiao Ming reacted faster and retreated directly to the entrance. At the same time, Xiao Ming kept scanning the room, trying to find opportunities for dead bones. Han Qingfeng's script attribute board clearly stated that he would find a withered skeleton here, and then found a golden book and jade page on one of the skeleton's ribs. But this room is not big, except for the high platform and the Yuan stone on the ground, there is nothing else. Where are the dry bones? In doubt. Suddenly, there was movement on the high platform. I saw the high platform rattling and then sinking rapidly. After a while, the high platform disappeared, leaving only a deep and large hole. Then, from the large hole, an old skeleton that was dissatisfied with dust and cobwebs slowly rose up. This withered bone is not the usual white color, but pitch black. It is also covered with various strange patterns, and on top of the patterns, there are golden spells engraved on it. The moment he saw the withered bones, Xiao Ming suddenly understood. This should be the body of the old man who eats bones. Looking again, I saw that one of the ribs of this withered bone was very different from the other bones. This rib turned out to be the color of jade. It is clear. The so-called golden book and jade page are hidden inside this rib. Xiao Ming subconsciously wanted to rush over and fight for the ribs, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong with Mr. Wang. I saw him looking straight at the old withered bones that suddenly appeared, his face dull and his eyes a little distracted. It's like turning into a sculpture. Old Wang? Xiao Ming asked tentatively. Old Wang did not respond. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming picked up a piece of Yunxi on the ground and smashed it hard on Old Wang's head. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded. The Yunxi hit Old Wang's face heavily, and the powerful force shattered the Yunxi, but Old Wang still did not respond. Seeing this scene, even a fool would understand that there was something wrong with Old Wang. Seeing this, Xiao Ming immediately clenched the Tiangang sword in his hand, and Han Qingfeng on the side also looked cautious and vigilantly looked at the dazed Old Wang. At this moment, Old Wang moved. He first stretched his body, then looked down at his body and limbs, as if he was feeling something. The next moment, his eyes looked at the ghost-headed cane in his hand, and then he raised the cane and squeezed it hard. Bang sound! He crushed the hard cane, and after it shattered, thick black mist and a black skull gushed out. This is the ghost made by Old Wang. Old Wang opened his mouth and sucked all the black mist into his mouth, then he grabbed the dark skull with lightning speed and threw it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch! He ate the skull in no time. Tisk tisk tisk, although this thing can restore a little bit of my strength, it tastes average and is not very delicious. After eating, Old Wang grinned and commented. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng. Xiao Ming then discovered the abnormality of Old Wang. The old man's face was covered with strange patterns at some point, exactly the same as the patterns on the old bones. And his old eyes had turned into a creepy grey. He is definitely not Old Wang. Bone-eroding old man. Delay time. Who are you? You took away Mr. Wang's body. Han Qingfeng asked in a deep voice, while taking several steps back. Result. His plump ass happened to hit Xiao Ming's front. Xiao Ming. Without saying anything, Xiao Ming moved a step to the side and distanced himself from Han Qingfeng. Han Qingfeng was also embarrassed, but his attention was focused more on Mr. Wang. No. The old man at this time is no longer Mr. Wang. Xiao Ming looked up and down at this brand new old guy, his expression a little solemn, because this old man's aura indicated that he had already broken through to the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm. He was probably promoted suddenly because he swallowed the ghost head crutch just now. You are right, I am indeed not the old man you call me. The old man stretched his arms, then grinned. My name is Old Man Erosion. How are you? Are you scared after hearing my name? Are you about to urinate? Ha 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 ha. The bone-crossing old man laughed triumphantly. But Han Qingfeng's face showed confusion. Obviously, he didn't know the origin of this guy. Although Xiao Ming had long known that this guy was the bone-crossing old man, he had never heard of his name. What is the bone-eroding old man? All I know is that he is a powerful evil person. I've never heard of his reputation at all. With a thought in his mind, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function, and immediately, the old man's information appeared. Name: Bone-eroding old man. Realm: late stage of Divine Sea Realm. Fate: surging luck, purple, bloody disaster, black. Main Kung Fu, bone erosion technique. Life script: hundreds of years ago, the once powerful bone-crossing old man was besieged by a group of decent people because he provoked public anger. His body was blown apart, and his soul was firmly trapped in Lingyun Cave. The realm also fell from the tribulation stage to the mere divine sea realm. However, the centipede insect did not die, and now it has escaped from the seal and reappeared in the world. Recent opportunities, facing Han Qingfeng, the son of destiny, and Xiao Ming, who has strange luck and is about to die. It turns out that this guy's peak strength is in the tribulation stage. It seems he has to deal with it well. Xiao Ming thought to himself while secretly mobilizing the Qinglian sword intent in his body. Although the bone-crossing old man was strong, that was in the past, and now this guy is just a lost dog. With his Qinglian sword intention, he can completely kill. Only the power of Qinglian sword intention is too powerful, and Xiao Ming's current level is too low. Once it is used, even if it can kill the opponent, he will be in a semi-dead state. So, let Han Qingfeng test the water first. At this time, the bone-crossing old man noticed the strange expressions on Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng's expressions, and his expressions suddenly became furious. Why do you two juniors have such expressions? Haven't you heard of my illustrious reputation? The bone-crossing old man looked angry, as if he had been humiliated in some way. I've never heard of the bone-eroding old man. Brother Xiao, have you heard of him? Han Qingfeng turned around and asked. While asking this, Han Qingfeng had one of his palms behind his back, and there was thunder condensing in his palm. Neither did I. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, who knows what this guy does, maybe he's digging out shit. Upon hearing this, the old man's nose almost became angry. You two juniors actually despise me so much, and even dare to humiliate me. Old bone-crossing old man shouted angrily, two damn juniors, you cannot escape today. The words have not yet fallen. The entrance behind Xiao Ming suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and the light instantly condensed into a thick curtain of light, with curses floating on it. The light curtain was like a closed door, cutting off Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng's way out. Seeing what happened suddenly, the expressions of Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng changed. Xiao Ming reacted the fastest. He held the Tiangang sword and stabbed the light curtain fiercely. A ding sound. The light curtain that was stabbed made a harsh sound of gold and iron hitting each other, and then a strong counter-shock force hit, making Xiao Ming's palm sore and numb. With the sharpness of the Tiangang sword, it was unable to break through this light curtain. Gee, stop struggling in vain, the old man with a proud laugh said, I took control of the sealing circle here decades ago, so I can use it for my own benefit. When you enter Lingyun Cave, you are like a turtle in a urn. Life and death all depend on my thoughts. After finishing speaking, the old man who had eaten bones laughed proudly again. Seeing this, Han Qingfeng frowned and secretly said to Xiao Ming, Brother Xiao, have you noticed that this bone-eroding old man talks too much, as if he is deliberately delaying time? I've discovered it a long time ago. Xiao Ming also sent a voice message back, it's obvious that this guy doesn't have enough confidence. Although his tone is scary, he is fierce in appearance and soft in heart. He is just a showman. I'm probably secretly accumulating strength. Xiao Ming had long discovered that something was wrong with the old man. Because according to normal circumstances, you should strike with lightning as soon as you find your opponent to avoid any accidents. But the old man who erodes bones is chattering endlessly and talking a lot of nonsense, which is very wrong. And Han Qingfeng did not have the halo of wisdom and was unable to affect the old man of bone erosion, which meant that the old man was deliberately stalling for time. He's stalling for time, who isn't? Han Qingfeng sneered and continued to communicate, Brother Xiao, you continue to deal with him. After I have accumulated enough strength, we will take action together to kill this old thief. Good. Xiao Ming nodded silently. Then, he looked at the bone-crossing old man, deliberately showing a horrified look, and asked, You have escaped from the seal a long time ago? Then why are you still here? I understand, this Lingjian cave is a trap. Of course it's a trap, the bone-crossing old man said proudly. To tell you the truth, I deliberately let people spread the treasure map in your hands, just to make you juniors rush in and become my blood food. This plan has been implemented for more than 10 years, and the person who spread the news is the descendant of one of my disciples. It's a pity that over the years, only the 3 of you have rushed in. There's not enough for me to eat. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at Mr. Wang's body, seemingly dissatisfied. So that's it. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Han Qingfeng seemed to be thinking of someone, and there was a hint of calculated irritation on his face. Old bone-crossing old man, although you have escaped from the seal, you should not be able to leave this room, otherwise you would have rushed out to find blood food by yourself, Xiao Ming sneered and asked. Let me ask you, what's going on with the ghost cats, evil ghosts, and grey flame lizards outside? Demon-killing thunder bead. After hearing Xiao Ming's inquiry, the old man was stunned. Are there any ghost cats and grey flame lizards outside? After speaking, he replied calmly, after so many years, it stands to reason that the nether cat and grey flame lizard should have died long ago. My disciples have attacked Lingjian Cave several times. Even if they cannot be killed, they should be driven away. Could it be their descendants? After muttering a few words to himself, the bone-eroding old man sneered and said, The nether cat and the grey flame lizards are the damn decent people who left behind to guard the monsters in order to prevent the evil outside. People come in. As for the group of evil ghosts, those evil ghosts were transformed by the souls of the casual cultivators who rushed in. They were trapped here and couldn't get out, and they were affected by my evil aura, so they all turned into evil ghosts. Don't worry, you 2 juniors. Once I drain your essence and blood, I will turn you into evil ghosts and be trapped here forever, ha ha ha. After saying it in one breath, the bone-crossing old man suddenly changed his tone and said with murderous intent on his face, Guess why I want to tell you these things? Without waiting for Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng to answer, he said to himself, I have been delaying time and secretly accumulating strength. You can die now. As the words fell, the aura of the bone-crossing old man suddenly surged, and his realm reached the great perfection in an instant from the late stage of the divine sea realm. At the same time as his realm improved, the bone-eroding old man opened his mouth and suddenly spit out a ball of blazing white evil flames. The flame was emitting terrifying high temperatures and was not small in size. It surged towards Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng. Facing the incoming evil white fire, Xiao Ming looked grim, but Han Qingfeng laughed. Delaying time, right? Me too. Han Qingfeng smiled, stretched out his palm and patted the incoming white evil fire. Click, click, click. A violent thunderbolt as thick as a thigh shot out from Han Qingfeng's palm, and then struck away with unparalleled destructive power. Bang bang bang. A series of low explosions sounded one after another. Han Qingfeng's thunder and lightning instantly penetrated the evil white fire of the bone-crossing old man, and then the thunder spread, forming a small sea of thunder, covering all the white flames. The sea of thunder evaporated, exuding the most powerful power of the Sunday. Under the bombardment of thunder, the white evil fire spouted by the bone-crossing old man disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a few breaths later, the white evil fire of the bone-crossing old man was completely wiped out by the thunder. The bone-crossing old man's face changed wildly, with a look of disbelief on his face. He originally thought that as soon as his flames came out, Xiao Ming and Han Qingfeng would be instantly wiped out and become his blood food. Unexpectedly, this is the result. You were actually able to use the power of thunder to destroy my bone-corroding evil flames. The bone-eroding old man yelled, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His bone-corroding evil flames are extremely powerful. Although the bone-eroding evil flames are not as powerful as before due to his plummeting realm, it is still more than enough to defeat the Dzogchen warriors of the Divine Sea realm. Even when faced with a strong person in the Qi control realm, the bone-corroding evil flame can still exert considerable power. But now, so many bone-eroding evil flames have been wiped out by Han Qingfeng's thunder. You must know that Han Qingfeng is only at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. He can destroy so many evil flames at such a low level. Doesn't this mean that Han Qingfeng has the strength to destroy the great perfection of the Divine Sea realm? Even if he encounters a strong person in the Qi control realm, Han Qingfeng can still deal with it. Han Qingfeng, this kid, actually has the strength to challenge a higher level, and he can also cross a huge realm. Thinking of this, the old man's face suddenly became serious. The current situation is completely different from what he imagined. It seemed like he had provoked a terrible person that he shouldn't have provoked. At this time, Han Qingfeng moved again. I saw him raising his palm and grabbing the old man from the air. Next moment, countless rays of fine thunder and lightning flashed in the air, and a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the void above the head of the old man. Thunder wandered in the dark clouds, and then, all the thunder suddenly gathered together to form a thick thunder and lightning, which hit the old man of the bone erosion head-on. The bone-crossing old man was shocked, and without thinking, he spat out more bone-crossing evil flames, forming a thick wall of fire on top of his head, trying to block the thunder's bombardment. Boom! Thunder roared and the earth trembled. The terrifying thunder crashed down and hit the white fire wall solidly. Then, in the frightened eyes of the old man who eroded bones, his fire wall only lasted for a moment before it could not withstand the erosion of the thunder and exploded. After shattering the wall of fire, the thunder continued downwards, submerging the bone-crossing old man in one fell swoop. Ah! The bone-eroding old man let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. The terrifying thunder shattered his possessed body and shattered his body into pieces. Along with this, his soul was also severely damaged. Thunder is originally the most powerful energy of the Yangtze Gang, which has miraculous effects on the soul, but the old man of the bone erosion is a person of evil ways, and the injuries he suffered are even greater. At this time, his soul was shrouded in thunder, and was quickly becoming illusory under the erosion of the terrifying thunder. Suffering such a serious injury, even if the old man of the bone rot does not die, he will not be able to make any trouble. And Xiao Ming, who had been looking for an opportunity for a long time, took action now. The dark golden Tiangang sword shone brightly, and the power of the 5 elements from all around rushed in crazily, forming a colorful sword shadow exuding a fierce aura in front of Xiao Ming. This sword shadow is not as huge as 200 meters, but the sword power contained in it is as powerful as ever. Cut! Xiao Ming shouted softly, raised the Tiangang sword in his hand, and slashed hard at the old man's soul. Boom! The sword shadow passed by and struck hard on the old man's soul, and then the sword shadow exploded, turning into countless sword energy and drowning the bone. The bone-crossing old man, who had been severely injured in the first place, became even more damaged and even illusory after being attacked by Xiao Ming. But, although the bone-crossing old man's aura is sluggish and his soul is illusory, he still has no tendency to die. He was like an invincible cockroach Xiao Qiang, despite being attacked again and again, he still stood there. Seeing this situation, a trace of hesitation flashed across Han Qingfeng's face. Subsequently, he took a deep breath, and then took out a round blue bead from his arms. This bead is azure in color, and is covered with complex thunder patterns. Perhaps because of the thunder patterns, the entire surface of the bead is dancing with fine thunder and lightning. As soon as the blue bead was taken out, the bone-crossing old man suddenly screamed. "You actually have a demon-killing thunder bead? How come you have this thing? Kill the old man who corrodes the bones, and the golden book and the jade page will appear." The exit on the 4th floor looked at him coldly at the same time. "Brother Han, what do you mean?" Xiao Ming frowned and held the Tiangang sword tightly in his hand. "Brother Xiao, you and I are both smart people, so I'll get straight to the point," Han Qingfeng said coldly. "You didn't make much contribution to this expedition to Lingjian Cave, but you got the most opportunities. Now that the old man has died, it's time for you to give me your chance, right?" "I don't know what you are talking about," Xiao Ming said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Han Qingfeng sneered and said, "You don't admit it, right? Okay, then I'll break things down bit by bit and see what else you have to say. When we were on the 1st floor, you were the first to rush into a certain passage, but only found a dozen lizard eggs. Haha, I don't believe this situation. You must have found other treasures in that passage. And now, you have snatched the bones of Old Man Rot. Obviously, you know that his bones contain secrets, and you want to take them all for yourself. Am I right?" Having said this, a hint of anger appeared on Han Qingfeng's face. Xiao Ming hasn't done much since he started exploring Lingjian Cave, but he got the most opportunities and gained a lot. And he, Han Qingfeng, walked cautiously all the way, but didn't get anything good. Even his only trump card, the demon-destroying thunder bead, was consumed. After paying such a high price, all the good things fell into Xiao Ming's hands, completely serving as Xiao Ming's wedding dress. This made Han Qingfeng angry and angry. "So that's what you're talking about," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "I did get something extra, but that's not important. If you feel uncomfortable, I can give you all the Yuan stones on the 4th level." As he spoke, Xiao Ming pointed to the layers of Yuan stones on the ground. Hearing this, Han Qingfeng became even more angry. These Yuan stones are the power source of the sealing array. After such a long time, the spiritual energy inside has been consumed to a great extent, and they no longer have much value, Han Qingfeng sneered. Only an old guy like Mr. Wang who has never seen the world would regard these Yuan stones as treasures. "Then what do you want?" Xiao Ming asked with a frown. "It's very simple. Hand over half of the things you collected on the 1st floor, and also hand over the bones of the bone-crossing old man to me." "I refuse," Xiao Ming replied without thinking. Whether it was blood amber or gold pages and jade pages, they were very precious things and there was no way he could hand them over. Although he was surprised that Han Qingfeng was so thoughtful and could detect his little moves, Xiao Ming was not afraid of Han Qingfeng. "The opportunity is already in my hands. If you want to take it away, it depends on whether you have the ability. Even if you, Han Qingfeng, are the son of destiny with 9 colors of luck, I am not afraid." After hearing Xiao Ming's categorical rejection, Han Qingfeng's expression became even more grim, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He is just a casual cultivator. Without the support of the sect's cultivation resources, if he wants to practice and advance, he can only rely on himself to collect various resources. Therefore, he will not give up any valuable resources. And Xiao Ming is only a perfect person in the Dan Lake realm. Even if he has some strength, he is by no means his opponent in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. Since you have this attitude, don't blame me for turning your back on others." As he spoke, the Qingyunke sword in Han Qingfeng's hand erupted with a dazzling green sword light, and at the same time, thunder condensed in the palm of his left hand. And Xiao Ming had already grasped the dark golden Tiangang sword tightly, and the 5 elements of spiritual energy from heaven and earth swarmed in. The war is about to break out. Duel with Han Qingfeng. The 4th floor, and then continue to go up, smashing the upper floors to pieces. The solid Lingyun cave collapsed at this moment. Countless rocks fell one after another, as if a small earthquake had occurred, burying Han Qingfeng and Xiao Ming at the bottom of the mountain. Outside world. An elder of the Qingyunke sword sect was patrolling with his disciples, and suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in Lingyun cave. Although they were far away from Lingyun cave, they also saw the mountain collapse and smoke rising into the sky. Elder Zhou, an unknown mountain peak has collapsed there, and it seems to be accompanied by energy fluctuations. Should we go and have a look? A disciple suggested. Elder Zhou looked far into the distance, then nodded and said, "Okay, everyone, pay attention to safety and go check it out together." Say it. The group of people shot up quickly and flew towards the location of Lingyun cave. The bottom of Lingyun cave. Xiao Ming, who was buried alive by countless rocks, only felt indescribable pain all over his body, and even felt short of breath. But fortunately, he was a 5 elements holy body, so he could still bear this damage. Only after using the green lotus sword intent, the true energy in his body was completely exhausted. At the same time, all the energy and spirit in his body were drained, making him look sickly and depressed. After struggling to open the space ring, Xiao Ming took out a lot of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, constantly restoring the true energy in his body. After recovering some of his true energy, Xiao Ming quickly looked around, only to see that the surroundings were surrounded by hard earth and rocks, and nothing could be seen. Han Qingfeng has the 9-color level of ability to turn danger into safety. Maybe he won't fall. I can't be careless. While thinking to himself, Xiao Ming prepared for the ultimate defense. At the same time, he waved the Tiangang sword in his hand repeatedly, smashing the earth and rocks blocking his eyes, and forcibly carved out an escape passage. He needs to rush out as soon as possible. This is the territory of Qingyunke sword sect, and it is very close to the sect. As long as they meet disciples of the same sect, they can unite to surround Han Qingfeng. What makes Xiao Ming happy is that the Tiangang sword is extremely sharp, worthy of being a heaven-level sword. The hard earth and stone are as fragile as tofu under the Tiangang sword. It didn't take long for Xiao Ming to rush out of the collapsed mountain peak. As soon as he rushed out of the ruins, Xiao Ming suddenly sensed that a figure emerged from the ruins not far away. It's Han Qingfeng. Han Qingfeng is indeed not dead. Looking away, I saw Han Qingfeng being protected by a blue divine cauldron. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was unscathed. In fact, he is still in good spirits and still has the strength to fight. The moment he saw Han Qingfeng, Xiao Ming was surprised and depressed. This guy is worthy of being the son of destiny who possesses 9 colors of luck. He was attacked head-on by his green lotus sword intention, and he was able to survive easily. Without saying a word, Xiao Ming mobilized the 5 elements of spiritual power in the world and slashed out a 100-meter-long multicolored sword shadow. Sword skills, slaying the universe. The only regret is that Xiao Ming does not have enough true energy at this time and cannot fully exert the power of Qingyunke slash. Therefore, the sword shadow that is cut does not reach the size of 200 meters, but is only 100 meters long. Han Qingfeng's reaction was also very fast. While he urged the Cyan Divine Cauldron to stand in front of him again, he took out a fiery red talisman from his arms and threw it towards Xiao Ming. A stab sound. The talisman exploded in mid-air, and then formed a huge flaming bell. The flaming bell fell from the sky, covering Xiao Ming tightly inside. After the big bell covered Xiao Ming, countless torrents of flames poured out from it and swarmed towards Xiao Ming. This is another consumable item of Han Qingfeng's, called the Divine Fire Talisman Bell. This talisman can spit out a terrifying torrent of flames and is specially used to trap and kill enemies. At this time, what a piece of shit, you actually touched someone from my Qingtian sword sect. A loud shout suddenly rumbled from the distant sky. Xiao Ming, who was resisting the flames, and Han Qingfeng, who was resisting the five-colored sword shadow, looked up at the same time. I saw a middle-aged man in the transformation realm, leading a group of disciples from Qingtian sword sect, who came over at some point. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was immediately overjoyed. And Han Qingfeng's expression changed wildly. The elder has arrived, Han Qingfeng is in crisis. What came over was the patrol team of the Qingtian sword sect. These people were weak, let's not mention them for now, but the middle-aged man who took the lead was a strong man who had cultivated to the transformation realm. Moreover, Xiao Ming also recognized this person. He was Elder Zhou, whom he had met before. Elder Zhou also saw Xiao Ming. He also knows Xiao Ming. After all, when the 8 sects competed in martial arts before, Xiao Ming was at the peak of his power, and everyone in the Qingtian sword sect knew about it. Even after the martial arts competition, he also watched Xiao Ming's luck test. Although Xiao Ming's luck was only ordinary blue, he was a disciple of Qingtian sword sect after all. Now on the sect's territory, Xiao Ming was attacked, which made Elder Zhou furious. Anyone who dares to attack my Qingtian sword sect on our territory is looking for death. Elder Zhou waved his hand, and immediately, his patrol teams filed out and surrounded Han Qingfeng in dispersed formations. Han Qingfeng's face became even more ugly. After receiving Xiao Ming's colorful sword shadow attack just now, Han Qingfeng felt a little breathless. He took a deep breath first, and then said in a deep voice, "I didn't offend any of you, why did you attack me?" Elder Zhou sneered and said angrily, "You dare to attack Xiao Ming, dare to attack the inner disciples of my Qingtian sword sect, and still say that you have not provoked us. Boy, you really have the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, and you are running wild on our territory." Hearing this, Han Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ming in shock. Only then did he know that Xiao Ming had actually joined the Qingtian sword sect. Now there is help. At this time, Xiao Ming waved the Tiangang sword repeatedly, and the sharp sword energy shattered the flame bell that trapped him, and then said quickly, "Elder Zhou, this guy's name is Han Qingfeng, he is a spy and traitor sent by external forces. Don't let him escape. Don't worry, this kid is only in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. He can't escape." Elder Zhou glanced at Han Qingfeng and said contemptuously. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's heart sank. Elder Zhou is obviously careless. Han Qingfeng is not an ordinary person. If he is not taken seriously, he will most likely escape. Elder Zhou, this person should not be underestimated. Although his realm is only at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, he can burst into the strength of the Qi control realm. Don't be careless. Xiao Ming said quickly, Elder Zhou is also requested to use all his strength to kill this thief. Oh, is it so? Elder Zhou glanced at Han Qingfeng unexpectedly, the contempt in his eyes receded, and then he showed a serious expression. At this time, Han Qingfeng was complaining in his heart. Even if he has some means, he is by no means a match for a strong person in the transformation realm. Let alone an opponent, whether he can escape is a question. If he had known that Xiao Ming had a strong background, he would not have become enemies with Xiao Ming. Now that he is trapped by the masters of Qingtian sword sect, he can hardly escape. Thinking of this, Han Qingfeng reacted very quickly. He spit out several mouthfuls of red blood essence without thinking. The blood essence turned into mist and quickly covered his whole body. Subsequently, Han Qingfeng twisted his body, broke through the patrol team's encirclement at an extremely fast speed, and then fled to the distant horizon without looking back. At the cost of consuming his original essence and blood, he greatly increased his speed in a short period of time. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face turned gloomy, and he drove Tiangang sword Yujian to chase after him. However, his sword control speed was much slower than Han Qingfeng's. Elder Zhou smiled. You are just a junior in the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm. If you are allowed to escape, where will I, Zhou, put my face? Elder Zhou chuckled, then stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on Han Qingfeng who was running away. Wow! Suddenly, the color of heaven and earth changed. Violent tornadoes suddenly appeared in the void, and the tornadoes gathered together to form an even more violent tornado, which instantly drowned Han Qingfeng. Not only that, the strong wind also formed green wind walls. The wind walls connected one after another to form a square that encompassed the top, bottom, left and right, trapping Han Qingfeng in place. The trapped Han Qingfeng became even more anxious. He tried his best to activate his escape skills, but was still unable to break through the restrictions of the storm. He was like an ant on a hot pot, spinning around anxiously. And this time, in the storm, another substantial ferocious wind dragon was formed. The wind dragon roared and launched wave after wave of powerful attacks against Han Qingfeng. This tornado storm is exactly Elder Zhou's wind domain. Bang! There was a muffled sound. A ferocious green wind dragon slammed into the divine tripod in front of Han Qingfeng. The huge impact made Han Qingfeng's head dizzy, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of thick blood. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. Another wind dragon attacked from behind and hit Han Qingfeng's back hard. Han Qingfeng's body collapsed and he almost died on the spot. If his physical body hadn't reached the level of the heavenly realm and become the Aoki King body, he would have been a corpse just by the attack just now. But even with the Aoki King body, Han Qingfeng could only resist hard, unable to do any resistance, let alone break through the realm and escape. Xiao Ming controlled the Tiangang sword and flew to the edge of the field. Seeing Han Qingfeng being attacked crazily by wind dragons, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Zhou took action, and the overall situation was decided. Now Han Qingfeng is in a life and death crisis. Even if he has 9 colors of luck, he can't leave here alive, right? If even this situation can be broken, it only shows that luck has a great influence on warriors, and that even a situation of death can be achieved. In the field of wind, Han Qingfeng's body exploded, and thick blood poured out from the wound, dyeing his whole body blood red. Through the bloody wounds, you can even see the bones inside the flesh. However, the attack of the wind dragon in the field showed no sign of weakening. According to the situation in front of him, if he only has a few more breaths at most, he will definitely die. After realizing the crisis of the situation, Han Qingfeng's expression became fierce, and then he spilled a large ball of blood essence and threw it into the divine cauldron. The divine tripod immediately released a dazzling cyan light. The light was so dazzling, it was like a blue sun rising. Boom! The cyan sun exploded, producing patches of dazzling green rays of light. The rays of light were so powerful that they broke through Elder Zhou's wind domain. Even after the powerful glow rolled in, even Elder Zhou couldn't help but close his eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Qingfeng immediately grabbed the divine tripod and prepared to flee towards the horizon. But at this moment, Xiao Ming activated the 5 elements holy body to the extreme, resisting the erosion of the green glow, and shot it in front of Han Qingfeng. Holding the dark golden Tiangang sword in both hands, Xiao Ming slashed hard at Han Qingfeng's head. Han Qingfeng, go to hell! The sacred tripod has been obtained. The sharp long sword struck head-on, slashing out a sharp and unparalleled dark golden sword energy. Xiao Ming is confident that as long as this sword energy can hit Han Qingfeng's head, it will definitely explode his head and knock his brains out. When the time comes, even if Han Qingfeng has a lot of luck, no matter how much he is destined to be a son of destiny, he will definitely die. However, Han Qingfeng's reaction was not too slow. Just when the sword energy was about to hit his head, Han Qingfeng tried his best to twist his head to the side. The head was dodged, but the arm holding the divine tripod was exposed to the attack of the sword energy. He can only go so far. There was a bang sound. One of Han Qingfeng's arms was blasted on the spot by the sharp sword energy. Blood rained down for a moment, and the arm was shattered to pieces. The divine tripod, without the grip of its arms, floated quietly in mid-air, emitting a faint green light. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was slightly startled. Then he reacted instantly, grabbed the divine tripod in his hand, and threw it into the space ring. Han Qingfeng's Qing Emperor Supreme Cauldron was snatched away by him. My treasure! Han Qingfeng roared and his eyes turned red. The reason why he could successfully reach the current state was that the Azure Emperor's Supreme Cauldron played a key role. And now, the treasure divine cauldron has been snatched away by Xiao Ming. Han Qingfeng was determined to fight for it, but his condition was extremely unfavorable. More importantly, Elder Zhou and others in the distance had already reacted and were preparing to attack him again. Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming! I remember you! Han Qingfeng roared repeatedly and glared at Xiao Ming, as if he wanted to remember Xiao Ming's appearance. Then he spit out blood and essence, turning into a streak of bloody light and fleeing towards the sky. He gave up the Azure Emperor Supreme Cauldron and chose to save his own life first. The blood light transformed by Han Qingfeng was extremely fast. 1 second he was still in front of Xiao Ming, and the next second it flew to the horizon and then disappeared. This guy is so fast. After suffering a series of heavy injuries, he can still run so fast. Xiao Ming frowned. He wanted to chase him, but his speed could not keep up with the fleeing Han Qingfeng. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at Elder Zhou, who looked furious. At this time, Elder Zhou was very angry. To think that he, a strong man in the realm of transformation, could actually let Han Qingfeng, a junior in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, escape after using his wind domain, and in front of so many disciples. What a shame! Elder Zhou's old face was burning, as if he had been greatly insulted. Without saying a word, Elder Zhou with a gloomy face swayed his body, controlled the violent airflow and chased away, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. While he swallowed the elixir to restore his true energy, he also controlled the Tiangang sword and chased after him. Han Qingfeng is so lucky that he must not stay. Now while he is seriously injured and escaping, we must eradicate the root cause. The patrol team that stayed in place looked at each other in confusion, not knowing whether to continue the pursuit or patrol in place. After a while, the captain of the team said, "Since Elder Zhou has gone to chase him personally, we don't have to go. Our duty is to patrol the surrounding terrain and we are not allowed to leave without authorization." Yes. All the team members responded one after another. At the same time, he looked towards the horizon with a shocked expression. As a warrior in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, Han Qingfeng was able to break through Elder Zhou's wind domain and run so fast, which really shocked everyone. I'm afraid this guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The other side. After flying hundreds of miles, Xiao Ming finally caught up with Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou was seen spinning around in circles, furious, and seemed to have lost track of Han Qingfeng. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly sank. Elder Zhou, didn't you catch up with Han Qingfeng? Although he had a guess in his mind, Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask. I didn't catch up. The kid's speed was weird. I lost track of him when I got here. Elder Zhou had no choice but to point to the terrain ahead and said, "Look, there is a cliff ahead." The cliff. Xiao Ming looked up. Sure enough, the cliff in front was thousands of meters high, and at the bottom of the cliff was a rushing river. I don't know if Han Qingfeng jumped into the river or hid somewhere else. Elder Zhou, you are a strong man in the realm of transformation, and your spiritual consciousness is unparalleled. Can't you detect Han Qingfeng's traces with your spiritual consciousness? Xiao Ming asked in a deep voice. Elder Zhou shook his head and said, I have just used my spiritual consciousness to explore the surrounding area for hundreds of miles, and I still haven't sensed the fluctuation of Han Qingfeng's life. If nothing else happens, he is already dead. Is Han Qingfeng dead? Xiao Ming didn't believe this result. Only after seeing Han Qingfeng's body, smashing Han Qingfeng's bones into ashes, and destroying his soul, would he believe that Han Qingfeng had truly fallen. Nowadays, Han Qingfeng has no trace of his life, and no corpse of his dead. We cannot easily conclude that he has fallen. Perhaps seeing Xiao Ming's reluctance, Elder Zhou patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, "You are very cautious, but you are too cautious." Han Qingfeng suffered a series of attacks, and even one of his arms was blown off by you. There is absolutely no chance of survival. I've tried my best. If you still have ideas, you can check around for yourself. After a pause, Elder Zhou said again, "I have other things to do, so I won't help you. You can handle the rest by yourself." Xiao Ming cupped his hands and said quickly, "Thank you, Elder Zhou, for helping me this time. Without Elder Zhou's help, it would be really difficult for me to deal with Han Qingfeng, a traitor and traitor. It's just a small matter, no need to be so polite." Elder Zhou smiled and then left. Xiao Ming, who stayed where he was, looked grim. Afterwards, Xiao Ming flew under the cliff with the Tiangang sword in hand and looked back and forth on the water of the river. He didn't believe that Han Qingfeng died like this, because this guy had a 9-color ability to save the day, and it was very likely that he was still alive. As for Elder Zhou not sensing Han Qingfeng's life fluctuations, Han Qingfeng must have used a secret method. Only Xiao Ming searched back and forth on the water, but could not find any trace of Han Qingfeng. It was as if the guy had disappeared on the spot. In the endless river, a human-shaped piece of wood was carried away by the current. This piece of wood had no life. If it didn't look like a human being, it would be no different from other pieces of wood. Moreover, the wood was relatively heavy and did not float on the water, but floated in the middle of the river. The wood was entangled with other wood that had fallen into the river. It looked ordinary and had nothing special about it. The human-shaped wood was carried by the turbulent water and rushed into the distance at a very fast speed, slowly moving away from the sphere of influence of Qingtian sword sect. I don't know how much time passed. The human-shaped wood suddenly gave birth to vitality, and then the wood subsided, revealing Han Qingfeng's face. The secret of the Qing Emperor's supreme cauldron. Ahem! Han Qingfeng spit out the river water in his mouth, and then struggled to float to the shore. After climbing to the shore, Han Qingfeng looked at the sky with dull eyes, his face extremely depressed. He was seriously injured. Not only was he severely injured, but one of his arms was also chopped off by Xiao Ming. Even the realm has fallen from the original early stage of the Divine Sea realm to the current 10th level of the Little Body Refining realm. I fell down several great realms in a row. After sensing his unbearable physical condition, Han Qingfeng had a wry smile on his face. If he had known that Xiao Ming had such a strong background and had helpers from the transformation realm, he would not have fallen out with Xiao Ming. Now, the opportunity of Lingjian Cave has not been obtained, and even his Qing Emperor Supreme Cauldron has been robbed, and he has also been greatly traumatized. Han Qingfeng felt great regret in his heart. But, while feeling regretful, he was also angry in his heart and looked resentful. Xiao Ming snatched his Qing Emperor Supreme Cauldron. This small cauldron is of great use. He must snatch it back when he gets the chance. After recovering a little strength, Han Qingfeng sat cross-legged and began to use his secret technique. It didn't take long. The wood energy between heaven and earth swarmed in, and the energy entered Han Qingfeng's body, and Han Qingfeng's whole body emitted a thick green light. Under the shroud of green light, the granulation of the wound on his broken arm grew wildly, and the bones grew back. Half an hour later, a brand new whole body arm has grown back. This is his secret technique, the Qingyuan rejuvenation technique. The Qingyuan rejuvenation technique is extremely powerful, and it is precisely because of this secret technique that he has the foundation to withstand the attacks of Xiao Ming and Elder Zhou of the Qingyunke sword sect. And after losing a lot of original essence and blood, he can still escape by using the blood escape technique. Together, he turned into a piece of wood without any vitality, also because of the Qingyuan rejuvenation technique. After growing his arms again, Han Qingfeng's condition has improved a lot. Although he is still at the 10th level of body training, as long as he is given time to cultivate slowly, it is only a matter of time before he returns to his original state. Dragging his somewhat tired body, Han Qingfeng looked around. The most important thing for him now is to be cautious and observe the situation around him in order to survive the cruel cultivators. While walking, suddenly, Han Qingfeng slipped and fell to the ground, his face falling into the dirt. This suddenly surprised Han Qingfeng. He has never fallen down, and although there are some bumps in the path of cultivation, it is generally very smooth. But now, in the body refining realm, he actually fell down. This made Han Qingfeng vaguely feel that something bad had changed in him, but he couldn't tell what this change was. The other side. Xiao Ming circled around the cliff and the nearby large river for half a month. During the past half-month, he frantically searched for traces of Han Qingfeng, but found nothing. Although I really don't want to admit it, the reality is that Han Qingfeng escaped. After realizing this, Xiao Ming had mixed feelings. On the one hand, I was depressed that Han Qingfeng was able to escape in such a critical situation. On the other hand, I lament the power of luck. The power of luck has a great influence on warriors. It can almost affect a warrior's life. After confirming that there was no trace of Han Qingfeng, Xiao Ming let out a long sigh and headed towards the sect's headquarters. As for being hostile to Han Qingfeng, it will leave hidden dangers for himself. Xiao Ming didn't care. Although Han Qingfeng is powerful and different from ordinary people, he is not ordinary either. Xiao Ming has never been convinced by this kind of destiny's child, especially with the help of the system. He is confident that he will not be worse than any destiny's child. It's just an enemy, it depends on who will be more powerful in the future. With the Tiangang sword under his feet, Xiao Ming flew hundreds of miles and then stopped on an unknown mountain peak. He did not return to the sect immediately, but planned to find a deserted place to study the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron first. This place is good now. It is remote and there is no one around. You can fully unleash the power of the Azure Emperor's Supreme Cauldron. He took out the Azure Emperor Supreme Cauldron from the space ring. Xiao Ming looked carefully and saw that this small cauldron was only the size of an apple. It was azure in color, with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and other things engraved on it. I touched it with my palm and felt that it was very old and very simple. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function, and suddenly, the information about Xiaoding appeared. Name: Qingdi Supreme Cauldron. Attribute: the treasure of the fairy world, the weapon of the Great Road. Additional skill: 10,000 Dao swallowing heaven Ju, the only way to control this tripod. Function: absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and can refine the towering fortune dew and even the Hongmeng divine water. Explanation: in the period of chaos, before the heaven and earth were opened, the foundation of the Great Avenue turned into a sacred tree to give rise to the heavens and the world. Later, the sacred tree collapsed and gods and demons emerged. A group of innate gods and demons, led by Qing Emperor, used the original power of the sacred tree as the core material, studied for countless thousands of years, and refined the Qing Emperor Supreme Cauldron. The Azure Emperor's Supreme Cauldron is the most precious treasure in the immortal world and is suspected to be a tool of the Great Dao. For some reason, the Qing Emperor's Supreme Cauldron fell from heaven and fell into the Xianwu Continent. Xiao Ming was amazed when he saw it. It turns out that the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron was refined from the core source of the Jianmu sacred tree. Its quality is that of a treasure from the immortal realm, and it may even be a weapon of the Great Dao. It also comes with a technique called 10,000 Dao swallowing heaven Ju. Xiao Ming rubbed his hands excitedly, and used his true energy to force out a drop of original blood essence, and dropped it on the Qing Emperor's supreme cauldron. He wants the treasure to be recognized as its owner. However, the level of the Azure Emperor's supreme cauldron is too high, and it is impossible to shed blood to identify its master. The system prompts sounded. Xiao Ming was stunned and scratched his head helplessly. It turns out you can't admit your master by shedding blood. If he cannot recognize his master, he can still use it, but if someone takes it away, he will lose contact. Xiao Ming secretly decided that he would never expose the divine tripod easily in the future, otherwise, it might be snatched away by others. Besides, if you want to control this divine cauldron, you must practice the 10,000 Dao devouring heaven art. So the question is, where is this magic art? Xiao Ming looked back and forth several times, and looked around the inside of the divine cauldron several times, but could not find the so-called method. Sniffled. Xiao Ming tried to pour his true essence into it. Suddenly, the supreme cauldron in front of him reacted and lit up with a green light. But that's all. There is nothing else magical about it. Xiao Ming couldn't do things like Han Qingfeng used the supreme cauldron to protect himself and summoned a blue sun. In desperation, Xiao Ming chose to ask the system for help. System, where is the magic that comes with this thing? Why can't I find it? The host's current state is too low to be able to sense the method of activating the supreme cauldron, the system replied. Only when the host is born with divine consciousness, can it sense the magic in the cauldron and control the supreme cauldron. So that's it. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. It is not difficult to give birth to divine consciousness, you only need to advance to the divine sea realm. And now he is in the great perfection of Dan Lake, only one step away from the divine sea realm. Grey Flame Lizard King. I found it when I was looking for Blood Ember on the first floor. When I turned on the viewing function, the information of these lizard eggs suddenly appeared one by one. Name, Grey Flame Lizard Egg. Status, about to break out of the shell. Description, an ordinary lizard egg, even if it breaks out of the shell, it is just an ordinary grey flame lizard. Look at the second one. Name, Grey Flame Lizard Egg. Status, about to break out of the shell. Description, an ordinary lizard egg, even if it breaks out of the shell, it is just an ordinary grey flame lizard. Xiao Ming checked them one by one, and the first 6 were extremely ordinary eggs, nothing special. Only the last one was left to be checked. Name, Grey Flame Lizard Egg. Status, about to break out of the shell. Description, the offspring born in the transformation realm have the powerful bloodline of the Lizard King and can grow into a true Lizard King. Seeing the description of the last egg, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This last egg is very good. It can actually grow into a real Lizard King, and maybe it can evolve into a demon beast of the realm of transformation. At the same time, Xiao Ming has a better understanding of the guardian demon beasts of Lingyun Cave. I am afraid that the Grey Flame Lizard and the Nether Cat that originally guarded Lingyun Cave are both at the realm of transformation. After all, the Old Man of Bone Erosion is powerful, and ordinary demon beasts are not strong enough to shoulder the responsibility of guarding. I just don't know why the first generation of guardian demon beasts all died, and the offspring born were worse than the previous generation. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming brought out the flame and threw the first 6 eggs into the flame, intending to roast them and taste them one by one. As for the last lizard egg with the blood of the Lizard King, Xiao Ming decided to cultivate it well. If it is cultivated well, it will definitely grow to the realm of transformation. At that time, he will have a powerful helper. Xiao Ming is not very clear about how to hatch demon beast eggs, but there is a simple and crude method in the cultivation world, which is to infuse his own true essence into it to speed up the hatching of eggs. Do it as soon as you say it. Xiao Ming held the last lizard egg in one hand, and then, the majestic true essence surged out, pouring into the interior of the lizard egg wave after wave. Under the continuous infusion of true essence, the lizard egg suddenly emitted a soft light, and at the same time, the hard egg shell also changed, and cracks appeared. About 10 minutes later. Crack, crack. The cracks on the surface of the lizard egg became more and more, larger and larger, and made a cracking sound. In Xiao Ming's expectation, the lizard egg quietly cracked, and then an arm-sized grey flame lizard drilled out from it. This lizard has been curled up in the egg and has developed very well. Not only is it strong, but even at birth, its realm has reached the innate realm. After the little lizard broke out of the shell, it saw Xiao Ming at first sight, and then approached him intimately, and stretched out its forked tongue, licking Xiao Ming's palm constantly. Just like an obedient puppy. It regards Xiao Ming as its own parent. Good baby, daddy won't treat you badly. Xiao Ming smiled and touched the little lizard's head, then took out some relatively common pills and spiritual medicines from the space ring and fed them to the little lizard one by one. After the little lizard ate the pills and spiritual medicines, its body quickly grew larger and became 2 meters long. At the same time, its realm also advanced further and grew to the late stage of the innate realm. This speed of promotion surprised Xiao Ming a little. This little lizard is so extraordinary, it must be because it has the blood of the lizard king. Seriously speaking, this little lizard is a little lizard king. Go and play by yourself, daddy has things to do. Xiao Ming said. The little lizard seemed to understand what he said, and ran to the side obediently, looked around, and then went into the dense forest. It is probably to hunt birds and beasts in the dense forest. After sending the little lizard away, Xiao Ming took out a bunch of things from the space ring. It is blood amber with blood all over. The blood amber is only the size of an egg, but it is very gorgeous, like a blood-colored crystal, emitting a soft blood light. There are 12 of them. When the viewing function is turned on, the information of the blood amber also emerges. Name, blood amber. Grade, lower heaven grade. Attribute, a natural treasure for advanced cultivation. Description, a natural treasure unique to Lingjian Cave, with extremely rich energy, even a warrior in the Yunxi realm dare not eat too much. After reading the description of the blood amber, Xiao Ming's expression became serious. The energy of this blood amber is too rich, even a warrior in the Yunxi realm dare not eat too much, and he is only in the donghua realm now. Even if he has a 5-element holy body, he must pay more attention when absorbing blood amber. After collecting most of the blood amber and leaving only one to clean, Xiao Ming pulled out the Tiangang sword and cut off 1/3 of the blood amber. He took a deep breath. Xiao Ming threw the cut 1/3 of the blood amber into his mouth. Boom! As soon as the blood amber entered his mouth, it was like a firecracker exploding in Xiao Ming's mouth. The rich energy rushed straight to the top of his head. The rolling energy was like a rushing river, instantly entering Xiao Ming's abdomen and flowing into his limbs. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! A series of low sounds rang out in Xiao Ming's body, which was the violent energy of the blood amber running wild in his body. The energy was too strong, Xiao Ming did not dare to be careless, and quickly ran the Emperor Jingtianju, and suddenly, the whole body emitted a light golden light. Under the influence of the technique, the energy of the blood amber gradually calmed down, and was refined into the purest energy, which was poured into the Dan lake in the body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of pure energy dripped into Dan lake, rapidly increasing Dan lake's true energy reserves. After a few minutes, Dan lake began to tremble violently. The true energy inside has been increased to the limit. Next moment, the semi-solidified Dan lake is compressing crazily inward, and the drops of true energy are gradually turning from a semi-solidified state into solid crystals. Not only that, Xiao Ming also clearly felt that his soul had also undergone great changes. His soul was originally invisible and intangible, but now, his soul is evolving into an illusory soul. Although it is relatively illusory, it is a real existence. Also, A very strange spiritual power was also born in his mind, which is divine consciousness. And these are the unique abilities of divine Sea Realm warriors. Under the influence of Blood Amber, Xiao Ming has developed abilities one after another and is about to be promoted to the divine Sea Realm. The middle stage of divine Sea Realm. Towering Fortune Dew. 3 minutes later. Boom. A low sonic boom sounded in Xiao Ming's body. At the same time as the voice sounded, Xiao Ming's aura suddenly surged, reaching the true divine Sea Realm. Promotion successful. After being promoted, Xiao Ming quickly looked inside and saw that the Dan lake in his danshan had disappeared. Instead, a multicolored crystal the size of a walnut appeared. This is his original power. Although the size of the crystal is not large, the energy it contains is extremely majestic, many times stronger than the true essence of Dan Lake realm before. Not only that, he also gave birth to illusory soul and consciousness. The soul and consciousness are the hallmarks of a warrior in the divine Sea Realm. Even if the physical body of a warrior in the divine Sea Realm is destroyed, the illusory soul can still survive for a period of time. If a suitable body is found, it can even be used to seize the body. Resurrection. Just like when he was in Lingyun cave before, the soul of the old man who eroded bones took away the old man's body. If the realm is higher, the soul can even become a substantial existence and exist between heaven and earth forever. But, after all, the soul is an energy-based existence and can still be killed. Divine consciousness is another ability of the divine Sea Realm warrior. The so-called spiritual consciousness is actually spiritual power. After spreading out, it can detect the surroundings like radar waves. After Xiao Ming was promoted to the early stage of the divine Sea Realm, the divine consciousness he was born could easily cover a range of hundreds of meters around him. Within this range, any disturbance could not be hidden from his perception. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Then he picked up the remaining half of the blood amber and threw it into his mouth. He plans to continue to improve his level. Rumble. The blood amber melted in his mouth and turned into billowing energy, flowing into his body. It was then refined into the purest energy and poured into the colorful crystals in his danshan. As the energy poured into it, the size of the colorful crystal gradually increased, and Xiao Ming's aura increased steadily again. Time passes little by little. More than 10 days have passed. This day, Xiao Ming, who was closing his eyes slightly and practicing cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Brush! The moment he opened his eyes, 2 colorful sword energies shot out from his eyes, hissing in the void. The colorful sword energy stayed for a long time before slowly dissipating. Xiao Ming withdrew from practice. After more than 10 days of hard training, his realm has reached a further level, reaching the middle stage of the divine Sea Realm. The volume of the colorful crystals in the body has more than doubled than before. The originally somewhat illusory Yuan Shen has become more solid, and along with it, his consciousness is much stronger than in the early stage. After being promoted to the middle stage of the divine Sea Realm, Xiao Ming ended his training. Because he felt that he had reached the limit of cultivation, it would not be impossible to continue to swallow blood amber to improve his realm, but that would cause the foundation to be unstable. This is something Xiao Ming doesn't want to face. In the process of cultivation, what is important is to relax and have a certain degree of relaxation. If you practice forcefully, it will be too much. After he has completely stabilized his realm, it will not be too late to swallow blood amber to practice. Stretching, Xiao Ming took out 3 things from the space ring. They are the Azure Emperor's Supreme Cauldron, the Emperor's Shocking Technique, and the withered bones of the bone-eroding old man. The cultivation matters have come to an end for the time being. So, which of these 3 things should we get first? Xiao Ming's eyes swept over and finally rested on the Supreme Cauldron. He planned to control this divine tripod first. With a thought, the spiritual consciousness in his mind surged out and poured into the small cauldron. After some searching, Xiao Ming found a technique inside the small cauldron. 10,000 Dao devouring heaven Ju. After reading this spell, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. This method does not have any offensive or defensive power. It is specially used to control objects. After practicing the method, you can control the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron like an arm. If you practice to an advanced level, you can also control other weapons and other objects. What surprised Xiao Ming was the power of 10,000 Dao swallowing heaven Ju depends on one's own realm and strength. The higher one's realm is, the easier it will be to control the divine cauldron. If you have cultivated to an extremely high level, you can even drive the small cauldron to devour everything in the world. Just do it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged again and began to practice the 10,000 ways of devouring heaven. Don't keep track of years in practice. 5 days passed quietly. 5 days later. I don't know if it's because of the 5 elements holy body, the influence of blue luck, or the bonus of Hu Yunxi's luck. Xiao Ming successfully practiced the 10,000 Dao heaven swallowing art. At the moment when he successfully practiced the method, he clearly felt that there was a close connection between himself and the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron. Stretching out his finger, Xiao Ming fired a spell at Xiao Ding. Next moment, the small cauldron released a dazzling cyan light. When the light shrouded it, the small cauldron, which was originally only the size of an apple, swelled in the wind and instantly became the size of a house. At the same time, streams of magical energy flew out from the cauldron, and then condensed into a blue sun. This is exactly the same scene as when Han Qingfeng controlled the divine tripod. After Xiao Ming fired another spell, the huge divine cauldron quickly shrank in size and returned to its original mini-state. Changing in size is only the most basic function of the divine tripod. The most important thing is that through the 10,000 Dao devouring heaven technique, Xiao Ming discovered that the small tripod also has the terrifying ability to swallow the energy of the world. Under Xiao Ming's control, a terrifying devouring power was released from Xiaoding's cauldron. This power spread and shot straight into the sky. Next moment, within a radius of 10 miles, the originally clear sky with the sun shining brightly suddenly turned dark. It's like going from noon to dusk in an instant. The blazing rays of the sun all gathered together, penetrated into the small cauldron, and were then absorbed and refined by the small cauldron. This small tripod is absorbing the essence of the sun. It didn't take long. A drop of green liquid slowly appeared inside the small tripod. The liquid was not big, just like a drop of rainwater, but the spiritual energy it exuded was extremely amazing. Xiao Ming just took a breath of spiritual energy and felt his head was dizzy and shaky. The energy of this spiritual liquid is so rich that even Xiao Ming, who is in the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm, can't bear it. After stabilizing himself, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function, and immediately, the information about this drop of spiritual liquid emerged. Name: Towering Fortune Dew. Function: extremely energetic. Explanation: taking over the creation of heaven and earth, invading the mystery of the sun and moon, the super-powerful spiritual liquid formed by refining the essence of the sun from the Qingdi Supreme Cauldron has extremely strong vitality. It turns out this thing is the dew of fortune. Xiao Ming was stunned. He hesitated for a moment. Xiao Ming turned the small cauldron over, letting the dew of creation flow out and drip on a small tree sapling in front of him. After a while, something strange happened suddenly. After absorbing the dew of creation, the saplings suddenly released a dazzling blue light. Then, in Xiao Ming's shocked eyes, the saplings grew rapidly. Just a few breaths. The sapling, which was originally more than 1 meter high, has grown into a towering tree. The diameter of the big tree is more than 10 meters, and its height has reached nearly 1,000 meters. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xiao Ming would never have believed it. A small sapling seems to have spanned countless years and grown into a towering tree in a matter of seconds. Such an abnormality is really shocking. The 7th level of sword art. Cutting the universe to perfection. The 7th level. cutting the universe to perfection. Xiao Ming walked around the big tree. I was surprised to find that this big tree actually exuded pretty good spiritual energy. That is to say, this is no longer an ordinary big tree, but an extraordinary spiritual tree. The towering fortune dew is so miraculous. If it is used to irrigate elixir seedlings, we will definitely be able to obtain a large number of mid to high level elixirs in a very short period of time. It's even easy to come up with a 10-year elixir. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. At the same time, I became increasingly cautious. The Azure Emperor's supreme cauldron is too unbelievable. If such a magical treasure is leaked, it will inevitably cause countless strong people to fight for it. So, Xiao Ming must be extremely careful when using the divine tripod. Also, when the divine cauldron swallowed the essence of the sun, it caused too much noise. This was also a problem that needed to be solved urgently. Shaked his head. Xiao Ming put the small cauldron aside and picked up the Emperor Jingtianju. Pressing his palm on the secret book, the true energy in his body surged out and poured into the secret book. After a while, the secret book emitted a golden light, and one of the pages quickly softened, and was then gently opened by Xiao Ming. He has reached the middle stage of Divine Sea Realm and can practice the 7th level of sword art. As he glanced over, the cultivation methods of the 7th heavy sword technique came into view one by one. The content of the 7th level sword art is similar to the previous ones. They all show the method of opening more meridians. At the same time, it also comes with the perfect realm of sword skills to cut through the universe. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged and started practicing with ease. As time went by, 1 new meridians were opened up by Xiao Ming. And after each meridian was opened, the amount of true energy that could be stored in his body increased significantly compared to before he started practicing. The so-called practice. Just use yourself as a container to absorb as much energy as possible from the world, and the number of meridians directly affects the true energy in the warrior's body. Wait until it gets dark. Xiao Ming successfully practiced the 7th level of sword art. At the same time, it also elevated Qingyunke to the state of perfection. I feel that my current cultivation speed is much faster than before. It should be affected by luck, Xiao Ming thought to himself while feeling the powerful changes in his body. Is this the benefit of luck? If I kill the blood-clothed young man and steal his purple luck, my cultivation speed will surely reach a higher level. Speaking of luck, Xiao Ming subconsciously thought of the bone-eroding old man in Lingjian Cave. The old man also had purple luck. Unfortunately, he was killed by Han Qingfeng. After his death, the purple luck returned to the world and could not be absorbed by Xiao Ming. This is a very regrettable thing. Only the higher level luck left by the strong men killed by Xiao Ming himself can be absorbed by him. Good thing. There is no shortage of purple luck on the Xianwu Continent. Although he cannot swallow the power of the old man's luck, Xiao Ming can improve his luck level by killing others. The young man in blood is a very good target. Sniffing, Xiao Ming opened his script property board, and immediately, his information appeared one by one. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, middle stage of Divine Sea Realm. Fate, amazing luck, blue, close luck, temporary. Physique, 5 elements holy body, excellent holy body. Main skill, the 7th level of Emperor level shocking sword technique, heaven level. Movement, wind spirit step, earth level. Magic weapon, Qingdi Supreme Cauldron, the most precious treasure in the immortal world, a tool of the Great Road. Weapon, Tiangang Sword, the best of the heavens. Martial skills, 100 Shadows Crazy Slash, Moon Shattering Slash, Sword Controlling, Yuan Shattering Sword Gang, World Cutting, Perfection. Special martial skill, Transformation Realm Green Lotus Sword Intent, incomplete. Spiritual pet, Grey Flame Lizard King, young. Storage weapon, Mo Kong Ring. Life script, the host's luck has changed one after another, and it has begun to communicate with heaven and earth. At the same time, the future life direction has changed greatly. It's like a fog, elusive. Recent opportunity 1. One day later, on the way back to the sect, I discovered a wild 2,000-year-old elixir. It turns out that I will soon be able to find a 2,000-year-old elixir. Seeing the item about recent opportunities on the attribute board, Xiao Ming grinned. Since raising his luck level to blue, he has often had various opportunities. After closing the attribute board, Xiao Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. I saw mountains and lush forests in the distance, with no end in sight. Looking at the scenery in the distance, Xiao Ming raised the Tiangang sword in his hand. As the true energy surged out, the dark golden sword body suddenly released a dazzling golden light. He planned to test the power of the perfect realm's Qingyunke slasher. Holding the hilt of the Tiangang sword, Xiao Ming slashed down on a mountain peak in front of him. Call out! The harsh sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and then a thick dark golden sword shadow, 500 meters long, formed out of thin air, and then slashed away with a strong sword intent. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and there was a roar and explosion. The 500-meter-long dark golden sword shadow shattered the top of the mountain in the distance. For a moment, the top of the mountain collapsed, earth and rocks rolled, and the entire mountain seemed like a small earthquake. The power of the perfect level of Qingyunke cutting is at least several times or even 10 times more powerful than before. On the one hand, this is because Qingyunke's level has improved, and on the other hand, it is because Xiao Ming's realm has been upgraded to the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. When the two are added together, the fighting power that breaks out reaches such an astonishing level. And this does not include the 5 elements spiritual energy. If Xiao Ming activates the 5 elements holy body and adds the 5 elements spiritual power to Qingyunke, then the power of the sword shadow can be at least doubled. With this 500-meter sword shadow alone, Xiao Ming can easily surpass the challenge, let alone the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. Even if he is in the Divine Sea realm, Xiao Ming can kill him by force. But compared with the Qinglian sword intention of the transformation realm, the power of this sword skill is a bit out of reach. The power of Qinglian sword intent is so terrifying that even if Xiao Ming has reached the middle stage of Divine Sea realm, he can only use it once. After using it, you will inevitably fall into a weak state. Shaked his head. Xiao Ming put away the Tiangang sword, and then looked at the withered bones beside him. This is the body of the bone-crossing old man. His body looks unremarkable as a whole, but one of the bones in his ribs is a faint green color. Without thinking, Xiao Ming raised the sole of his foot and stepped hard on the withered bones. There was a bang sound. The corpse of the bone-eroding old man was trampled to pieces by him. Among the pile of debris, only the green bones were safe and sound. Picking up these magical bones, Xiao Ming's consciousness surged out and poured into it. After a while, the bones released a soft light. As the light shone, the bones stretched out, slowly forming a thin golden paper. This is the Golden Book and Jade Page. Fragments of the Heavenly Book, Tempering the Consciousness of the Soul. Volume 1. Attribute, Mysterious Method of Soul Type. Owner, Xiao Ming. Explanation: according to legend, the Lingxi realm communicated with the ancient heaven and obtained many secrets of cultivation from the heaven. One of them is the 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book. For some reason, the fragments of the Heavenly Book were left in the Xianwu Continent. After reading the information on the Golden Book and Jade Page, Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. The fragments of the 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven? The Spirit Ruins realm that communicates with the Heaven realm? The quality of this Golden Book and Jade Pages is so high. It turns out that the Golden Book and Jade Pages I got are only the first of 7 volumes. Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. If I collect all 7 volumes, then I will take off from the same place. After all, these 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven are good things handed down from the heaven. While sighing with emotion, Xiao Ming released his spiritual consciousness and began to check the cultivation content in the golden book and jade pages. A few minutes later, Xiao Ming's face showed a look of shock. There are 2 cultivation methods in this first volume. The first one is to enter the inside of the jade page and use the jade page itself to temper the consciousness. According to what is said on the jade page, if one can complete the first volume of cultivation, then one's own spiritual consciousness will skyrocket to an unparalleled level. With Xiao Ming currently in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm, the strength of his divine consciousness can easily surpass that of warriors of the same level. In fact, it is much more powerful than the consciousness of ordinary Qi control realm warriors. Second, there is also a spiritual and mysterious method inside the jade page, called the Jingshen Thorn. Jingshen Thorn, as the name suggests, is a special method designed to deal with the soul. The shocking god thorn is invisible but extremely powerful. Its evolution method is to use one's own powerful spiritual consciousness to condense into a sharp cone, causing a fatal blow to the enemy's soul. At worst, it can cause the opponent's spirit to lose control and turn him into an idiot. At worst, it can directly destroy the opponent's spirit and make the opponent fall to death. The only problem is, the power of the shocking thorn depends on the cultivator himself and the strength of the opponent's soul. The stronger you are and the weaker your opponent's spirit is, the more terrifying the power of the Jingshen thorn will be. Vice versa. The secret method of spiritual cultivation has always been extremely rare. I found a treasure this time. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Then without saying a word, he began to cultivate his spiritual consciousness. The first step is to pour your spiritual consciousness into the jade page to temper the strength of your spiritual consciousness. Brush. A low sound of wind sounded. All of Xiao Ming's consciousness surged out and entered the jade page. Immediately, a brand new scene appeared in front of Xiao Ming's eyes. I saw a huge spiritual lake in the jade page. The water was transparent and illusory, and it was still spinning crazily, forming a huge vortex exuding a violent atmosphere in the center of the lake. According to the records on the jade page, these lakes are all composed of spiritual power, and the vortex in the center of the lake is a spiritual vortex. What Xiao Ming has to do is to put his spiritual consciousness into it and resist the tearing of the spiritual whirlpool. As long as you endure the pain of being torn apart, your own consciousness will become stronger and stronger as the whirlpool tears and forges it again and again. Then absorbing the entire spiritual lake water means that the first volume of cultivation is completed. Looking at the mental vortex exuding violent power, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. This whirlpool is probably not that easy to resist. However, this hesitation was fleeting. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, and then all his consciousness fell into the whirlpool. Boom! The moment his consciousness plunged into the spiritual whirlpool, an unbearable roaring sound suddenly sounded, and Xiao Ming's consciousness was instantly torn to pieces. It felt like someone was holding a big hammer and smashing Xiao Ming's head. It made Xiao Ming's head hurt and his whole body trembled. Uncontrollably, Xiao Ming's will withdrew from the jade page, and then he gasped for air with a pale face. It hurts so much. This feeling of having your consciousness torn apart is so painful. If it is physical pain, Xiao Ming can still endure it. After all, he has the 5 elements holy body, which can absorb the 5 elements of spiritual energy between heaven and earth to reduce the pain. But the soul and consciousness are pains on the other side, and the 5 elements holy body has no effect at all. After being torn apart by the spiritual whirlpool, his consciousness became fragmented, with only a little bit left. After resting on the spot for a long time, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and poured his spiritual consciousness into the jade pages again. Although cultivation is painful and difficult, he will not give up. When a warrior cultivates, nothing goes against the will of heaven. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. As long as he can become stronger, Xiao Ming can endure any pain. After the fragmented consciousness entered the jade page again, the illusory and transparent spiritual lake immediately poured in, quickly repairing Xiao Ming's damage. After absorbing a small amount of the spiritual lake water, Xiao Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that his consciousness was not only restored to its original state, but also a little stronger than before. This spiritual lake can enhance the strength of his consciousness. After discovering this surprise, Xiao Ming no longer had any worries and put all his consciousness into the spiritual whirlpool. Click, click, click. This time, Xiao Ming only lasted for a second, and his consciousness was torn to pieces again. After exiting the spiritual vortex, Xiao Ming quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual lake water. After some absorption, sure enough, his consciousness became a little stronger. At this time, Xiao Ming still didn't understand that this was Yu Yi's special training method. The function of the spiritual vortex is to hone his consciousness and forcefully tear it apart again and again, while the function of the spiritual lake is to reorganize his consciousness again and again. After each reorganization, Xiao Ming's consciousness will obviously become stronger. In the following time, Xiao Ming fell into a crazy state of cultivation. The consciousness was thrown into the spiritual whirlpool, and then was torn into pieces. After being reorganized by the lake water, it entered the whirlpool again and was tortured. This process starts over and over again. Time passes little by little. When the sky turned dark and the bright moon rose into the sky, Xiao Ming was finally able to resist the tearing force of the mental whirlpool. His consciousness is extremely powerful, like a stone, torn apart by the whirlpool, it is as solid as a rock. After resisting the tearing of the whirlpool, Xiao Ming's consciousness began to actively spread outwards, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual lake water. Wow! The surrounding spiritual lake was like thousands of rivers converging into the sea, swarming towards Xiao Ming's consciousness. About 10 minutes later, all the lake water was swallowed up by Xiao Ming, and even the spiritual whirlpool was absorbed by Xiao Ming in one fell swoop. The method of tempering spiritual consciousness in the first volume of the 7 heavenly books has been completely completed. And at the moment when he completed the cultivation, an indescribable terrifying aura surged out from Xiao Ming's body and swept violently around him. His consciousness is at least 100 times more powerful than before. The strength of his spiritual consciousness is probably inferior to that of warriors in the middle stage of Qi control realm. Not only that, Xiao Ming's soul also changed greatly. Perhaps because of absorbing the spiritual lake water, Xiao Ming's soul no longer felt illusory, but became quite solid. In a semi-illusory, semi-solid state. After discovering the change in his soul, Xiao Ming was slightly shocked. This kind of semi-illusory and semi-solid Yuan-Shen usually only appears in the bodies of those who are strong in the Qi control realm or even the realm transformation realm. But now he is only in the Divine Sea realm and has cultivated his Yuan-Shen to this level. In terms of the strength of his soul alone, he has surpassed ordinary Qi control realm experts. The cultivation of Yuan-Shen and divine consciousness is completed, so now it's time to practice the mysterious Yuan skills, Jing Shen Stab. Xiao Ming whispered to himself. There was a look of anticipation on his face. Yuan's mysterious skill. Shocking Thorn. 7th level, Heaven level. Auxiliary skills, 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book, the first volume has been cultivated. Secret skills of the Yuan Shen, Shocking Spirit Thorn. Sports, Wind Spirit Step, Earth level. Magic weapon, Qingdi Supreme Cauldron, the most precious treasure in the fairy world, the instrument of the Great Dao. Weapon, Tiangang Sword, the best of heaven level. Martial arts, 100 Shadows Crazy Slash, Shattering Moon Slash, Sword Controlling, Shattering Yuan Sword Gang, Slashing the Universe, Perfect. Special Martial Arts, Transformation Realm Blue Lotus Sword Intention, Incomplete. Spirit Pet, Grey Flame Lizard King, Juvenile. Storage Magic Weapon, Mokong Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has changed successively, and he began to communicate with the world. At the same time, the future direction of his life has changed greatly. It is like a fog and cannot be grasped. Recent opportunity 1. On the way back to the sect, a wild 2,000-year-old spiritual medicine was found. After a while of joy, Xiao Ming put away the golden book jade page. At this time, there was no spiritual lake water or spiritual vortex inside the jade page, and only one method of practicing the shocking spirit thorn remained. For Xiao Ming, it actually has no use. Even if it is lost one day, Xiao Ming does not feel sorry. After putting away the golden book and jade page, Xiao Ming picked up the Qing Emperor's supreme cauldron again. After strengthening his consciousness, Xiao Ming found that his control over the divine cauldron had increased several times out of thin air, and he could use the small cauldron more easily. Then, Xiao Ming looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky was full of thick night. On the night sky, there was a bright full moon and countless stars emitting starlight. The white moonlight poured down, merging with the starlight, and the earth was illuminated as if covered with a thin layer of white gauze. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming activated the Qing Emperor's supreme cauldron. He wanted to see if this small cauldron could absorb the power of moonlight and stars. Sure enough, the small cauldron did not disappoint him. Under Xiao Ming's control, the terrifying devouring power surged out of the small tripod again. The devouring power spread out and immediately sucked in all the moonlight and star power within a radius of 10 miles. About half an hour later, the abnormality disappeared. And inside the small tripod, there was an extra drop of towering creation dew. This drop of dew exuded a faint blue light and was formed by the essence of moonlight and starlight. Although it was different from the dew formed by the essence of the sun, it also exuded a surging vitality. Sure enough, the small tripod can also absorb the essence of the moon and the power of the stars. Xiao Ming clenched his fists excitedly. At the same time, he also sensed the speed at which the small tripod absorbed the essence. Whether it was the essence of the sun or the power of the moon and stars, the small tripod could condense a drop of towering creation dew in half an hour. If it was absorbed continuously for 24 hours, then after a day and a night, it could condense into 48 drops of magical dew. This is an extremely magnificent cultivation resource. With this little tripod, I won't lack cultivation resources in the future, Xiao Ming thought to himself. Even if I leave the Qingtian sword sect one day, I won't lack resources, so I can quickly improve my strength. For warriors, the importance of cultivation resources is self-evident. Second only to the influence of luck. And luck, to a certain extent, is also helping warriors get more cultivation resources. For ordinary warriors, with enough cultivation resources, they can constantly advance and break through. And without resources, they can only stay where they are and watch others soar to the sky and enjoy unlimited glory. Well, this situation does not include the strange existence of Hu Yunxi. After all, Xiao Ming has never seen Hu Yunxi improve her realm by swallowing cultivation resources. She just woke up and her strength increased rapidly. At this time, a rustling sound came from a distance. Xiao Ming's consciousness swept over and found that the little lizard was back. The little lizard's belly was round from eating so much, and there was still blood and faint spiritual energy on the corners of its mouth. It was unknown what animal it had eaten. Little lizard, come here, let daddy see you. Xiao Ming waved his hand. The little lizard ran over happily. Touching the little lizard's head, Xiao Ming's spiritual consciousness burst out, and then planted his spiritual imprint in the little lizard's body. The moment the imprint was formed, his connection with the little lizard suddenly became close. Even without Xiao Ming's instructions, he could easily control the little lizard's every move just by communicating with his mind. Xiao Ming had always wanted to plant his spiritual imprint in the little lizard's body. It was just that before, his spiritual consciousness was too weak to form a brand, so he had no choice but to give up. But now it can be done. After planting the spiritual imprint, the little lizard will be more loyal to him, even if it is taken away by others, it will still be his spiritual pet. Return to the sect and use the cloud covering formation. After planting the brand of spiritual consciousness, Xiao Ming clearly felt the cheerful spirit of the little lizard. Like a child of several years old, it circled around Xiao Ming affectionately. Xiao Ming smiled and stroked the little lizard's head while thinking about the little lizard's whereabouts. Spiritual pets like little lizards can only be placed in special spirit animal bags. He doesn't have such storage instruments now, so it seems he can only wait until he returns to the sect to find a solution. As a 3-star power, the Qingyunke sword sect must have storage bags in its warehouse. The only problem is that Xiao Ming needs to redeem it with sect points. Also, the huge celestial problems caused by the Qing Emperor's supreme cauldron absorbing the energy of heaven and earth must also be resolved as soon as possible. There should be related concealment formations in the sect's warehouse, but the problem is still the same, sect points are still needed to redeem them. There are only 2 ways to get sect points, Xiao Ming thought to himself. One is to complete the sect's mission and get the corresponding points. Secondly, by donating something valuable, such as weapons, exercises, or elixirs, you can also gain sect points. It seems that if I want to gain sect points in a short period of time, I can only bleed once. Xiao Ming sniffed. There are also a lot of medicinal materials and elixirs in his space ring. If you donate them, you can get sect points. In this way, the problems of the spirit beast bag and the concealment formation can be solved smoothly. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming looked at the small tripod which was absorbing the essence of the moon and the power of the stars. Since he had this divine cauldron, ordinary cultivation resources no longer have much appeal to him. Donating ordinary cultivation resources to the sect to gain points can be regarded as making the best use of them. 2 hours later, the divine cauldron condensed several more drops of towering creation dew, and the sky became dim and bright. A new day is coming. Putting away the divine cauldron and other items, Xiao Ming took the little lizard into the sky and headed straight for the sect. It didn't take long. Xiao Ming found a wild 2,000-year-old elixir in an unknown forest. This is his chance. Throwing the elixir into the space ring, Xiao Ming continued towards the sect. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming returned to Qingyunke sword sect. At this time, the sky was already bright, and there were many people in the sect. Some were practicing martial arts early in the morning, some were having breakfast, and some were in a hurry. They are all handling their own affairs in an orderly manner. Xiao Ming went straight to the artifact hall. That's where the sect exchanges various things. When he came to the artifact hall, Xiao Ming took out all the low-level elixirs, and other items that he didn't need, and gave them to the elder in charge of the artifact hall. What are you doing? The elders of the artifact hall were a little stunned, not understanding what Xiao Ming wanted to do. Xiao Ming smiled and said, I went out not long ago and got some things that I didn't need. I thought it was a waste, so I might as well donate them to the sect in order to get some sect points. So that's it. The elder nodded. After looking at the things Xiao Ming took out, he suddenly looked surprised and said, the value of these things of yours is not small, even for you, a disciple in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Effect. Are you really going to donate it all instead of using it yourself? Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. What he took out were some relatively common cultivation resources. Of course, even ordinary elixirs, pills, and other items were of great use to ordinary Shanghai realm warriors. Only, Xiao Ming has a rich net worth and no longer likes these things. Taking elixirs as an example, he looked down upon elementary elixirs that were less than 3,000 years old. Only mid-level elixirs from 4,000 to 6,000 years can interest Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming's indifferent expression, the elder also understood. Xiao Ming must have something more precious in his hands. After some calculation, the elder said, the things you took out are worth 15,000 sect points in total. Take out your identity plate and I will mark it for you now. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ming took out the identity plate of his inner disciple and handed it to the elder. As a ray of light flashed, a row of writing appeared on the identity plate, with the words 15,000 points clearly written on it. After settling the sect points, Xiao Ming strode towards the interior of the artifact hall. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming walked out of the artifact hall holding a black spirit beast bag in one hand and a set of formation flags in the other. "Elder, I want to exchange these two things," Xiao Ming said with a smile. After some delivery, Xiao Ming left the artifact hall. These two items cost him a total of 12,000 sect points. The spirit animal bag is specially used to store small lizards. The formation flag is called the cloud covering formation, which is composed of 18 small flags and a general formation plate. It has the ability to cover the sky, block the detection of spiritual consciousness, and provide psychedelic defense. With the protection of the cloud shielding formation, when his divine cauldron absorbs the sun essence and moonlight, he doesn't have to worry about being noticed by others. After throwing the little lizard into the spirit beast bag and placing the cloud shielding array, Xiao Ming thought about it and walked towards Wang Hao's residence. Wang Hao also had an independent courtyard, and it was not too far from Xiao Ming's residence. It didn't take long for Xiao Ming to arrive at Wang Hao's door. His eyes swept away. Wang Hao's door was seen tightly closed, and at the same time, strong auras emerged from the houses inside. This Wang Hao is at the most critical moment of breakthrough, and judging from his aura, it is very likely that he will be promoted to the great perfection of the Dan Lake realm. "Are you going to try to break through to the great perfection of the Dan Lake realm? Your cultivation speed is really fast," Xiao Ming whispered to himself. Not long ago, when the 8 sects competed in martial arts, Wang Hao and Lin Feng were both in the middle stage of the Dan Lake realm. And now, Wang Hao has passed the late stage and begun to break through the Danhe Great Consummation. After looking at Wang Hao's house, Xiao Ming shook his head, got up and left. Now that Wang Hao was in seclusion and breaking through, he naturally couldn't check his chance. Then, he could only shift his target to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's residence is rather special. Although Lin Feng is also an inner disciple of the sect, he is not in the same realm as everyone else. Because he and the female elder are both male and female, he has lived with the elder Hengzhi for a long time. It might be a little difficult to find him. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a surprising change suddenly occurred in the sky somewhere in the sect. All the disciples of the sect who noticed this change subconsciously looked up and saw that the energy in the sky was surging and the air was roaring endlessly. A vortex of vitality that was half an acre in size slowly formed. A young figure had flown into the air at some unknown time. The figure opened its arms and was frantically absorbing the energy of the world. Xiao Ming glanced around and found that the person who stirred up the vitality of heaven and earth was Lin Feng. After the energy entered his body, Lin Feng's aura was rising steadily. In a matter of seconds, he was successfully promoted to the great perfection of the Dan Lake realm. And this is just the beginning. As more energy entered his body, Lin Feng took a step further and began to attack the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. Looking at the situation in front of him, it was only a matter of course for Lin Feng to be promoted to the Divine Sea realm. Seeing this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. It seems that the results of Lin Feng and Elder Hengzi's dual cultivation are quite good, and they are about to hit the Divine Sea realm so soon. While looking from a distance, Xiao Ming also turned on the viewing function. Suddenly, Lin Feng's recent opportunities emerged one by one. Grandpa and number 039, S opportunity. Keklok Temple Keklok Monk. The third opportunity greatly shocked Xiao Ming's heart. Recent opportunity 3, 5 days later, go to the task hall and accept the task of raising the Keklok Temple. After killing the blissful monk, he unexpectedly found a ring containing a magical soul, Lian Lao. Under the guidance of the mysterious soul, Lian Lao, his skills in alchemy and weapon refining have improved by leaps and bounds, and he has acquired many powerful exercises and martial arts, as well as many subsequent opportunities. Ring, soul, refining. Isn't he just the old man? Lin Feng's portable grandfather finally appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Ming didn't even return to his home, but walked directly to the mission hall without saying a word. He wants to take on the task of raising Keklok Temple. Arriving at the mission hall, Xiao Ming accepted the mission from Jile Temple as quickly as possible, and then left through the air. Not long after Xiao Ming left, a young man with sinister eyes emerged from the crowd. It was the young man in blood. The blood-clothed young man looked at Xiao Ming's leaving figure, sneered, and then followed quietly. And his realm has suddenly reached the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. After the 8 sects martial arts competition, he received a beating for no reason, but it was this beating that opened up his meridians inexplicably. Later, he was promoted to the late stage of Divine Sea realm, and his strength increased greatly. After breaking through the realm, the blood-clothed young master had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Xiao Ming, but he found traces of Xiao Ming in the mission hall. He followed him without thinking, hoping to find a place where there was no one and beat Xiao Ming hard. It's best to kill Xiao Ming to vent his hatred. Brush! There was a sudden rumbling. The blood-clothed young man transformed into a streak of blood and ran straight to the direction Xiao Ming left, quickly disappearing without a trace. The other side. Xiao Ming opened the information obtained from the mission hall while flying with his sword in the sky. It's all about Keklok Si Temple and Keklok Monk. The origin of Monk Bliss is unknown. We only know that he is an evil monk in the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, specializing in evil techniques that can enchant people's minds. According to the information, he established a Keklok temple in a town thousands of miles away, used monstrous words to confuse people, amassed money, and also deceived women from good families. All the women in the town, from 80-year-old ladies to 3-year-old girls, were all attracted to him. Even many men have also been brutally murdered. Also, Monk Gle also provoked the female disciples of the Qingyunke sword sect. At least 5 female disciples were bewitched by him and became slaves willing to serve him. Before Xiao Ming took over this task, many disciples in the sect had already gone to Gle Temple, hoping to destroy the Gle monk to punish evil and promote good. But it's a pity. None of the disciples who went to Keklok Temple came back. Both male and female disciples were under the control of Monk Gle. Not only did they forget the mission of eradicating Gle Temple, but they also became Monk Gle's loyal servants and thugs. It seems that the ability of Monk Bliss is to control people's hearts. After reading the information, Xiao Ming thought to himself, when the time comes for us to fight, I must be careful not to fall prey to Monk Bliss's evil methods. While thinking secretly, Xiao Ming was quite curious. What kind of evil method can actually make men and women willingly kneel at the feet of the blissful monk? Xiao Ming's flying speed is very fast. When it was getting dark, he crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the town where Keklok Temple was located. The original name of this town is unknown. We only know that it has been renamed the City of Bliss. As soon as they entered the town, a series of surprised looks came from all directions. The mortals here all looked at Xiao Ming, a stranger from outside, in surprise, with inexplicable smiles on their faces. The ant closest to Xiao Ming came over enthusiastically. Young man, you have also heard of the name of Paradise City, have you come all the way? Auntie asked enthusiastically. That's right, Xiao Ming touched his nose and then asked, where is Jile Temple? It's right in the center of the city. The ant took Xiao Ming's arm enthusiastically and said impatiently, let's go, I'll take you there now. As they walked, the ant was frothing and said, let me tell you, our Paradise City is a good place. In this place, you can forget all your worries and enjoy bliss forever. Master Bliss said that the city he built is the paradise on earth. Every outsider who comes to Bliss City will find ultimate happiness here and live their whole life happily. Master of Bliss? Hearing this, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. The so-called Master of Bliss refers to that monk. Ah! He is just an evil monk. He claims to be a master. He talks so shamelessly and deserves to be killed. Xiao Ming sneered inwardly, but there was nothing unusual on his face, and he even showed a smiling smile. After following Auntie straight ahead, Xiao Ming arrived at the center of the city. Really? There was a pink temple here. The moment he saw the temple, Xiao Ming suddenly fell into a trance. Although the trance was fleeting and he returned to normal in an instant, he still couldn't help being surprised. After practicing the first volume of the 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book, Xiao Ming's soul has become so powerful that it is not inferior to ordinary warriors in the Qi control realm. It can be said to be quite powerful. However, even so, I was in an uncontrollable daze just now. It can be seen that this Keklok temple is indeed very strange. However, this also explains why so many Sword Sect disciples are unwilling to return to the sect after coming here. Even his powerful soul suffered a small loss, let alone others. He must have been controlled by monk bliss a long time ago. With vigilance in his heart, Xiao Ming opened the door and walked into Jile Temple. Scanning his eyes, he saw many local mortals in the Keklok temple. There were men and women, old and young, but they all showed extreme piety. At this time, they were all kneeling on the ground, kneeling and worshipping in front of a core temple of Jile Temple. The aunt who brought Xiao Ming was also extremely respectful. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times, and then respectfully shouted to the temple, "Master Gle, another outsider has entered the city. This time here is a good-looking young man with tender skin and tender flesh. I have brought him here. Well, you did a good job. I will visit you tomorrow. Now, please bring him in." A male-female voice sounded from the temple. Hear the words. Xiao Ming had no reaction yet, but the aunt became excited. "Thank you, Master for your mercy. Young man, hurry up and enter the temple. Master Bliss is calling you." The aunt danced excitedly and said, "Being summoned by Master Bliss means that you are destined to be a master. It's getting dark now. Hey, I hope you have a nice night." After saying that, the aunt winked at Xiao Ming. The mortal believers around him also had strange expressions on their faces, and some even showed envy. Xiao Ming felt a chill. Almost vomited. "Okay, I'm going to the temple now to see what magical abilities Master Gle has." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming held the hilt of the Tiangang sword, and strode toward the temple with a murderous intent in his eyes. Kill the blissful monk. Locked in the blissful monk for the first time. Next moment, an invisible, colorless, and traceless steel needle of consciousness shot out from his mind and hit Monk Bliss's soul directly. The mysterious skill of the Yuan dynasty, the shocking thorn. Ah! Monk Bliss let out a scream that was comparable to that of a slaughtered pig. He knelt on the ground uncontrollably, threw away the mirror in his hand, held his head in his hands, howled in pain, and kept rolling on the ground. This kind of scene. It was as if someone had thrust a steel needle into his brain. But, although Monk Bliss was in extreme pain and his face turned from black to pale paper color, he did not die or even become an idiot. The shocking thorn didn't kill this evil monk instantly. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. It seems that this blissful monk is a special warrior who specializes in cultivating the soul, so he can resist the attack of his shocking thorn. Although the shocking thorn did not achieve the desired effect, which made Xiao Ming a little disappointed, Xiao Ming had plenty of means. The sleeves and robes were flicked. A thick dark golden sword made of pure energy shot out from his palm. The sword swelled in the wind and became several meters in size in a moment. This is another martial skill of Xiao Ming, shattering Yuan Jian Gang. After throwing out a piece of Yuan shattering sword gang, Xiao Ming twisted on the spot and disappeared into a strong wind again. There was a bang sound. The dark golden sword gang hit Monk Bliss hard, sending him flying directly outside the temple. Before the Monk Bliss, who was blasted away, hit the ground, he heard a sound that broke through the air behind his head. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Xiao Ming raising his sword and landing it. No! Monk Bliss let out a cry of terror. At the same time as the cry sounded, Xiao Ming raised his hand and dropped his sword. There was a bang sound. Monk Bliss's huge head was chopped off by Xiao Ming's sword, and his round head flew to the side, while Monk Bliss's neck spurted hot blood. Then, a translucent and semi-substantial figure emerged from the body of Monk Bliss. This is his soul. The strength of Monk Bliss's Yunxi far exceeds that of warriors of the same level, and it has actually begun to materialize. Even if it is not as good as Xiao Ming's Yunxi, it is not much different. However, just as his soul escaped from the corpse, he saw Xiao Ming slashing down with his sword again. Boom! Xiao Ming once again slashed out a majestic sword shadow, instantly drowning Monk Bliss' soul. This time, Monk Bliss' soul was also destroyed by Xiao Ming's sword. Monk Bliss, die! Purple luck! The blood-clothed young man is coming. After killing Monk Bliss with one sword, Xiao Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The realm of this blissful monk is not too weak. After all, he is a warrior who has reached the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. However, he is so weak. From the moment the two of them fought until now, Monk Bliss has not fought back much. He just passively accepted his beating. But soon, Xiao Ming came to his senses. What Monk Bliss is best at is controlling people's hearts, but he does not have strong actual combat capabilities. Once the method of controlling people's hearts fails, his combat power will plummet instantly. If he was stretched to death, he would be no different than an ordinary warrior in the early stages of the Divine Sea realm. This does not mean that Monk Bliss is weak, but that he is seriously partial to science and has added all his abilities to the soul. If he met an ordinary warrior, Monk Bliss might still have room to operate, but unfortunately, he met a freak like Xiao Ming. You can ignore his mind control. That's why Monk Bliss died so simply. After killing Monk Bliss with one sword, the entire temple fell silent at this moment. The mortals who were worshipping devoutly in the temple compound all looked at this scene in horror. Then, they reacted and screamed one by one. This guy actually killed Master Bliss. Kill him! Avenge Master Bliss! For a moment, the crowd was excited, and the mortal believers in the temple had red eyes and rushed towards Xiao Ming as if they were crazy. Xiao Ming frowned. He did not expect that the influence of Monk Bliss was so great. Even if he had been killed, he could still affect every mortal present. Xiao Ming had nothing to say to these mortals who had fallen into madness. Xiao Ming raised the Tiangang sword in his hand and swung it hard. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Whoosh! In an instant, countless sharp sword shadows burst out from his sword blade. The sword shadows were densely packed, like a heavy rain, drowning everyone in one fell swoop. Sword skills, 100 shadows slashing wildly. 1 second. Just a second. All the loyal believers in Jile Temple were killed by Xiao Ming with one sword. After killing the crazy mortals, Xiao Ming put away his sword and returned, then began to rummage through the body of Monk Bliss. He found a storage belt, opened it with his spiritual consciousness, and saw that it was full of various cultivation resources. I saw that there were various elixirs and elixirs inside, as well as a heaven-level secret book, Huangzhenju. Xiao Ming unceremoniously wrapped the storage belt around his waist, and then put the head of Monk Bliss on it. This thing is the evidence that he killed Monk Bliss. Then, Xiao Ming put away Monk Bliss's mirror instrument and returned to the temple. Because he vaguely felt that the ring hiding the grandfather was placed somewhere in the temple. After some rummaging, Xiao Ming found a dark, primitive ring in a drawer. The ring was covered with dust and it looked like it had not been used. After scanning with his spiritual consciousness, Xiao Ming was surprised to find that there was indeed an extremely powerful aura of soul surging inside the ring. There's an old man in there. However, before Xiao Ming could carefully explore the soul inside, a powerful and familiar aura suddenly emerged from the outside world. This breath. It's the young man in blood. As expected, the young man in blood came with him. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. He had actually noticed that the young man in blood-clothed clothes was following him a long time ago, but the young man in blood-clothed clothes was not as fast as him, so he arrived late. Xiao Ming put the ring on his finger and walked out of the temple. Looking up, sure enough, the blood-clothed young man had fallen into the courtyard of the temple. He was holding the weeping blood sword in his hand and looking at Xiao Ming with red eyes. Xiao Ming, I have been looking for a chance to deal with you for a long time. Today is the day you die. The blood-clothed young man shouted loudly, his body trembled, and suddenly, the pressure of the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm surged out of his body. The aura soared into the sky and actually formed a howling storm in the sky of the temple. Late stage of Divine Sea Realm? Seeing this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The promotion speed of this blood-clothed young man is really fast. When the 8 factions competed not long ago, he was in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. After a short time, this guy was promoted to the later stage. However, compared with Xiao Ming, this cultivation speed seems relatively mediocre. Xiao Ming has broken through from the great perfection of Dan Lake Realm to the middle stage of Divine Sea Realm. In terms of realm crossing, he is much more powerful than the blood-clothed young master. Smile slightly. Xiao Ming also released his pressure. It's also the Divine Sea Realm. After feeling Xiao Ming's aura that only belonged to the Divine Sea Realm, the young man in blood on the opposite side was startled. He never expected that Xiao Ming would also be promoted. After realizing that Xiao Ming's strength had also become stronger, the blood-clothed young master subconsciously wanted to retreat. He originally thought that Xiao Ming was still in the Dan Lake Realm. In this way, with his strength in the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm, he could steadily kill Xiao Ming to vent his hatred. But now, Xiao Ming has also been promoted to the Divine Sea Realm, and his strength has greatly increased, and he is no longer confident enough to suppress Xiao Ming. With Xiao Ming's ability to easily cross levels and challenge, let alone suppress him, he might even end up here. The young man in blood is also a very decisive person. Without thinking, he turned around and walked away, directly turning into a streak of blood rising into the sky. He didn't dare to take action against Xiao Ming without enough confidence. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was happy. The blood-clothed young man took the initiative to send his head. How could Xiao Ming let him leave so easily? A thought came to my mind. The majestic and sharp power of spiritual consciousness surged out, and instantly condensed into a terrifying thick steel needle, and then stabbed towards the head of the blood-clothed young man. The mysterious skill of the Yuan dynasty, the shocking thorn. Ah! The blood-clothed young man who had just flown into the air let out a shrill scream, and then he fell from the sky like a meteorite, hitting the ground hard. It made a big shallow pit in the hard ground. This is not the end. After being attacked by the Jingshen thorn, the face of the blood-clothed young man became dull, his eyes were dull, and there was no agility in his eyes. The power of the Jingshen thorn was too powerful, and his soul was relatively ordinary. After the initial confrontation, the blood-clothed young man immediately lost his mind. Became an idiot. Seeing this, Xiao Ming sneered. In terms of the strength of his soul, the blood-clothed young master is far inferior to the Bliss monk. Also attacked by the Jingshen thorn, Monk Bliss remained conscious despite the pain, while the blood-clothed young master turned into a fool. With a thought in his mind, Xiao Ming launched the shocking thorn again. The invisible and colorless Jingshen thorn blasted into the brain of the young man in blood. After this attack, his soul was directly shattered by the Jingshen thorn, and the sea of consciousness in his mind had turned into a paste-like chaos. Color. After the soul was shattered, the life in the blood-clothed young man's eyes quickly receded, and in just a few breaths, he turned into a cold corpse. After effortlessly killing the blood-clothed young master, Xiao Ming truly felt the power of the shocking god thorn. The Jingshen thorn is specially designed to attack the soul of warriors. It can easily destroy warriors of the same level silently. It is really a necessary skill for home travel and murder and arson. After the blood-clothed young master died, an extremely rich purple gas slowly floated out from his body. Then he got into Xiao Ming's body and became one with Xiao Ming. This is the purple luck of the blood-clothed young man. And now, this purple luck belongs to Xiao Ming. Lian Lao. The old man in the ring. 7th level, Heaven level. Auxiliary skills, 7 volumes of Heavenly Book, already cultivated to the 1st volume. Secret skills of Yuan Shen, Shocking Spirit Stab. Sports, Wind Spirit Step, Earth level. Magic weapon, Qingdi Supreme Cauldron, the most precious treasure in the fairy world, the instrument of the great Dao. Weapon, Tian Gang Sword, the best of heavenly level. Martial arts, 100 Shadows Crazy Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Controlling, Shattered Yuan Sword Gang, Slashing the Universe, Perfect. Special Martial Arts, Transformation Realm Blue Lotus Sword Intention, Incomplete. Spirit Pet, Grey Flame Lizard King, Juvenile. Storage Magic Weapon, Mokong Ring. Life Script, the host's luck has changed successively, and he began to communicate with the world. At the same time, the future direction of his life has changed greatly. It is like a fog and cannot be grasped. Recent opportunities, in the near future, it is expected to get the 2nd volume of the 7 volumes of Heavenly Book. After reading his own information, Xiao Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His luck level has finally been upgraded to purple. In Xianwu Continent, only when the luck level of a warrior turns purple can he be truly regarded as a genius in cultivation. If it is golden luck, then he is a peerless genius. If he has 9-color luck, well, then he is not a genius, but a son of destiny. In addition to the change in luck level, Xiao Ming's recent opportunities also made his eyes bright. The attribute board shows that he will get the 2nd volume of the 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book in the near future. How to get it? Really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming turned off his attribute board and took out an ancient black ring. This is what he found in the Paradise Temple, and there is a soul grandfather in it. However, there is a layer of spiritual defense barrier in this ring, which blocks the intervention of external forces, and this barrier is generated from the inside. In other words, the soul grandfather inside does not want to be affected by outsiders. After sensing it, Xiao Ming found that this barrier was not very strong, but only played the role of isolating the outside world. With a thought, Xiao Ming activated his own Yuan Shen secret skill, the Shocking Soul Stab. Bang! A muffled sound. The hard protective barrier was pierced by Xiao Ming's Jing Shen Thorn, and then he sensed the scene inside the ring. The space inside the ring was not very large, only the size of a house. At this time, an old man with white hair and beard was floating quietly inside with his eyes slightly closed. After sensing Xiao Ming's spiritual sense exploration, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "I have said long ago that I will never cooperate with you, an evil monk." "You, the old man suddenly exclaimed. Because he found that the spiritual power entering the ring did not belong to Monk Gile, but a strange breath. The next moment, the old man's soul flew out of the ring and appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming stopped, stood in the air, and looked up and down at the old man. The old man's soul was golden all over, as if it was cast from gold, full of substance. At the same time, the breath exuded was also extremely majestic. Much more powerful than him, a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. Xiao Ming was looking at him, and the old man was also looking at Xiao Ming. "Who are you? How did the ring I hid fall into your hands? Where is the evil monk Gile monk?" The old man couldn't help asking. "My name is Xiao Ming, and I am a disciple of the Lingjian Sect," Xiao Ming explained. "As for Gile monk, he has been killed by me, and this ring naturally fell into my hands. Also, what is your name, senior?" Xiao Ming asked. "You can actually kill Gile monk." Hearing this, the old man was surprised. He found that Xiao Ming was only in the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. It was incredible that he could kill the powerful Gile monk with such strength. Monk Gile is not easy to deal with. His combat power is not high, but he can control people's hearts and make people hard to guard against, the old man said unexpectedly. You can get rid of Monk Gile. It seems that you are not an ordinary warrior. As for me, haha, my name is not important, but my nickname is quite famous. You can call me Lian Lao. Lian Lao. Xiao Ming chewed on the name carefully. He had never heard of this name. Wait. Suddenly. Lian Lao, that is, the old man paused again. He looked at Xiao Ming in surprise, as if he found something that surprised him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Xiao Ming frowned slightly. I sensed the breath of the heavenly book in you. Lian Lao said in surprise, could it be that you have practiced the 7 volumes of the heavenly book? Make a deal. Volume 2 of the heavenly book. Volume 2. Hear the words. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed even more. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming asked, how do you know that I have practiced the 7 volumes of the heavenly book? The little guy is quite cautious. Lian Lao said with a smile, the 7 volumes of the heavenly book is a powerful technique spread from the Lingxi realm. There are even rumors that the 7 volumes of the heavenly book is a unique product of the heavenly realm. After practicing the 7 volumes of the heavenly book, the intensity of his spiritual consciousness will far exceed that of warriors of the same level. It is extremely different. Of course, strong spiritual consciousness does not necessarily mean that you have cultivated the heavenly book. After all, the immortal martial continent of Nyoda has other methods of improving your spiritual consciousness. And the reason why I am so sure is because I have also cultivated the 7 volumes of the heavenly book. There was a pause. Lian Lao added, looking at your appearance, you have only practiced the first volume of the 7 volumes of the heavenly book, right? I have a follow-up cultivation method, do you want it? Xiao Ming was happy. The 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven are so powerful, so I naturally want them, Xiao Ming said lightly, but I never believe in traps falling from the sky, so, senior, what deal do you want to make? I like smart people like you. Lian Lao praised and said, since you and I are both smart people, then I will open the skylight and speak out. I can give you the follow-up methods of the 7 volumes of the heavenly book, and I can even teach you many methods of refining objects to enhance your strength. But you have to do something for me. Xiao Ming was silent. He was waiting for Lian Lao's next words. Sure enough, Lian Lao continued, my request is very simple. I hope that you will become stronger and that after you learn how to refine objects, you can help me refine a new body. Due to some reasons, my physical body was destroyed, leaving only one soul. Although my soul is strong enough to continue to roam freely between heaven and earth, after all, without the physical body, I cannot continue to practice, let alone take revenge. So, I need you to help me. After saying that, Lian Lao looked at Xiao Ming with bright eyes. Xiao Ming continued to be silent. After a while, Xiao Ming said, since you have dealt with Monk Gle, why don't you ask him for help? Hear this. Mr. Lian sneered and said with a look of disdain, that evil monk from Gle has a wrong mind. He doesn't even let men, women, and children go. He is not qualified to make a deal with me, and I don't even bother to make a deal with such a person. Junior, I see that you are full of luck and your true energy is strong, so I cooperate with you. How about it, do you want to make a deal with me? Xiao Ming thought about it seriously and said, it's okay to cooperate with seniors, but seniors must plant a Taoist oath. Only in this way will I truly trust you. The so-called Dao Heart Oath is the guarantee issued by the warrior to the way of heaven. In the Xianwu Continent, the Dao Heart Oath is extremely important. Ordinary people's oaths to God may not have any effect, because God does not pay much attention to the oaths of ordinary mortals. But warriors are different. Once a warrior makes an oath of Taoism, he will be monitored by the forces of heaven and earth. If he violates his oath, he may become a demon and his realm will fall. Or else he will fall to his death directly on the spot. Therefore, the Daoxin oath is a great restriction for warriors. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is willing to joke with their own future in life. Junior, you are really cautious, Lian Lao praised, then thought of something and sighed, if I had been as cautious as you back then, I wouldn't be in this situation now. After sighing, Lian Lao's expression became serious and he asked, Junior, what is your name? My name is Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming. Mr. Lian nodded, then pointed 2 fingers at the sky and said solemnly, I, Sikong Lian, Mr. Lian, swear to the way of heaven that I will do my best to assist Xiao Ming. I will never 2 minds. If you violate your oath, both heaven and earth will be destroyed. The words just fell. The originally clear sky with the sun shining brightly suddenly darkened. Then it returned to normal. It's like nothing happened just now. Boy, I have made the Taoist oath, now it's your turn. Lian Lao looked straight at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled casually, stretched out 2 fingers, and said to the sky, I, Xiao Ming, swear that when I have enough strength and sufficient conditions, I will help Sikong Lian refine a suitable body. If I violate my oath, let me go to the large toilet without toilet paper. After the sound fell, an inexplicable force suddenly poured into Xiao Ming's body, and then the force disappeared instantly. Somehow, Xiao Ming felt that he was being restrained by heaven and earth. Lian Lao smiled. Xiao Ming, should I say that you are ignorant, or that you are a little clever? Lian Lao laughed and said, once the Dao Heart Oath is uttered, the consequences will be either obsession or death. This has nothing to do with what you said about going to the toilet without toilet paper. The last sentence you just said has no effect at all. If you violate your oath, you will only be ostracized by heaven and earth, and then fall into a great crisis. So that's it. Xiao Ming smiled sarcastically. He did play a little clever trick just now, but he didn't expect it to be useless at all. But even so, Xiao Ming also had no psychological pressure. Because he just said that he would only help refine a new body when he has enough strength and has sufficient conditions. Regardless of his own strength or conditions, if he fails to meet one of them, it does not count as a violation of his oath. Whether the strength and conditions meet the standards or not depends on Xiao Ming himself. This is another great hidden wisdom and great wisdom. In any case, I have expressed my commitment. Xiao Ming rubbed his hands and said with a smile, now, is it time to give me the follow-up skills of the 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book? You kid, although you're a little clever, you're not too bad at heart. After seeing Xiao Ming planting the Dao Heart Oath with his own eyes, Lian Lao was completely relieved. He said with a smile, then stretched out his palm and touched the void lightly. Suddenly, golden light shined. As the light shone, rows of words emerged clearly. This is the 2nd volume of the 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven. Xiao Ming seriously memorized the cultivation methods in the 2nd volume and engraved them in the Sea of Consciousness, and then asked with some confusion, why is there only the 2nd volume? What about the subsequent content? You are too weak now and can only practice the contents of the 2nd volume. Lian Lao shook his head and explained, although the 7 volumes of the Heavenly Book can enhance the consciousness and the power of the soul, they must rely on the physical body and realm as the foundation. If you practice the 3rd volume now, then the power of the soul will expand to an indescribable level, but your physical body and realm will not be able to keep up, and there will be big problems by then. What's the problem? Xiao Ming asked in shock. Lian Lao rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, forcibly practicing the 3rd volume will cause your soul to break out of your body, and at the same time explode your internal organs, Danshan crystal core and even your physical body. By then, you will be just like me, with only one soul left. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's heart trembled, and then he gave up the idea of asking for the third volume. At the same time, I felt a sudden realization in my heart. The attribute board shows that he will get the second volume of the 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven in the near future. It turns out that this second volume comes from Lian Lao. After Lian Lao confirmed that Xiao Ming had memorized the cultivation method in the second volume, he waved away the words in golden light, and then got into the simple ring. "Boy, I need to rest. Don't disturb me normally. Just call me when you are in trouble." Lian Lao's voice came out through his thoughts. Xiao Ming couldn't ask for it. He has the Azure Emperor's supreme cauldron, the most precious treasure in the immortal world, which must not be leaked to the outside world. He wishes that Lian Lao could stay in the ring all the time. Send away the old queen. Xiao Ming began to concentrate and carefully looked at the cultivation methods in the second volume of the Book of Heaven. After reading it, Xiao Ming had a look of surprise on his face. The content of this second volume is actually like this. Lin Feng and number 039, S luck has dropped. Lose your destiny. The content of the second volume is mainly divided into 2 parts. First, temper the soul and make it stronger. At the same time, he can also control his spiritual consciousness and set up a spiritual consciousness barrier. The second is to refine a set of super powerful swords called Taixuan Tianlin sword. The Taixuan Tianlin sword is extremely difficult to refine, but once it is refined, the power of the Taixuan Tianlin sword will become extremely powerful, because this kind of sword is at least the best holy weapon. A holy sword. It is a whole level higher than the Tiangang sword that Xiao Ming is holding now. More importantly, there is not one Taixuan Tianlin sword, but a complete set, with a total of 36 swords. 2 or more Taixuan Tianlin swords can freely form a sword array. The more swords there are, the more powerful the sword array will be. If 36 Taixuan Tianlin swords are released together, they can even achieve the power of destroying the world. Xiao Ming's breathing became rapid involuntarily. According to what was said in the second volume of the Book of Heaven, the power of the Taixuan Tianlin sword was so terrifying that Xiao Ming seemed to see a bright road. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Ming rose up with his sword again and galloped towards the sect. It's not the time to practice the second volume of the Book of Heaven yet. We'll wait until we get back to our residence. Call out. A harsh sound broke through the air. Xiao Ming turned into a sword light, taking advantage of the thick darkness of night to travel between heaven and earth at extremely fast speeds. Flying does not keep track of years. By the time Xiao Ming flew over thousands of miles and returned to the sect, the sky was already dark. The sun rises and a new day arrives. Arriving at the mission hall, Xiao Ming took out the head of monk bliss and handed it over to a deacon who specialized in identifying the completion of missions. You killed monk bliss and completed your mission. The deacon looked at the freshly baked head of monk bliss and asked with a surprised look on his face. The Qingyunke sword sect had already had a specific portrait of monk bliss, so he recognized it at a glance and it was definitely a fake. Yes. Xiao Ming nodded. Where are your companions? Call them here, and I will transfer the sex points to you. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, I have no companions. I completed the mission alone. As soon as these words came out, the expression on the deacon's face suddenly became wonderful. His face was full of disbelief, and he subconsciously shouted at the top of his voice, Stop talking nonsense. Monk Bliss is a famous evil cultivator, and he has superb methods of controlling people's hearts. Our sect has been putting this task out for a long time. Several inner disciples like you went to Jile Temple to get rid of Monk Jile, but in the end they were brainwashed and controlled. And you are only in the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm, and you actually said that you killed Monk Bliss alone. Are you not awake, or do you think there is something wrong with my brain? Xiao Ming became impatient. Monk Bliss's head is right in front of you, believe it or not. At this time, an elder came next to him. This elder's surname was Cao. He had met Xiao Ming during the 8 sex martial arts competition, and Xiao Ming had a vague impression of him. After hearing Xiao Ming's deeds, Elder Cao said with a smile, if someone else said this, it would be suspicious, but since it is what Xiao Ming said, it has credibility. Elder Cao, do you know this disciple? The deacon asked in shock. You don't know him? Elder Cao said unexpectedly, he is Xiao Ming who made a big splash during the 8 Sects martial arts competition not long ago. Haha, although Xiao Ming's luck is relatively average, just blue, his strength is recognized as strong. Not only is he the first in the 8 sects of martial arts, he even received the inheritance of sword intention from Master Qinglian. Upon hearing this, the deacon's expression suddenly changed. Being able to obtain Master Qinglian's sword intention inheritance is enough to prove that Xiao Ming is indeed extraordinary. Ashamed, ashamed. I have been staying in the mission hall. I only knew that someone had obtained the inheritance of Master Qinglian, but I didn't know that the person who obtained the inheritance was the disciple Xiao in front of me. The deacon looked embarrassed and said quickly. Disciple Xiao, please bring your identity plate. I will assign points to you now. Xiao Ming threw the identity plate over expressionlessly. When I got the nameplate back, there were already 2,000 more sect points on it. This time, the sect will give points as reward for raising Keklok Temple. After putting away his identity plate, Xiao Ming strode out of the mission hall. Elder Cao suddenly followed. Elder, do you have something to say? Xiao Ming stopped and asked. Elder Cao nodded and said, your strength is impressive. Many elders of the sect are actually very optimistic about you. Although your luck level is not that high, don't be discouraged. As long as you practice hard, your future achievements may not reach the heights of those geniuses. Xiao Ming was speechless. It turned out that Elder Cao came here just to comfort him. However, he was also kind-hearted, so Xiao Ming cupped his hand and said, thank you, Elder Cao, for your teachings. I will work hard to practice. Well, we are all relieved that you are calm and composed. Elder Cao waved his hand, then looked around and whispered, the leader issued a death order to us elders not long ago to protect you secretly. It can be seen that the master is also very optimistic about you, and has secretly cultivated you as the elite seed of the section. You have to practice hard so that you can live up to the sect's respect. I know it well. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Ever since Hu Yunxi said he beat the leader Lu Xiang violently before leaving, he knew that no one in this Qingtian sword sect would dare to mess with him. Now, Elder Cao's words just confirmed his guess. After bidding farewell to Elder Cao, Xiao Ming strode towards the courtyard where he lived. When he was approaching his residence, Xiao Ming saw Lin Feng from a distance. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function. Suddenly, Lin Feng's information appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Realm, early stage of Divine Sea Realm. Fate, luck covers the sky, gold, goes against the will of heaven, gold, survives a desperate situation, 9 colors, forcibly brings wisdom, 9 colors, peach blossoms abound, 9 colors. Physique, great sun body, the best in the heavenly realm. Main Kung Fu, Great Sun Amaterasu Kung Fu, Tianjia. Sword, fire-eating sword, earth level. Qi attribute, fire. Body technique, follow the wind and shadow technique, earth level. Life script, he was originally a son of destiny and a protagonist born from heaven and earth, but due to some unknown reasons, he became a unique genius. Opportunity 1, 5 days later, I went out on business with the elder Hungziu who was a double cultivator, and got a heaven-level sword in a mountain stream, Chixia sword. Opportunity 2, 10 days later, in a cave at a certain historical site, I got a bottle of heavenly elixir. Opportunity 3, after half a month, it is expected to be promoted to the middle stage of Shenhai realm. After reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. Lin Feng's 2 luck levels have become lower. He is no longer the son of destiny with 9-colored luck, but has become a golden destiny that covers the sky. Also, his original 9-color luck went against the will of heaven, but it also turned into a golden one. The two major fortunes have plummeted by a level, from the original 9 colors to gold. The luck of the remaining 3 9 colors has not changed, but it doesn't matter anymore. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Although Lin Feng is still a golden peerless genius, compared with before, he is far behind. The difference is as big as clouds and mud. Because the Xianwu Continent does not lack the so-called peerless geniuses, but it lacks the sons of destiny. Don't think about it, it must be because I snatched the ring that Lian Lao was hiding, Xiao Ming whispered to himself. It seems that Lian Lao is very important to Lin Feng. Without Lian Lao, Lin Feng has directly transformed from the destined son of 9-color luck to a peerless genius of golden luck. Lian Lao, what is your identity? You have such a great influence on Lin Feng. The second volume of the cultivation book. The Soul Surges. Volume 2. The Soul Surges. Intuition told Xiao Ming that Lian Lao's identity was probably not simple. If nothing else, Lian Lao is probably a great being in the Dharma realm or even the immortal martial saint level. Only in this way can we explain why he is so important to Lin Feng. After all, without Lian Lao, Lin Feng's luck has plummeted. Thinking of Lin Feng's plummeting luck, Xiao Ming couldn't help but have new ideas. If he kills Lin Feng, then a lot of Lin Feng's luck will converge on him and become his training aid. But as soon as this idea emerged, it was rejected by Xiao Ming. The reason is simple. Even if Lin Feng's luck plummets, he is still a difficult opponent and will not fall so easily. After all, Lin Feng still has 3 9-color levels of unfavorable luck. Let's not mention the flooding of peach blossoms for the moment, because it has no offensive power, but the ability to survive from desperate situations and forcibly defeat one's wits cannot be underestimated. Zhu Kai's resurrection from a desperate situation means that Lin Feng will not perish. You can know this by looking at Han Qingfeng before. Forcibly reducing his intelligence will directly affect Xiao Ming's condition. Forget it, let's continue to work steadily. Now is not the best time to take action against Lin Feng. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he returned to his residence. Returning to his small courtyard, Xiao Ming entered the room and sat cross-legged. Now you can practice the contents of the second volume of the Heavenly Book. With his eyes slightly closed, Xiao Ming carefully checked the contents of the Heavenly Book engraved in the Sea of Consciousness, and then began to train his soul bit by bit according to the training methods in the second volume. Time passes little by little. 1 month later, Xiao Ming, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an inexplicable majestic breath suddenly surged out of his body. This breath was like a storm, like the top of a mountain, like a flood. The entire courtyard was filled in a matter of seconds. Under the aura, the small courtyard began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse and be destroyed in the next moment. A full minute passed before this inexplicable majestic aura slowly dissipated. This aura is not the pressure of the divine sea realm, but the unique power of the soul. After a full month of hard training, Xiao Ming finally succeeded in practicing the contents of the second volume of the Heavenly Book, and the powerful power of the soul has begun to affect reality. And the aura just now was just a part of Xiao Ming's powerful soul escaping. If all the power of the soul were poured out, it would be enough to shatter the entire courtyard in an instant. Also, Xiao Ming's power of spiritual consciousness also increased significantly. After all, Yunxi and spiritual consciousness complemented each other and were almost one body. With his current strength of divine consciousness, he can easily suppress the strong ones in the air control realm. If he releases the shocking thorn composed of the power of divine consciousness, it will be even more powerful. At last, Xiao Ming also learned a wonderful seal-forming method. Specifically, it is to control one's huge spiritual consciousness and arrange a spiritual consciousness barrier on a certain object. Without saying a word, Xiao Ming immediately took action and placed a consciousness barrier on the ancient ring. This barrier is mainly to prevent Lian Lao from outside exploration. After all, Xiao Ming has many secrets, especially the Azure Emperor's supreme cauldron, which must not be known to the second person. Although the strength of this consciousness barrier is limited and cannot stop Lian Lao at all, it can serve as a warning. Once Lian Lao breaks through his barrier and explores outside, Xiao Ming can sense it instantly. At the same time that the consciousness barrier was formed, Lian Lao's voice came from the ring and reached Xiao Ming's heart. "Boy Xiao, are you still guarding me?" Lian Lao sensed the existence of the consciousness barrier. Xiao Ming smiled and said secretly, "Isn't this for my own privacy? After all, you and I are both men. What if one day I am going to the toilet or taking a shower and you suddenly run out and peek at me?" "Lian Lao, you kid, your thinking is really quite strange. I'm not a big pervert like Monk Bliss. How could I spy on you taking a shower?" Lian Lao said speechlessly. "Don't worry, everyone has their own little secret. You have a secret, and so does I. As long as it's not a critical moment, I won't take the initiative to show up, because that will expose my whereabouts, so don't worry." After finishing speaking, Lian Lao took the initiative to end the conversation. Xiao Ming grinned. "Then start testing your own spirit." With a thought in his mind, a translucent and semi-substantial purple soul suddenly flew out from his head. This primordial spirit is purple in color and looks exactly like Xiao Ming. It is his primordial spirit. After practicing the second volume of the Heavenly Book, his soul became more powerful than ever, and he was able to leave his body. After the soul leaves the body, Xiao Ming found that his perspective had changed a lot. When he looked down, he saw his body sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if he was asleep. With a flash of body, Xiao Ming's soul passed through the wall and came to the small courtyard. At this time, the weather was sunny, the sun was shining high, and the blazing sunlight poured down, making the earth smoke. But Xiao Ming's soul was walking majestically under the sun without being affected in any way. Xiao Ming was even more surprised. Generally speaking, the soul is very fragile, like a ghost, unable to survive the sunlight. But he is not. Not only can you receive the sunlight head-on, you can even enjoy it. Is this the power of the second volume of the Book of Heaven? It's really wonderful. After controlling his Yuan-shen for a while in the small courtyard, Xiao Ming's Yuan-shen returned to his position and returned to his physical body. Although the effect of the second volume of the Heavenly Book is wonderful, it took me a full month, Xiao Ming thought to himself. I have purple luck, and Hu Yunxi's luck blessing, my cultivation is still like this difficult. If it were other warriors, it would probably take a whole year to practice the second volume of the Heavenly Book. Having said this, Xiao Ming envied Wang Hao, the destined son. Among Wang Hao's many 9-color luck, there is one that is extremely talented. This luck allows Wang Hao to easily learn any technique. Once you see it, you can learn it. What a pervert! In the final analysis, there is still a big gap between me and those children of destiny. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The cultivation of Yuan-shen and spiritual consciousness is completed, so now it's time to study the Taixuan Tianlin sword. Xiao Ming concentrated again and began to study the Taixuan Tianlin sword, specifically, the refining method of the Tianlin sword. Soon, a series of obscure information and various pictures emerged in Xiao Ming's sea of consciousness. After watching for a while, Xiao Ming reluctantly gave up. Because he found that he couldn't understand it at all. This feeling is like I am just a primary school student, unable to understand advanced knowledge, painful and uncomfortable. No way. Xiao Ming began to communicate with Lian Lao. Now, only Lian Lao can answer his questions. 3 core main materials for sword refining. In the second volume of the weapon refining method, I found that I was confused about refining the Taixuan Tianlin sword. Can you teach me, Mr. Lian? So that's what happened, Lian Lao smiled and said, "You don't have any foundation in refining, so naturally you can't understand it. Besides, even if you learn how to refine weapons, you won't be able to refine the Taixuan Tianlin sword without enough materials. The second volume of the Heavenly Book lists the main materials for this sword. Have you seen it?" "I saw it," Xiao Ming nodded and said, "those auxiliary materials are okay, but I haven't even heard of the three core materials. It's a bit difficult to deal with." On the second volume of the Book of Heaven, the various conditions for refining the Taixuan Tianlin sword are clearly written, the most important of which is to collect the three core main materials. The three core main materials are Taixuan Gang Jade, Wanyan Gang Gold, and Tianlin Crystal Diamond. The three core materials are all holy level treasures. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it," Lian Lao said. "If you want to collect Taixuan Gang Jade, you must first find a Gang Jade vein, because only in that kind of earth vein can the super powerful Taixuan Gang Jade be born. The Gang Gold is divided into three levels, namely, the 100 years Gang Gold, the 1000 years Gang Gold, and the 10,000 years Gang Gold. Needless to say more about this. As for the Tianlin Crystal Diamond, this one is the most special." "What special method?" Xiao Ming asked quickly. Lian Lao said slowly, "It is said that in ancient times, the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin fought in the Xianwu Continent. Among them, the Qilin clan lost many strong men. After those Qilin fell and died, they fell into the depths of the earth and became one with the heaven and earth. With the passage of time, part of the original essence of the Qilin masters merged with the earth veins to form the Tianlin Crystal Diamond. This thing is the hardest to find. Whether you can find it or not depends on your luck. The so-called Taixuan Tianlin sword is actually influenced by the Qilin clan. Furthermore, one Tianlin crystal diamond can only be used to refine one Taixuan Tianlin sword. If you want to refine 36 natal long swords, then you need to find the same number of Tianlin crystal diamonds. This is a big project." After a pause, Lian Lao continued, "Of course, if you can really refine 36 Taixuan Tianlin swords and form a sword formation, then their power will be unimaginable. Even if it is a god-level weapon, I have to bow my head in front of your sword formation." Xiao Ming nodded silently. He has secretly made a decision, no matter how difficult the process of collecting materials is, he must refine the 36 natal swords. "So, you have two tasks next," Lian Lao continued. "One is to improve your refining techniques, and the other is to collect the three core main materials." "I understand," Xiao Ming nodded and said, "Put aside the matter of materials for now, how can I improve my refining techniques?" "Of course you learned from me," Lian Lao said with a smile, "after all, you can only help me refine a new body after your refining techniques reach the level of transcendence and sainthood. Just do this, improve your alchemy skills first, then go get some ordinary elixirs and alchemy furnaces, and I'll teach you how to make alchemy. Be careful, the level of elixir and alchemy furnace should not be too high, because you don't have any foundation in alchemy, I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it." "Alchemy?" Xiao Ming was stunned. "Don't you want to refine weapons?" "Alchemy and weapon refining are all integrated, and they all require strong soul and spiritual consciousness as the basis," Lian Lao explained. "It is said that one knows everything and knows everything. After you have mastered the alchemy technique, you can then learn to refine the weapon. The way is to move forward one day at a time. Compared to the art of refining weapons, refining alchemy will be much easier." Xiao Ming suddenly realized. After finishing the conversation with Lian Lao, Xiao Ming thought for a while, walked out of the small courtyard and went straight to the sect's artifact hall. Refining alchemy requires relatively common elixirs and alchemy furnaces, but he does not have these things. "We can only go to the utensil hall to have a look." When he arrived at the artifact hall, Xiao Ming went straight to the medicinal herbs area. By the time he left the artifact hall, he already had a lot of ordinary and yellow-level medicinal materials in his hand. As for the alchemy furnace, there is none. The Qingyunke sword sect is a fighting sect that specializes in practicing swordsmanship. It focuses on fighting and does not have any tools such as alchemy. However, Xiao Ming was not too disappointed. The sect doesn't have an alchemy furnace, so go out and buy one. Xiao Ming had seen the sect's sphere of influence map before. There was a Lingxiao city 1,500 miles away, where dragons and snakes were mixed and trade was prosperous. There must be the alchemy furnace he needed. With this in mind, Xiao Ming first returned to his small courtyard to clean up briefly before preparing to leave the sect. Head to Lingxiao city. Just when he was about to leave the sect, he happened to see Lin Feng and Elder Hongxiu returning from their trip. I saw the Elder Hongxiu had fair skin, good looks, and a pretty good figure. At a quick glance, I thought she was a girl in her late teens or early 20s. It can be seen that it is well maintained. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He and Elder Hongxiu stood together like lovers. From a distance, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function, and suddenly, Lin Feng's information appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Realm, middle stage of Divine Sea Realm. Fate, luck covers the sky, gold, goes against the will of heaven, gold, survives a desperate situation, 9 colors, forcibly brings wisdom, 9 colors, peach blossoms abound, 9 colors. Physique, great sun body, the best in the heavenly realm. Main Kung Fu, great sun Amaterasu Kung Fu, Tianjia. Sword, Qixia sword, heavenly level. Qi attribute, fire. Body technique, follow the wind and shadow technique, earth level. Life script, he was originally a son of destiny and a protagonist born from heaven and earth, but due to some unknown reasons, he became a unique genius. Opportunity 1, 2 days later, I went to Lingxiao city for business. On the way, I accidentally rescued Li Jianqi, the only daughter of the lord of Lingxiao city, in the purple bamboo forest. And was able to enter the cave heaven fire domain and conquer the burning sky golden ancestral fire. Opportunity 2, half a month later, with the help of the burning sky gold ancestral fire, he successfully refined a saint-level physique, the burning sky gold body. Opportunity 3, 1 month later, practice to the late stage of Shenhai realm. After reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. Lin Feng's cultivation speed is really fast. In this month, he had reached the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm. In terms of realm alone, he was already exactly the same as himself. Moreover, Lin Feng also obtained a heaven-level sword, the Qixia sword. It seems that Lin Feng has not been idle during this month. But Xiao Ming hid in his room, practicing the second volume of the Book of Heaven, and never went out. The gap between the two realms has been smoothed over by time. Also, Lin Feng also has a chance in Lingxiao city? Isn't this a coincidence? Promoted to the late stage of Divine Sea realm. Soul Sealing Sword Net. Within a month of the second volume, his realm has been completely stabilized and he can continue to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures to improve his strength. The whole piece of blood amber melted in the mouth, turning into powerful energy flowing through the limbs and bones. Then under the influence of the Emperor Jing Tianzhu, the billowing energy was refined into the purest true essence, and poured into the crystal core of the body. Among. Increase the size of the crystal nucleus. As a piece of blood amber was refined, the crystal core in Xiao Ming's Danshan became significantly larger, and his own aura also showed a faint tendency to make a breakthrough. But one blood amber is not enough. Xiao Ming took out 2 more blood ambers and stuffed them into his mouth. More violent energy swept through his body, and the billowing energy filled Xiao Ming's body, making his body become hot. 2 blood ambers are still not enough. As he advanced to the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm, if he wanted to go further, he would need more blood amber energy. Xiao Ming simply took out 3 blood ambers and threw them into his mouth. By the time Xiao Ming arrived at the purple bamboo forest, his aura had already expanded to a critical point and he could break through at any time. The majestic spiritual consciousness spread out and instantly filled the area of dozens of miles. After making sure that no one was disturbing him, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged and began to concentrate on preparing for promotion. The energy in the body is rolling endlessly, and the crystal core in the dantian is trembling. At the same time, wave after wave of energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ocean waves. Xiao Ming ran the emperor-level shocking sword art with all his strength. Under the action of the sword art, the originally violent energy gradually became gentle, and was poured into the crystal core of dantian bit by bit. About a quarter of an hour later, all the energy was absorbed by the crystal core, and the size of the crystal core more than doubled, becoming the size of a goose egg. The goose egg-sized crystal core was emitting colorful brilliance at this time. The brilliance not only illuminated his entire dantian, but also radiated from the inside out. Xiao Ming's body was shrouded in a faint layer of colorful light. At this time, there was a bang sound. A low muffled sound resounded from Xiao Ming's dantian. At the same time as the voice sounded, an unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body. This breath rushed straight into the sky, tearing the clouds in the sky into pieces. Promotion successful. Late stage of Divine Sea Realm. Xiao Ming slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, feeling the powerful energy in his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I don't know if it was because of the influence of purple luck or the power of blood amber, but he easily completed the promotion this time. Reached the late stage of Divine Sea Realm. After completing his promotion, Xiao Ming found that both his soul and the strength of his consciousness were much stronger than before. Even the Sui Yuan Jian Gang, which has been compressed in the body, is a bit more powerful than before. Looking around, Xiao Ming found that he was in the middle of the purple bamboo forest. This bamboo forest is all purple and grows quite luxuriantly. Each bamboo is as thick as his waist, they are just like small trees. However, within the range of divine sense induction, everything was calm and there was no abnormality. On my way to Lingxiao City, there is only this purple bamboo forest, which means that Li Jianqi, the daughter of the Lord of Lingxiao City, will only appear here, Xiao Ming thought to himself. But until now, Li Jianqi has not shown up, which means I came early. If you wait patiently, you should be able to wait until Li Jianqi appears. After all, Lin Feng only met Li Jianqi 2 days later. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming put his mind on cultivation again. After being promoted to the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm, he was able to practice the Emperor-level shocking technique again. Taking out the sword secret book from his arms, Xiao Ming mobilized the true energy in his body and poured it in fiercely. With the infusion of true energy, the 8th level cultivation method was gradually revealed. Xiao Ming read the contents of the 8th level sword art with a look of joy on his face. The 8th level sword art is similar to the previous one. It also has 2 main contents. The first one is still able to expand more meridians and store more true energy. The second content is accompanied by a unique sword skill called Sealing Spirit Sword Net. The so-called Spirit Sealing Sword Net can turn sword energy into silk to form a huge network, like fishing, covering the opponent in one fell swoop. The Spirit Sealing Sword Net is quite terrifying. Not only can it easily cut into pieces the opponent's body, it can also kill the opponent's spirit. With anticipation, Xiao Ming first adjusted his condition, and then began to practice the 8th level of sword art. Time passes little by little. Sunset and moon rise. The moon sets and the sun rises. By the next morning, Xiao Ming had successfully mastered both the 8th level sword art and the Spirit Sealing Sword Net. After reaching the 8th level of sword art, Xiao Ming clearly felt that the amount of true energy he could store in his body became more. In addition to the large amount of true energy stored in the crystal core in the dantian, a lot of meridians in the limbs and bones have also been opened up, and these meridians can also store true energy. In terms of the strength of his true energy, he is now not inferior to ordinary warriors in the early stages of the Qi control realm. After all, warriors in the Qi control realm don't have so many meridians open. Also, he can also cast the spirit sealing sword net. Standing up from the ground, Xiao Ming suddenly pulled out the Tiangang sword, and then slashed with all his strength at the bamboo forest in front of him. Boo-hoo! The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. In an instant, countless rays of transparent sword energy burst out from his hand. The dense sword energy instantly turned into sword threads, and while it was still in mid-air, it automatically formed a large crystal clear net. This is his new sword skill, the Spirit Sealing Sword Net. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The sword net faced the bamboo forest in front and covered it. Without any warning, the bamboo forest was instantly cut into powder. When the sword net fell to the ground, even the hard ground was cut into pieces. There was also a big stone on the ground. After being cut by the sword net, the big stone turned into a pile of powder out of thin air. Looking at the messy ground in front of him, Xiao Ming was quite satisfied. The sword net he displayed was crystal clear and silent, but it was extremely powerful, not inferior to his Qingyunke sword shadow. No. The power of the sword net is more powerful than the sword shadow of Qingyunke. Now, he has another powerful trump card. After stretching his muscles, Xiao Ming opened his life script attribute board. Suddenly, rows of information appeared. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, late stage of Divine Sea Realm. Fate, good luck, purple, good luck, temporary. Physique, 5 elements holy body, excellent holy body. Main skill, the 8th level of Emperor level shocking sword technique, heaven level. Special skills, 7 volumes of the Book of Heaven, has been revised to the 2nd volume. Yuan mysterious skill, shocking stab. Movement, wind spirit step, earth level. Magic weapon, Qingdi supreme cauldron, the most precious treasure in the immortal world, a tool of the great road. Weapon, Tiangang sword, the best of the heavens. Martial skills, 100 shadows crazy slash, moon shattering slash, sword controlling, Yuan smashing sword gang, universe slashing, perfection, spirit sealing sword net. Special martial skill, transformation realm green lotus sword intent, incomplete. Spiritual pet, grey flame lizard king, young. Storage weapon, Mo Kong ring. Life script, the host's luck has changed one after another, and it has begun to communicate with heaven and earth. At the same time, the future life direction has changed greatly. It's like a fog, elusive. Near-term opportunity, in the near future, it is expected to save Li Jianxi, the daughter of the Lord of Lingxiao City, and possibly enter the cave heaven fire domain. The hunted Li Jianxi. First, stabilize your own realm, and second, wait for Li Jianxi to come to your door. Time passes little by little. Another day passed. On this day, the originally peaceful purple bamboo forest suddenly became restless. A group of warriors covered in wounds fled from a distance in embarrassment and entered the purple bamboo forest. This group of warriors all had a strong aura, but at this time, their clothes were torn, their hair was messy, and some were even severely injured, and it was almost impossible to survive. Among this group of warriors, the 2 strongest ones were an old man in white and an innocent woman in a blue dress. The pure woman is none other than the only daughter of the Lord of Lingxiao City, Li Jianxi. Li Jianxi's realm is not low. He has reached the great perfection of the Divine Sea realm, which is a small level higher than Xiao Ming's realm. However, she also suffered some minor injuries at this time. Not only was her hair messy, her white face was also covered with dirt. Mr. He, everyone is in a bad state. Let's take a rest in this bamboo forest. Li Jianxi looked at his guards and couldn't help but said. The old man in white, known as Mr. He, couldn't help but want to refute, but seeing that the guards were all bruised, he had to nod. Everyone, hurry up and take the elixir to regain your strength. Those thieves are chasing us very urgently. We can't waste too much time here. Mr. He looked around and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Mr. He, we understand. The guard captain said quickly. After that, everyone dispersed, forming a dispersed formation to protect Li Jianxi while seizing the time to swallow the elixir. Li Jianxi also took a pill. After recovering a little, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. He, have you seen clearly the origin of the group of thieves who attacked us? This old servant is incompetent and didn't see clearly. Mr. He shook his head in shame, and then said, however, I can probably guess their origins. Who are they? Li Jianxi asked quickly. Those thieves are either from Purple Light City or from Sunset City, Mr. He said. Miss, think about it, these two cities are the only ones who dare to attack us and have grudges against us. That's true. Hearing this, Li Jianxi sighed. Over the years, Lingxiao City and the other two cities have been very uncooperative. In order to compete for interests, conflicts often broke out in the three major cities. The three major cities all do something like this today, stabbing each other with knives. However, it is now her turn to be the victim, Li Jianxi. At this time, Mr. He said again, the strength of Ziguang City is relatively average, and they are a bit timid in doing things. What happened today does not seem like what they did. And those thieves are quite powerful. They know that you are the only daughter of the city lord, miss, but they still want to capture you alive. From this, we can see that they are most likely from Sunset City. Only the powerful Sunset City dares not to fear the wrath of the city lord. Sunset City. Li Jianxi murmured with a hint of fear in his heart. If people from Sunset City really attack her, she will be in big trouble. Sunset City is the most powerful force among the three major cities and is recognized as the leader of the three major cities. More importantly, the people in Sunset City are cruel and do things without considering the consequences. Once she falls into the hands of Sunset City, she may be worse than dead. When the time comes, his father will be threatened by Sunset City. On the other hand, his innocence will be tarnished. Thinking of this, Li Jianxi couldn't help but tremble. This is scary. Although she is a warrior in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm, and her strength is not weak, she is still a female, and she still attaches great importance to her innocence. He Lao, we can't rest any longer. Let's return to the city quickly. Li Jianxi said hurriedly. I have the same idea, Mr. He nodded, then turned around and said, everyone cheer up and return to the city quickly. As long as we enter the sphere of influence of Lingxiao City, we will be safe. Hearing this, many guards stood up and prepared to escort Li Jianxi towards the city. At this time, ha ha ha! You can't escape! A burst of wild laughter suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. The sound rolled and came as quickly as a storm. Hearing this wild laughter, Li Jianxi and others all changed their expressions, and subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw a huge spaceship appearing on the horizon in the distance. The spacecraft was made of wood, but it was engraved with various formations, causing illusory wings to grow on each side of the hull. The moment they saw the spaceship, Li Jianxi and others' faces suddenly turned pale. No! These thieves are chasing us! What should we do? What should we do? Miss Protection! Li Jianxi's guards suddenly panicked. These people came so fast. Mr. He said through gritted teeth, and then ordered the people behind him, you protect the young lady and leave quickly, I will stop them. After saying that, Mr. He gave a low drink, and suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of his body. This aura has suddenly reached the half-step Qi control realm. He Lao is a strong man in the half-step Qi control realm, even more powerful than Xiao Ming's former leader of the Spirit Sword Sect, Li Chongfeng. Mr. He, we are all gone, what will you do? Li Jianxi couldn't help but ask. Leave me alone, their target is you, miss. As long as miss returns safely, they will have to stop, Mr. He said anxiously. Now is not the time to think about the pros and cons. Miss, please leave quickly. I will find a way to escape. Okay. Mr. He, you have to be careful. Li Jianxi said worriedly, and then left quickly under the protection of the guards. At this time, on the spaceship in the distance, the pair of wings formed by the formation just flapped slightly, and the huge spacecraft flew over at an extremely fast speed. In just 7 or 8 breaths, the spacecraft arrived above Mr. He's head. However, the spacecraft did not stop, but continued to fly forward, targeting Li Jianxi and others who had just left. Seeing this scene, Mr. He was furious. He immediately pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed at the spaceship above his head. Brush! A sharp blade of light rose from the ground and shot straight towards the formation spaceship in the sky. Damn thief, if you want to catch Miss, you must get past me first. Xiao Ming appears. The sword light was extremely fast, flying high into the sky in a moment, and was about to hit the formation spacecraft in the sky. At this time, an equally powerful sword energy was shot out from the spaceship. The sword energy was majestic and collided heavily with He Lao's sword light. Then both of them were annihilated at the same time and disappeared into the air. A bald man with a ferocious scar on his face, holding a sharp machete in his hand, emerged from the spacecraft with a sinister look on his face. The aura of this bald man was clearly at the half-step chi control stage, just like He Lao. Ma Zongfeng, leave this surnamed He to me. The bald man ignored Mr. He on the ground and instead turned to say to someone on the spacecraft. Well, go ahead and be careful. An indifferent voice came from the spaceship, which should be the sound of the so-called horse worship. Don't worry, Ma Gongfeng. This old man named He is no match for me. The bald man chuckled and fell from the sky like a cannonball. His powerful body hit the ground hard, creating a large shallow crater in the hard ground. For a moment, smoke filled the air and the ground trembled. The formation spacecraft in the sky did not stop at all, but rushed towards the direction where Li Jianxi and others fled at a faster speed. Seeing this, He Lao's heart tightened. The bald man who fell from the spaceship is nothing to worry about, because there is a more powerful horse worshipper on the spaceship. The horse worshipper has reached the early stage of the air control realm, and he is the truly frightening opponent. He Lao deliberately continued to block the spacecraft, but the bald man flashed and stood in front of him out of thin air. Old man named He, your opponent is me. The bald man smiled, and the mountain climbing sword in his hand lit up with a sharp blade. He Lao was angry and angry. If you thieves dare to touch my young lady, I, Ling Xiao City, will never spare you. Haha. You should take care of yourself first. The bald man laughed loudly, stepped hard on the ground, raised the mountain opening sword in his hand, and took the initiative to attack Mr. He. He Lao did not dare to be careless and quickly raised his sword to meet the enemy. At the same time, he looked worriedly at the direction in which Li Jianxi and others were leaving. The thieves chasing them are too strong. Now he is tightly entangled by a bald man of the same realm, unable to save Li Jianxi at all, and there is also a horse in the air control realm on the spaceship. Now, the lady is in danger. The other side. The formation spacecraft only took 1 or 2 breaths to catch up with Li Jianxi and others who were desperately escaping. Then in the horrified eyes of Li Jianxi and others, a middle-aged man in white slowly flew from the spacecraft. Down. The middle-aged man is the powerful horse worshipper. He looked arrogant and indifferent, and all the aura in his body dispersed, revealing the strength of the early stage of qi control. Looking at Li Jianxi and others fleeing on the ground, Ma Gongfeng showed a hint of contempt and ridicule at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out a palm and patted Li Jianxi and others lightly. A buzz sound. At this moment, the vitality roared and the earth trembled. The vitality of heaven and earth around Li Jianxi instantly turned into sword rays. The sword rays were densely packed and struck each of her guards like a heavy rain. Ah! Save me, save me! Aha! One after another, screams rang out one after another. Each of Li Jianxi's guards fell to the ground uncontrollably like wheat swept by a scythe. Their bodies were all pierced by the huge sword light, and they died horribly. In just an instant, all of Li Jianxi's guards were wiped out. On the ground, there were only corpses lying on the ground, rich blood, and a lonely Li Jianxi. Li Jianxi was extremely scared. Like a frightened little white rabbit, she kept retreating in fear. As a result, she accidentally fell to the ground because she was too frightened. "You, what do you want to do?" Li Jianxi, who had been pampered since childhood, had never seen such a tragic scene. She was so frightened that her beautiful eyes shed tears, her teeth chattered, and she asked in fear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ma Xiangfang, who was stepping on the void, grinned and said, "You are Li Yongxiao's only daughter. If you catch you, you will threaten Li Yongxiao and even the entire Lingxiao city. It's not too late for us to treat you well." But even so. But Ma Kongfeng's blazing eyes kept looking at Li Jianxi's fresh and voluptuous body, almost drooling from the corners of his mouth. Even he also stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The feeling of coveting is beyond words. "I won't let you succeed. Even if I die, I will never fall into your hands." Li Jianxi suddenly became strong, and immediately raised his small sword and wiped it against his fair neck. She would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of Ma Chongfeng and suffer torture. Unfortunately, a ding sound. Ma Gongfeng controlled a sword light and easily knocked off Li Jianxi's small sword, and then said with a smile, "You want to die, have you asked me?" Li Jianxi was immediately heartbroken. The strength gap between her and Ma Chongfeng is too big. Now that Xiao Jian has been knocked down, he can't even commit suicide. "Come here!" Ma Chongfeng suddenly shouted. At the same time as the sound sounded, the surrounding heaven and earth energy instantly formed a palm of true energy, then grabbed Li Jianxi and shot it in the direction of the horse offering. This is the power of those who are strong in the Qi control realm. What is control of Qi? It means being able to control the vitality of heaven and earth, and turn the vitality of heaven and earth into various means of attack, making it difficult for people to defend against. The caught Li Jianxi struggled hard, but to no avail. The powerful force of the Genkai palm trapped her tightly. Not to mention struggling, he couldn't even move. Li Jianxi, who looked desperate, was brought to Ma Chongfeng by the palm of his true energy. Ma Gongfeng looked at the sad and beautiful Li Jianxi in front of him, smiled, and then stretched out his palm to touch Li Jianxi's face. "Don't touch me! Let me go!" Li Jianxi yelled, trying her best to avoid it. He, the more you struggle, the more excited I am." Ma Gongfeng swallowed and chuckled, "If this wasn't a good place, I really want to do it to you right now." "Say it." Ma Gongfeng's brow suddenly frowned. He withdrew the palm that was teasing Li Jianxi and looked at the bamboo forest on the left. "Who's there? Get out of here!" Ma Chongfeng shouted, and at the same time stretched out his palm and slapped that place. Wow! The vitality between heaven and earth became restless again, and under the control of Ma Zongfeng, it turned into dense and sharp sword light, pouring towards the bamboo forest. Clang clang clang! A sound of gold and iron striking each other rang out one after another. After the sound ended, a tall man's figure slowly walked out of the broken bamboo forest. The man is not old, only about 18 or 19 years old, but he has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, is handsome, outstanding, and extremely handsome. It's Xiao Ming. Hard battle, Sunset City honors Maralong. The clanging sound just now was caused by Xiao Ming using his powerful true energy as the basis to use his Tiangang sword to smash all those sword lights into pieces. After revealing his figure, Xiao Ming looked up. "I saw two figures standing in the sky, one of them was a middle-aged man in white, and the other was a beautiful woman held in the middle-aged man's hand. This woman is not very old and looks similar to Xiao Ming. Without saying a word, Xiao Ming turned on the viewing function, and immediately, the information of the two people appeared one by one. Name, Li Jianqi. Realm, Divine Sea Realm Dzogchen. Fate, Surging Luck, Purple, Near Misses, Blue. Major Skills, Ling Xiao Sword Technique Xiao Cheng, Heavenly Level. Weapon, Purple Moon Sword, Earth Level. Life Script, the only daughter of Li Yunxiao, the Lord of Ling Xiao City, has been loved by countless people since she was a child. With the accumulation of countless cultivation resources, her cultivation speed is far faster than ordinary people. Recent opportunity, he was attacked by the strong men of Sunset City and fell into a dangerous situation, but with the protection of a destined person, Xiao Ming, he finally escaped from the danger without any danger. Look at the middle-aged man in white. Name, Marolong. Realm, early stage of Qi control realm. Fate, Amazing Luck, Blue, Bloody Disaster, Black. Main Skill, Sea Overturning Sword Technique Dachan, Heavenly Level. Weapon, Sea Overturning Sword. Life Script, Marolong, who has been different from ordinary people since he was a child, has his own unique insights into cultivating a Taoist. After joining Sunset City and becoming a worshipper, his strength has further improved. Recent opportunity, I met a powerful junior, Xiao Ming, in Zizua Forest to block his attack, and was killed by overstepping his rank. He died with hatred. It turns out that this middle-aged man in white is named Marolong, and he is a worshipper of Sunset City. And judging from the fact that his Qi luck level was only blue, he was probably at the early stage of the ordinary Qi control realm. Xiao Ming quickly made a judgment and then focused on Li Jianqi. Today, Li Jianqi is held tightly in Marolong's hand, as if his life is in danger. But no matter what, Xiao Ming finally arrived. In fact, Xiao Ming had been waiting in the bamboo forest 10 miles away. As soon as he sensed energy fluctuations here, he rushed over as quickly as possible. Hurrying slowly, I finally arrived in time. It's not too late. In the sky. Marolong looked at Xiao Ming, who suddenly jumped out with confusion. After a slight reaction, he found that Xiao Ming was only in the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm, and his face suddenly showed contempt. A warrior in the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm is simply not enough to look at in front of him, a strong man in the early stage of the Qi control realm. But Marolong's face turned slightly serious again when he thought that all his attacks had been crushed by Xiao Ming. His intuition told him that Xiao Ming was probably not an ordinary person in the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Boy, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Marolong stepped into the void and said loudly, "Sir, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill more. I'll give you 5 breaths to get out of my sight." "Leave you, leave me." Xiao Ming sneered and said, "You, a big man, bully a weak woman. I, a righteous man with a strong sense of justice, can't stand such evil behavior. If you know what's going on, hand over this little beauty and I'll spare your life. Say it." Xiao Ming pointed his sword at the sky, looking determined. The reason why he did this was mainly to win Li Jianqi's favor. After all, whether he could enter the cave fire realm depended on Li Jianqi's attitude. And as soon as these words came out, Marolong was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. Li Jianqi was also stunned. "What is this? A hero saves a beauty?" Li Jianqi was immediately moved to tears. The plot of a hero saving a beauty that only appeared in novels actually happened to her. It's so touching. Only Xiao Ming's level is too low. She was only at the late stage of Shanhai realm, and could not even compare to her great perfection. If you wanted to challenge the strong Qi control realm masters in Sunset City at this level, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. It's still like hitting a rock with your own eggs. "Little brother, Li Jianqi thanks you for trying to save me, but you are no match for this guy. Please leave quickly." Li Jianqi said eagerly. "Want to leave? If you mess with me, Maralong, don't even think about leaving. Go to hell! Maralong shouted, raised his free hand, and pressed Xiao Ming hard. A buzz sound. The next moment, the vitality of heaven and earth surged crazily, forming a huge hand the size of a house in an instant, and then slapped it angrily at Xiao Ming on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled slightly, swayed, and disappeared directly on the spot. Boom! The huge Zhenyuan palm slapped the ground hard, leaving a deep palm print on the hard ground. For a moment, the ground trembled and smoke filled the air. However, after the smoke cleared, there was only a large handprint on the ground, but no trace of Xiao Ming. Has my little brother been shot to pieces? After seeing the scene on the ground, Li Jianxi's face was filled with sadness. She had just met a little brother she had a crush on, and it was just gone. Maralong frowned. Because he felt that things were not that simple. Really? A faint voice suddenly sounded behind Maralong, "You idiot named Ma, I'm behind you." Maralong suddenly turned his head, and then saw Xiao Ming's Tiangang sword flashing with dark golden light, slashing at his body angrily. Subconsciously, Maralong made a fist with one hand and struck hard at the Tiangang sword. Boom! The swords and fists collided, and powerful force poured out. Xiao Ming, who was in mid-air, was shocked and took 2 steps back, but Maralong was cut down by his sword and hit the ground heavily. In a pure duel of strength, Xiao Ming had the upper hand. Although his realm is not high enough, with the blessings of the 5 elements holy body, the Emperor Jing Tianju and the heaven-level sword Tiangang sword, Maralong's power is far inferior to him. After defeating Maralong with one sword, Xiao Ming looked at Li Jianxi beside him, and saw that the palm of true energy that locked Li Jianxi had dissipated, and Li Jianxi was free again. "Little brother, you..." Li Jianxi was surprised and happy. She originally thought that Xiao Ming had been smashed to pieces by Maralong's palm, but she didn't expect that Xiao Ming was so powerful and appeared behind her without any sound. He even temporarily defeated Maralong, a strong man in the air control realm. Is this little brother in front of me still in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm? Why is it so powerful? This is almost beyond the scope of Li Jianxi's understanding. Looking at Xiao Ming's high-spirited and handsome appearance with long flowing hair, Li Jianxi's girl's heart was beating fast, and she felt inexplicably beautiful. On the ground, Maralong was not injured. He looked at Xiao Ming in the air with a sinister expression, and a strong murderous intention flashed in his eyes. He actually suffered a small loss. He was repelled head-on by a small warrior in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. "You bastard, you have to die today. Kill Maralong. Save Li Jianxi. Say it." Maralong suddenly pulled out a blue long sword from his waist. The sword was watery. As soon as he took it out, the surrounding environment became inexplicably moist. This is his personal sword, a sea-shattering sword of earth-level quality. Taking out the sea-overturning sword proved that Maralong was serious and did not look down on Xiao Ming just because he was in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. Holding the overturning sea sword, Maralong mobilized all the true energy in his body, and then slashed furiously at Xiao Ming in the sky. Wow! In an instant, the vitality of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles surged instantly, making a sound like gurgling water. Then, under Maralong's control, the originally invisible and intangible vitality of heaven and earth quickly materialized. It turned into sharp blue sword energy. The blue sword energy was so dense that it was almost impossible to count the specific number. The many sword energy turned into a blue lake of swords, and rolled towards Xiao Ming with unparalleled power. Before the sword energy hit, Xiao Ming in the sky felt his face being scratched by the sword's power. Li Jianxi panicked immediately. "Little brother, this guy has shown powerful martial arts, I'm afraid we won't survive." Li Jianxi was so frightened that her face turned pale. The joy that had finally appeared just now disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a look of deep fear on her pretty face. It's not her fault. After all, Marolong is indeed very powerful, and his combat power in the early stages of the Qi control realm cannot be overshadowed. With a slight smile, Xiao Ming said, "It doesn't matter, just stand behind me and see how I kill him." Ah! Li Jianxi's beautiful eyes showed deep doubts. Did she hear it correctly? Xiao Ming, who was only in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm, actually threatened to destroy a strong man in the Qi control realm? Is the world already so crazy? It's okay if someone in the Divine Sea realm doesn't run away quickly when faced with a strong man in the Qi control realm, but he actually dares to fight back and even says he wants to destroy the opponent? Just when Li Jianxi was thinking wildly, Xiao Ming moved. "Give a low drink." Xiao Ming mobilized the Qinglian sword intent in his body, then raised the Tiangang sword in his hand and struck the Marolong at his feet with the same strike. Bang! A thunderous sound sounded in the void for no reason. Subsequently, a bowl-sized, somewhat illusory blue lotus shot out from Xiao Ming's sword, and hit Marolong's sword energy lake like a meteor. This is the semi-substantial Qinglian sword intent. Although the green lotus that Xiao Ming cut was not large in size, it exuded terrifying power far beyond the sword energy lake. It felt like a miniature sun that could explode at any time. In Marolong's shocked and surprised eyes, Xiao Ming's green lotus and his sword energy lake collided violently. Boom! 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 The green lotus flower the size of a bowl rumbled past, and wherever it passed, the void roared and vitality surged. And before Marolong's sword energy came into contact with the blue lotus, he was crushed to pieces by the terrifying coercion emanating from the green lotus. Just a moment. Marolong's sword energy lake was blasted into nothingness by the green lotus. Moreover, the green lotus sword energy was still unabated and continued to hit him with terrifying sword power. Marolong was shocked. He was not only shocked that his sea-overturning sword skill was defeated by Xiao Ming, but more importantly, he found that the scene in front of him suddenly changed greatly. He seemed to be in a psychedelic space. He saw endless green lotus roots, and he also saw a lotus exuding a terrifying aura that was rushing towards him. What kind of weird sword skill is this? No, it's not a sword skill, it's a sword intention. Marolong screamed, his face changing wildly. He reacted. The cyan lotus displayed by Xiao Ming is an extremely profound sword intention. Only powerful sword intent can make him hallucinate. Marolong hurriedly raised the sea-overturning sword in his hand, preparing to use another sword skill to resist Xiao Ming's sword intent, but the blue lotus flower had already arrived in front of him. "Blow it up!" Xiao Ming in the sky said coldly. Next moment, in the horrified gaze of Na Marolong, a blue lotus flower the size of a bowl suddenly exploded. Boom! It's like a dozen missiles exploding at the same time. At this moment, the fire shot into the sky, the earth trembled, and the powerful aftermath of the shock spread out around like waves, shattering all the purple bamboos for miles around. Wait until the aftermath of the shock gradually disappears. Where Marolong originally stood, there was only a large pit several meters deep. In the big pit, only half of Marolong's body was left. At this time, his hair was all burnt and blood was spitting from his mouth. It was almost impossible to survive. "I didn't expect, you actually cultivated such amazing sword intent. I didn't lose unfairly." After saying that, Marolong glanced at him and completely died. And his soul also suffered a devastating blow and quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. Xiao Ming flew down from the sky. I looked carefully into the pit and saw that Marolong was already dead. There was nothing to say. However, under the explosive power of Qinglian sword intent, Marolong's sword, the sea-converting sword, and the valuables on his body were all destroyed. Seeing this, Xiao Ming secretly sighed, what a pity. It's a pity that Marolong, a strong man in the Qi control realm, if Xiao Ming can get his wealth, Xiao Ming will definitely make a small fortune. Only The power of Qingyunke's sword intent was too terrifying and destroyed everything. After sighing, Xiao Ming quickly took out a piece of blood amber from the space ring and threw it into his mouth without saying a word. At the same time, he sat cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal power of blood amber. Blood amber contains quite rich energy, which can not only improve his realm, but also repair the damaged essence. At this time, Xiao Ming was in very bad condition. His head was dizzy, his whole body was in indescribable pain, and even streaks of blood oozed from his mouth and nose. After all, Qingyunke's sword intent is a sword move in the realm transformation realm. While its power is extremely terrifying, it also consumes a huge amount of true energy. Fortunately, Xiao Ming had been promoted to the late stage of the Divine Sea realm before he came, so he had enough true energy to display this terrifying sword intent. Although he was blessed by the realm and the 5 elements holy body, Xiao Ming did not lose half of his life after using his sword intention, but Xiao Ming's current condition is not very good. After refining the blood amber in his mouth, Xiao Ming took out 2 more blood ambers and threw them into his mouth one after another. After refining 3 pieces of blood amber in one go, Xiao Ming's condition stabilized and he slowly returned to his peak state. Xiao Ming estimated. His current strength has recovered to 70% to 80%. If he wants to return to his original peak state, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to slowly polish it. Lingjian had also fallen from the air a long time ago. After she retrieved her small sword, she obediently stayed by Xiao Ming's side. After a while, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his condition has been completely stabilized. Although he has not returned to his original peak strength, he can still fight again. Why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly, Xiao Ming noticed the strange Lingjian. I saw Lingjian holding her cheeks with a pair of small hands, and at this time, her beautiful eyes were looking at him. Entering Lingxiao City, the city lord Li Yunxiao. First time meeting. While Xiao Ming was surprised, his affection for Lingxiao City deepened even more. As the saying goes, it's all about knowing the subtleties. Mr. He attaches so much importance to the corpses he guards. This shows that Lingxiao City's way of doing things is quite decent. At least, it treats its own people well. This is not common in the cultivation world. After He Lao finished everything, Xiao Ming activated the true energy in his body and controlled the formation spacecraft to move rapidly. The illusory wings on both sides of the formation spacecraft flapped lightly, and immediately, the spacecraft flew forward like an arrow from the string. Along the way, Mr. He chatted with Xiao Ming enthusiastically, as if he wanted to find out the details of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was also an individual and did not reveal much information, not even revealing his identity as a disciple of Lingjian Sword Sect. Before Xiao Ming rescued Lingjian, he deliberately changed out of the Lingjian Sword Sect's unique disciple clothing and only put on a set of very ordinary clothes. This made Mr. He completely unable to tell where he was. Also, through talking with Mr. He, Xiao Ming also learned a lot of information about Lingxiao City. For example, the strong men who besieged Lingjian today were most likely the masters of Sunset City. Sunset City, Lingxiao City, and Ziguang City each have their own grievances, so what happened today happened. Wait until it gets dark. Under the guidance of Mr. He, Xiao Ming controlled the formation spacecraft and came to the sky above Lingxiao City. Looking down, I saw that the entire city was brightly lit, and the shops and vendors on the roadside were selling their goods enthusiastically. Powerful warriors mingled among the mortals, making Lingxiao City quite prosperous. After arriving at Lingxiao City, Xiao Ming first controlled the formation spacecraft to land in a wide area in the city, and then waited patiently for Mr. He to deal with the follow-up issues of the guards. After all things have been dealt with, Mr. He took Xiao Ming and Lingjian to a luxurious building in the core of the city. This is the city lord's palace of Lingxiao City. It didn't take long. Xiao Ming was led by Mr. He and met the lord of Lingxiao City, Li Yunxiao. Li Yongxiao is a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He has a handsome face, and is even a bit handsome. It is estimated that only in this way can little beauties like Li Jianxi be born. Li Yongxiao is a strong person in the great perfection of Qi control realm. In terms of realm, he is one level higher than Xiao Ming. However, as soon as they met, Xiao Ming found that Li Yongxiao did not have the calm demeanor of a master in the air control realm, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, wandering around anxiously in place. After seeing Li Jianxi, Li Yongxiao's mood stabilized. He swayed and was in front of Li Jianxi in an instant. He asked with concern, "My precious daughter. You are back, are you okay? Why are you back like this?" "Night." Li Yongxiao asked, beeping like a machine gun. "I'm fine, let Dad worry about it," Li Jianxi said obediently. However, Li Yongxiao did not believe Li Jianxi's words because he keenly discovered that Li Jianxi had suffered some minor injuries. Subconsciously, he looked at Mr. He. "Mr. He, tell me honestly, what happened on the way back?" Li Yongxiao asked in a deep voice. "My benefactor Xiao Ming, please accept Li's homage. I dare not hide it from the city lord. This journey back is actually extremely dangerous," Mr. He sighed and said quietly. "Not long after we returned, we encountered a series of pursuits. After finally repelling the pursuers, we encountered the formation spaceship again. There were 2 strong men on the spaceship. One was a half-step airbending master, and the other was in the early stage of airbending realm." "What? We actually met a master of the Qi control realm?" Hearing this, Li Yongxiao was shocked and asked quickly, "What happened next? How did you escape the pursuit of the strong Qi control realm master?" "We have to mention brother Xiao Ming." At this time, Mr. He looked at Xiao Ming next to him and said in a complex tone, "It was brother Xiao who took action and killed the strong man in the Qi control realm. Miss, and I turned the corner. If brother Xiao hadn't helped in time, I might have turned into a corpse, and the young lady would have been captured long ago," He Lao said with a wry smile. Until then. Only then did Li Yongxiao notice that there was Xiao Ming next to him. He looked at Xiao Ming up and down, showing a look of surprise and extreme gratitude. Xiao Ming touched his nose awkwardly. "Do you think I am so ignored? If Mr. He hadn't mentioned him, maybe Li Yongxiao wouldn't have noticed that there was a big living person like him beside him. But this can also be seen that Li Yongxiao is a complete slave to his daughter, and he puts all his thoughts on Li Jianxi. Little brother, are you the one who saved my daughter? Wait, your realm?" Li Yongxiao suddenly sounded surprised. Because he was surprised to find that Xiao Ming was only at the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. Even Li Jianxi of Dzogchen cannot compare. At this level, he actually killed a strong man in the Qi control realm? "He Lao, did you make a mistake?" Li Yongxiao looked at Mr. He subconsciously, his eyes full of suspicion, as if to say, "Mr. He, are you treating me like a fool? How could it be possible to kill a master of the Qi control realm in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm? At this level, being able to survive in the hands of a strong person in the air control realm is enough to shock the world, let alone being killed beyond the level. Never mind that I have seen it, I have never even heard of it. It is simply a fantasy and unbelievable." Mr. He nodded again with a wry smile and said, "Mr. City Lord, I can understand your doubts and shock. To be honest, I can't figure it out, but that's the fact. Brother Xiao used his strength in the late stage of the Divine Sea realm to forcefully kill Ma Fengfeng, who was in the early stage of the Qi control realm." "Yes, I can testify," Li Jianxi on the side also said quickly, "Brother Xiao is extremely powerful. I saw with my own eyes that he used a blue lotus flower and then exploded the horse enshrinement into a bloody corpse." Hear the words. Li Yongxiao fell into a long silence. "Since my daughter saw it with her own eyes, it is definitely a sure thing, but this thing is too hard to believe." "Good thing." Li Yongxiao was not an ordinary person. He quickly accepted this fact, then looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Brother Xiao is extremely powerful. Even if I just heard about what happened, I feel my heart is shaking and my blood is surging. Brother Xiao saved my daughter. This is such a great kindness. Please pay homage to Mr. Li," said. Li Yongxiao bowed slightly and bowed his hands respectfully to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled, waved his hand, and said, "I'm just doing it with a little effort, City Master Li doesn't have to do that." Li Yongxiao raised his head and said with a serious face, "It may be a trivial matter for Brother Xiao, but for me, Li Yongxiao and even Lingxiao City, it is a huge event. Brother Xiao, what are your plans next? If there is no urgent matter, just stay in my Lingxiao City." Xiao Ming tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'm worried about not having a place to stay." Hearing this, Li Yongxiao, He Lao and Li Jianxi were overjoyed at the same time. They had either seen Xiao Ming's strength with their own eyes or heard about it and were convinced of it. If you think about it with your buttocks, you will know that Xiao Ming is definitely an unborn super genius, because only in this way can he explain that he can destroy the strong men in the Qi control realm. If Xiao Ming is given time to grow, his future achievements will be limitless. If such a monster genius can join Lingxiao City, then Lingxiao City can almost take off from the same place. This moment, Li Yongxiao and Mr. He both expressed strong solicitation intentions. Looking at their appearance, Xiao Ming smiled secretly in his heart. How could he not know what these two people were thinking? However, he will not leave the Qingtian sword sect in a short time. After all, compared with the Qingtian sword sect, Lingxiao City is still too weak. Even Lingxiao City is still within the sphere of influence of the Qingtian sword sect, and it must provide enough training resources to the sword sect every year in order to survive. But no matter what, it is very good to gain Li Yongxiao's trust. After all, if you want to enter the cave fire domain, you will need the help of Li Yongxiao and Lingxiao City. After Li Yongxiao thanked Xiao Ming, he looked at Mr. He again and said in a solemn tone, "Mr. He, have you ever figured out which force the powerful men who are chasing you come from?" "I figured it out," Mr. He said in a deep voice. "When I fought against a bald man of the same level, I tried to test his background. I didn't know whether he was too conceited or arrogant, so he told me his story without hesitation." "Details? What details?" "They are all from Sunset City," Mr. He said. "They made a plan to capture the young lady alive a long time ago. According to that person, we were targeted by them from the moment we left the city. If Brother Xiao hadn't unexpectedly appeared, the consequences would have been disastrous." "Sunset City, Sunset City." Li Yongxiao gritted his teeth angrily, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost burst out. "Damn Sunset City, they actually put their hands on my daughter. I'm going to make them pay with blood." After Li Yongxiao said that, a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body, and the aura soared into the sky, directly turning into a storm that roared in the mid-air. "City Lord, don't be impulsive," Mr. He quickly advised. "Sunset City is very powerful and not easy to deal with. If we rush into a full-scale war now, I'm afraid we will lose more than we gain. City Lord, please think twice." Li Yongxiao was extremely angry, but still nodded silently. "Mr. He, you are right. There are many implications for an all-out war. We cannot do it easily without making complete preparations in advance," Li Yongxiao said, but the anger on his face did not dissipate at all. "However, this does not mean that this matter is over. When we are ready and have completed our exploration of the cave Skyfire territory, we will start preparing for revenge on Sunset City." Speaking of the cave Heaven Fire domain, Li Yongxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he looked at Xiao Ming subconsciously. Brother Xiao is so powerful that he can even kill strong men in the Qi control realm. If Brother Xiao is allowed to represent our Lingxiao City into the cave Skyfire domain, how can the other two cities be our opponents? We in Lingxiao City can sweep them away. Li Yongxiao became more and more excited as he talked, and by the end, the foam was almost spitting out of his mouth. The secret of the cave fire realm. That's right. At this time, Mr. He also reacted and said excitedly, with Brother Xiao's strength, he can definitely sweep away all the warriors of the Divine Sea realm. Once he enters the cave heaven fire domain, he will be invincible. At that time, our Lingxiao city will not only be able to obtain a lot of training resources, but also protect the safety of the young lady. It will kill two birds with one stone. Li Jianxi on the side also showed starry eyes, because no one knew Xiao Ming's power better than her. It can be said, if Xiao Ming can also enter the cave heaven fire domain, then her safety will be absolutely guaranteed. Wait a minute, Xiao Ming stopped everyone and said, you want me to enter the cave fire realm, why do you have to ask my opinion? Also, what is the situation in the cave heaven fire territory? Although deep down in his heart, Xiao Ming also wanted to enter the so-called fire realm. After all, there was the powerful sky-burning golden ancestral fire in it, which contained great opportunities. But this does not mean that he will be led by Li Yongxiao and others. The worst thing to do is to first understand what is going on in the cave heaven fire territory. Hear the words. Li Yongxiao quickly explained, the cave sky fire domain is a very magical underground space. Its location is located 100 miles away from Lingxiao City. It was originally an extremely active volcano group with dense magma inside, which is quite dangerous. After an unknown number of years of development, the volcanoes gradually died, but a special fire domain space was born under the ground. Later, we were surprised to find that there were a lot of very precious fire elixirs growing in the cave heaven fire domain, as well as many precious weapon refining materials, etc. Even, the fire domain attracted many powerful fire monsters. After a pause, Li Yongxiao continued, after discovering the natural treasure house of the cave sky fire territory, our three major cities, Lingxiao City, Ziguang City, and Sunset City, started a fierce battle around the fire territory. I won't go into the specific process of the competition. In the end, the three of us reached an agreement. The agreement is that the three of us will work together to seal the Dongtian fire domain. Every 20 years, we will send our elite disciples to enter it to compete for various cultivation resources. At the same time, in order to prevent falling out over training resources, the three of us have also set a rule, that is, only warriors below the Qi control realm can be allowed in. In addition, each force can only send 3 disciples. As for what you can get inside, it depends on your own methods. Xiao Ming suddenly realized. To put it simply, the cave fire realm is a natural secret realm. No one in the 3 major cities including Lingxiao City can take advantage of this secret realm, so they compromised with each other and each sent their disciples to enter it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming said, to be honest, I am also quite interested in the cave heaven fire territory, but what benefits can I get? After speaking, Xiao Ming looked at Li Yongxiao with bright eyes. Li Yongxiao and others' wishful thinking was coming true. They wanted to use his power to sweep through the cave sky fire domain in order to get the maximum benefit. But Xiao Ming is not the kind of honest person who is used as a gunman. If you want to use me, you can. But what can your Lingxiao city provide? Since it is a transaction and mutual use, it is impossible for me, Xiao Ming, to work for you in vain. For Xiao Ming, the sky-burning golden ancestral fire is important, but how much benefit Li Yongxiao can give is equally important. After hearing Xiao Ming's inquiry, Li Yongxiao smiled. Smiling so much. He didn't resent Xiao Ming for asking for benefits, but he was worried that Xiao Ming wouldn't want to go. Now, as long as the benefits are negotiated, the matter can be completely settled. Brother Xiao, as the Lord of Lingxiao City, I promise you that after you come out of the cave sky fire domain, I can give you 1/3 of the training resources you get. Li Yongxiao said, "What's more, I can let you choose first among the treasures I got. How about that?" "Not very good," Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "You also know my strength. As long as I am here, the other two cities will not be able to make waves." In other words, after entering the Cave Heaven Fire domain this time, the cultivation resources available to Lingxiao City will be unprecedentedly rich. Moreover, I am also tasked with protecting Li Jianxi. I have put in so much effort and only got 1/3 of the resources. Isn't this a bit unreasonable?" Li Yongxiao was slightly startled. It seems that he didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so good at bargaining. "Then how much do you want?" Li Yongxiao asked. "I want half of it. Moreover, I have to give priority to the training resources I get." "Half, that's half." Li Yongxiao and Mr. He exchanged glances with each other, seeming to be thinking about Xiao Ming's offer very quickly. After a while, Li Yongxiao said solemnly, "Okay. I can agree to this condition. But you have to protect the safety of my daughter. The cave fire territory is isolated from the outside world, and the people in the other two cities, especially Sunset City, are not so honest." "No problem, I'll take care of everything," Xiao Ming smiled and asked, "When will the Cave Heaven Fire domain be opened?" "There's still half a month left," Li Yongxiao said. "During this half-month, just stay in the city lord's mansion. When the time comes, we will set off again." After talking for a while, He Lao took Xiao Ming to bid farewell to Li Yongxiao. Led by He Lao, Xiao Ming came to an exquisite courtyard, where he would stay in the city lord's mansion. "Brother Xiao, you can live here with peace of mind. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time." Mr. He pointed at the small courtyard and said with a smile. "Then it's troublesome for Mr. He." "It's no trouble. It's my blessing in Lingxiao City to have Brother Xiao's help," Mr. He said. "I'm really looking forward to the opening of the Cave Heaven Fire domain. During this trip to the Fire domain, our Lingxiao City will definitely be able to surpass other cities." Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. By the way, Mr. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother Xiao, what are you going to do with the formation spaceship that you took from the Sunset City Ma Priest?" Without waiting for Xiao Ming to answer, Mr. He took the initiative and said, "The formation spacecraft is too conspicuous and cannot be reduced. It is very difficult to carry. Brother Xiao, are you interested in selling Lingxiao City to us? Don't worry, we will definitely not let you suffer." Xiao Ming thought for a while and said, "It doesn't matter if I sell it to you. How much do you plan to pay?" Although the formation spaceship was quite magical, it was indeed of little use to Xiao Ming. After all, the biggest function of such a large spaceship is to attract people, and Xiao Ming was alone from beginning to end. Even if you are in a hurry, sword flying is enough. Normally, the formation spaceship is worth about 1 million mid-grade yuan stones, Mr. He said, but because it belongs to Brother Xiao, we can offer a price of 1.2 million mid-grade yuan stones. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Deal? Xiao Ming said crisply. Obviously, Ling Xiaokeng took the initiative to increase the price in order to improve his favor. But if you don't take advantage of it, then you are a bastard. After discussing the price, Mr. He nodded and left in a hurry. It didn't take long before he came back and took out a lot of yuan stone gold tickets and handed them to Xiao Ming. With a sweep of his consciousness, Xiao Ming determined the total amount of the golden tickets, which was exactly 1.2 million middle-grade yuan stones, no more, no less. In addition to the 5 million mid-grade yuan stone gold tickets he obtained in Qingfeng City, Xiao Ming's wealth now reached more than 6 million. A very rich man. Brother Xiao, please rest. I still have something to do, so I won't be with you. He Lao, walk slowly. After seeing Mr. He off, Xiao Ming entered the room and closed the door. Then think about what to do next. Now that there is still half a month before the opening of the Cave Heaven Fire Realm, he can still do a lot of things. For example, take a lot of unused things you get and take them to the city's Chamber of Commerce to sell them. At the same time, purchase some low to medium level medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces from the Chamber of Commerce to improve your alchemy abilities. When entering the city, Xiao Ming keenly discovered that there was also a branch of Jinyu Tower in the city. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming left the city lord's mansion and strode towards the Jinyulo Chamber of Commerce in the city. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.